Chapter 380. The Lord's Mansion of the Black Cloud Territory was located in the central area of the Black Cloud Territory. It occupied a large area, like a city within a city. At this time, in a gloomy prison of the Lord's Mansion, there was a row of warriors and ordinary people kneeling. They had different expressions: anger, despair, confusion, helplessness, and many were cursing. A team of Dark Unit warriors above level 7 were indifferently searching their souls. Soon, the prison fell into a dead silence. Everyone had died because of the soul search. The one in charge of this prison was a one-armed level 9 warrior. He said coldly, "No, next batch." There were thousands of people in each batch. With their speed of soul searching, they could search tens of thousands of people in an hour. When night fell, the one-armed level 9 warrior came to Lord Chungliang's residence and reported the results of the day's soul searching. Lord Chungliang was a two-striped dome master, the top warrior of the Black Cloud Territory. After listening to the work report, his slightly feminine face frowned slightly. How many families and forces are left that are related to the Yun family? 95 families, 134 forces, a total of 8. 81 million people. Now there are 6 million people left who have not been soul searched. The one-armed level 9 warrior did a good job. That remnant of the Yun family could hide under my nose for 10 years. There must be someone who helped her. Continue, leave no one alive. Chung Liang said slowly. The lives of so many people were like grass in his eyes. As long as he could find the Yun family's Dao pattern secret technique, even if he killed 1 or 200 million, it was worth it. That unknown two-striped dome master, are there any clues? Chung Liang asked again. No, this has to be done in secret. The remnant of the Yun family is very likely to be saved by this person. Once you find out about him, inform me immediately. Chung Liang urged. Yes. At this time, a voice came from outside the door. Lord, the daughter of the Chiao family has been sent as requested. Chung Liang's feminine face showed an anxious smile. He said to the one-armed level 9 warrior, "You can leave first." Whoosh! Suddenly, a breeze blew and a young man in black armor appeared in front of the two. It was Jiang Xiaiwat. The one-armed level 9 warrior didn't have time to shout. Puchi, with a flash of sword light, the level 9 warrior comparable to the late gold core stage, was cut into two. How dare you? Looks like it's you. Chung Liang punched out. He was a 2-mark Do Shi, and his body was comparable to a middle-grade spirit weapon. Chung Liang was confident that even a 2-line Do Shi of the same level would not dare to receive his punch head-on. Resist. Jiang Xi smiled. He reached out and grabbed the man's neck as if he was grabbing a chicken. Chi. At the same time, the sword pierced through his opponent's dantian, crippling his cultivation. His body was comparable to a middle-grade spiritual weapon. The sword in his hand was a supreme-grade spirit weapon. After that, he didn't stop. His figure flashed and disappeared. Boom! Boom! 2 loud sounds rang out. Only then did the 2 one-striped Do, who in charge of the guards, rush over. Seeing the corpse on the ground, their expressions changed. Sir Lord is gone. Whoosh! In the next moment, 2 more figures appeared. One of them was a man in silver armor who looked very similar to Chung Liang. The other person was a white-robed young man. Greetings, General. The 2 one-striped fighters hurriedly saluted the silver-armored man. It's the aura of a 2-line Do Shi. The white-robed young man said. Chase. The silver-armored man shouted in a low voice, his face full of anger. The 2 of them rushed into the sky. The 2 one-striped Do Shi were left behind, extremely shocked. General is still in the Black Cloud Territory. Didn't he say that he was going to the Fire Rune Temple to cultivate? He probably hasn't set off yet. If I'm not wrong, the white-robed young man is the priest to the Fire Rune Temple. He's here to pick up the general. The silver-armored man and the white-robed young man exuded a powerful aura as they searched the entire Black Cloud Territory. However, after searching for a while, they didn't find anything. Brother Yang, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect this to happen. It seems that I can't go to the Fire Rune Temple to cultivate for the time being. The silver-armored man's face was very ugly. It was Serene who helped you to go to the Fire Rune Temple to cultivate. I can wait for a while. The most important thing now is to find your brother, the white-robed young man said. And this murderer is too arrogant. Even if the temple knows that you are wasting time, they won't say anything. He added, "Thank you." The silver-armored man's face was tense. Now that his brother was captured by an unknown Tao pattern cultivator and he didn't know whether he was dead or alive, he was in a bad mood. The opportunity to cultivate in the Fire Rune Temple was fought for by his master, Serene. Unless it was a last resort, he naturally didn't want to give up. The white-robed priest's words made him heave a sigh of relief. When the two of them were searching just now, they didn't hide their powerful aura. Many of the Tao pattern cultivators in the Black Cloud territory were stunned by their auras. That's the Lord's brother, Chung Kai. Didn't he already go to the Fire Rune Temple to cultivate? The other person seems to be the white-robed priest of the temple. In a mansion, Xiao Yan was very surprised. The white-robed priest was a 3-striped dueling spirit powerhouse and was extremely powerful. Just what had happened to make these two experts so furious? For some reason, Jiangxi's figure suddenly appeared in his mind. At this time, above the clouds that shrouded the Battle Rune continent, outside the array barrier, a flying boat quietly stopped in the starry sky. "My cultivation, you actually crippled my cultivation." Chung Liang was shocked and furious. Then he saw the surrounding environment clearly. It was actually in the starry sky. He looked at Jiang Xi in shock. "Outside the barrier. You are an extraterritorial demon." Jiang Xi smiled and didn't talk nonsense with him. He pressed his hand on the top of Chung Liang's head. "Soul search." A moment later, the smile on Jiang Xi's face disappeared. As expected, the strength of the Lord's mansion is not as simple as it seems. Just now, when he was in the Lord's mansion, he caught Chung Liang with his sharp intuition. He sensed a dangerous smell. So he hurriedly left and flew directly outside the Battle Rune continent's barrier. From Chung Liang's memory, he learned that there was a 3-striped dueling spirit general in the Lord's mansion, and this general was Chung Liang's brother. However, a 3-striped dueling spirit is only equivalent to a primordial spirit cultivator. "I'm not afraid of a real fight. Where did the danger come from?" Jiang Xi frowned and pondered, then shook his head. In short, this operation was still a success. Then, he took Chung Liang's storage magic treasure. Although the Battle Rune continent's Qi refinement Tao was backward, there were still storage magic treasures. As a lord, it wasn't surprising that Chung Liang had a storage magic treasure. After Jiang Xi simply refined the storage magic treasure, he took out a blood-red crystal that was only the size of a fingernail. After seeing this item, a strong desire appeared in his body. "My luck is not bad. He really has extra Tao pattern blood crystals on him." According to Chung Liang's memory, his brother Chung Kai should also have a Tao pattern blood crystal on him. Chapter 381. Jiang Xi shook his head and chuckled. He put aside the idea of killing and robbing for now. It was not the time to think about this. He had to improve his strength first. After that, he did not enter the battle pattern continent. The flying boat continued to stop in the starry sky. He grabbed the Tao pattern blood crystal and began to refine it. "What's so magical about this item? My body has a strong desire just by looking at it." With this thought in mind, Jiang Xi's spiritual consciousness touched the fingernail-sized blood-red crystal. Boom! His head felt like it had exploded. A very strong chaotic will surged into his mind and attacked his consciousness. With such a strong chaotic intent, the spiritual consciousness of a golden core cultivator would have collapsed immediately. Jiang Xi's expression changed slightly. Of course, he suppressed it easily. Other than the spiritual consciousness of a perfected nascent soul cultivator, there was another reason. There was an image of self-visualization in his mind. Just now, before he could even use his spiritual sense, the image of Guan Ji had automatically emitted a golden light to suppress the chaotic will. I didn't expect the peacock visualization to be useful here. Jiang Xi was surprised. He had obtained this visualization technique on Earth. It was an inheritance from the Buddhist ruins on Earth. Taoist Ge had reminded him not to expose the peacock visualization technique easily. Therefore, he had never used the image of self-visualization in his mind for a long time. However, he did not stop cultivating the image of self-visualization because it was the core of his spiritual consciousness. Every time his cultivation level increased, the image of self-visualization would also strengthen. Is this chaotic intent an evil thought? Is that why the image of self-visualization suppressed it? Jiang Xi was puzzled. He quickly put this thought aside because the Tao pattern blood crystal had turned into liquid and seeped into his body like blood. The next moment, a circle of 3 colored Tao patterns appeared on his body and kept circling. The strange thing was that his body realm did not increase. However, he could feel that his body was undergoing some kind of deep change. It was as if he had formed a connection with the universe. In other words, his affinity with the heaven and earth Tao had increased. After a while, the deep change in his body ended. The circle of 3 colored Tao patterns merged back into Jiang Xi's body. You have successfully merged with the Tao pattern blood crystal. Experience plus 100 million. The prompt from the experience panel unexpectedly rang in Jiang Xi's mind. Jiang Xi was stunned. What was going on? Fusing with Tao pattern blood crystals can also increase experience points. Moreover, he had added so much EXP in one go. This was something he had never experienced before. This item is truly miraculous. No wonder the Purple Heaven sect listed the Tao pattern blood crystal as the mission objective. Jiang Xi calmed his astonished emotions and continued to try to increase the level of the Tao pattern art. Although he had expected this, he was still pleasantly surprised by the result. This time, there were no more cracks on his body. The limit of his Tao had increased. In just half a day, the upgrade was completed. This time, there was a change in the realm of his body. 2 3-colored Tao patterns appeared on Jiang Xi's body and merged with him. 2 lines do sure. Few Jiang Xi directly passed through the flying ship's array formation and floated in the starry sky. Then, he chose a meteorite fragment not far in front of him as his target and rushed over. Boom! The meteorite fragment with a diameter of nearly 1,000 kilometers was directly shattered. Very strong. Jiang Xi praised himself. It was indeed very strong. Just the strength of his body had surpassed a mid-grade spiritual artifact. In other aspects, such as strength, speed, defense, toughness, agility, and so on, there were huge changes. He looked at the experience points panel frowny-faced Tao pattern technique. 2 lines, 1,300,000,000. My Tao technique is at the level of the Tao of heaven and earth. The 2 lines just now were formed from the Tao domain, so it can continue to be upgraded. It shouldn't be able to reach 3 lines, but the realm of my body will definitely increase a lot. 300 million EXP upgrade will take a lot of time this time. With this thought, Jiang Xi still used his clone on the first moon of Earth to refine the spiritual fruit. Time passed, and the entire Black Cloud territory was in a state of panic. Because Lord Cheng Liang's life stone had shattered, the news of his death had spread throughout the Black Cloud territory. The Lord's younger brother, Black Cloud General Chen Kai, had returned. He was furious. He slaughtered the remaining 6 million people related to the Yun family. Then, he mobilized all kinds of forces to find the murderer. However, after searching for half a month, there was no result. Chen Kai didn't know the motive of the murderer to kill his brother. But he knew that after so many days, the possibility of finding the murderer was not high. Damn it! The anger in Chen Kai's heart could not be quelled. In this generation of the Cheng family, there were only 2 brothers. Now that his brother was dead, and he had to go to the Fire Pattern Temple to cultivate. Then, the Black Cloud territory would have to be handed over. In another part of the Black Cloud territory, Xiaoyan passed by the house where Jiang Xi lived. After carefully probing, he found that there was still no one inside. The Lord is dead, and Lord Jiang has disappeared for half a month. Xiaoyan's heart was still filled with shock. He was 60% sure that Lord Jiang was the one who did this. It's a good death, a wonderful death. Lord Jiang has done a good deed. He lightly hummed a tune and strode away. Of course, he wouldn't say these guesses out loud. The Cheng brothers had done evil in the Black Cloud territory for many years and plundered countless cultivation resources. In the entire Black Cloud territory, whether it was an ordinary person or a Tao pattern cultivator, everyone hated the brothers. What Xiao Yin didn't notice was that on a tall building in the distance, Jiang Xi was leisurely drinking wine. His every move was under Jiang Xi's surveillance. This old man is quite alert. Jiang Xi smiled and shook his head. This was also related to the fact that he didn't deliberately hide his identity. Of course, he came back for the Tao pattern blood crystal. The day before yesterday, his body's tolerance for Tao had reached the limit again. Tao pattern technique. 2 patterns 178. 25 million/300 million. Looking at the progress, he was still far from a 3-pattern doling spirit. However, Jiang Xi was still very satisfied with the effect of the upgrade. This was because the Tao patterns on his body were cultivated from 3 Tao patterns. Although his body was still a 2-pattern doling master, it was similar to a 3-pattern doling spirit. Its strength was already equivalent to a high-grade spirit weapon. This time, even a supreme-grade spirit weapon could only cause slight damage to him. He had also tested it. He used the supreme-grade spirit weapon, killing Shadow Sword, to slash his body a few times. If he didn't use the power of Tao, he could only make a few cuts. Of course, this also depended on the level of the opponent. If a Tao integration stage expert used a supreme-grade spirit weapon, he would definitely be killed with 1 slash. The comparison just now was only applicable to opponents who were definitely not stronger than him. 2-pattern doling master. I have already completed the 2nd goal of the mission. However, my body is still not strong enough. I need to continue improving, so I need more Tao pattern blood crystals. Chapter 382. Jiang Xi's target was naturally Cheng Liang's brother. After my body realm improved, the feeling of danger disappeared. However, Cheng Kai is a 3-striped fighting spirit, which is equivalent to a primordial soul stage cultivator. I still can't underestimate him. Up until now, Jiang Xi had never really fought with a cultivator who was not at the primordial soul stage. A 3-striped fighting spirit was not only equivalent to a primordial soul stage cultivator, but its body was also comparable to a high-grade spiritual weapon. Although he used a top-grade spiritual weapon, he did not have absolute confidence in breaking the defense of a 3-striped fighting spirit. Just as he compared before, an opponent of the same level could not break his defense with a top-grade spiritual weapon. If he were to break someone else's defense, it would be more or less the same. Moreover, he had once sensed a dangerous aura in the Lord's mansion. Intuition told Jiang Xi that the danger should not come from Cheng Kai. Therefore, he became more cautious this time. After returning to the battle pattern continent, Jiang Xi investigated the surroundings of the Lord's mansion for a long time before he decided to make a move. Late at night, Lord's mansion. General Cheng Kai exuded a tyrannical aura. In front of him was a ground full of corpses, emitting a strong smell of blood. Damn it, no matter how many people he killed, he could not vent the anger in his heart. Because the white-robed priest of the fire pattern temple would not wait for him for too long, almost a month. Now, half a month had passed. If he could not find the murderer, he could only give up on revenge. The opportunity to cultivate in the fire pattern temple was extremely precious. If he missed this opportunity, the next time would be 1,000 years later. What made Cheng Kai most angry was that he chose to cultivate in the fire pattern temple. Not only did he give up revenge, but he also gave up the Black Cloud territory. Therefore, no matter what, this was a great loss for him. If I find you, I will destroy your soul. Cheng Kai's tyrannical aura surged. Swoosh! Suddenly, a sharp sword light broke through the darkness and stabbed directly at him. Taking the initiative to come to me? How arrogant! Cheng Kai shouted angrily. A mace appeared in his hand, and he smashed it towards the sword that had ambushed him. Clang! The sword and mace collided violently, producing a dazzling light. The powerful impact swept hundreds of kilometers, and the entire Black Cloud territory felt it. 2 figures, one in front and one behind, rushed out of the Lord's mansion and stood in the night sky. Chen Kai's body emitted a fiery red Tao pattern. His aura was like a rainbow, and he looked like a god fiend. On the other side was a black-haired youth. His body was emitting Tao patterns of 3 different colors. It was a little strange, but his aura wasn't any weaker than Chen Kai's. Therefore, in the eyes of outsiders, he was also a 3-striped Dou Ling. Someone attacked the monarch's mansion again? Who is it? Many Tao pattern cultivators saw the battle in the sky above the Lord's mansion. One-line Doge Xiaoyan's face was also filled with shock. Others might not recognize the black-haired youth, but he did. It really is Sir Jiang. He is actually a 3-striped Dou Ling. At the edge of the black cloud territory, in an inconspicuous house, Yun Xiang, who had changed her appearance, also recognized the black-haired youth. Yes, benefactor. Could it be that Lord Chengliang was also killed by benefactor? Yun Xiang was filled with gratitude. That Chen Kai is a 3-striped Dou spirit. Will public enemy be able to defeat him? She was also worried. At this moment, her expression changed. Not good. In the sky above the Lord's mansion, another white-robed youth appeared. His body also emitted a fiery red Tao pattern. It was the white-robed priest of the Fire Rune Shrine. 3-striped Dou Ling experts. In the sky above the Lord's mansion. Other than the Fire Tao, there are 2 other unknown Tao techniques. So it is a heresy. When the white-robed priest saw the Tao pattern on Jiang Xi's body, his eyes were filled with coldness. Then he deserves to die. Chen Kai's killing intent was boiling. Jiang Xi's expression also became serious. The appearance of the white-robed priest made him understand the source of the danger he sensed previously. The aura of this white-robed priest was very close to that of a 4-striped Dou Zong. In other words, this was a Tao pattern cultivator at the peak of the primordial soul stage. However, when he searched Lord Chengliang's soul last time, he did not get any information about this white-robed priest. This was a hidden expert. Looks like I have to use all my strength. Jiang Xi was prepared to use Tao techniques to attack. Now, the Tao technique realm and the realm of his physical body were his strongest means. After making the decision, the Tao of heaven and earth instantly descended. The Tao of sword, the Tao of fire, and the Tao of gale. Tao fusion technique. After the Tao techniques fused together, the strange power covered his body and the sword. His aura changed in an instant. Chen Kai and the white-robed priest's expression changed. However, they could not figure out what exactly happened to Jiang Xi. In fact, it was not their fault that they could not recognize him. The legend of the extraterritorial demon clan in the Battle Rune continent had been around for tens of thousands of years. Other than the true experts, many people had only heard of the extraterritorial demon clan, but did not know what kind of methods they used. Therefore, the 2 of them did not recognize Jiang Xi's true identity and only thought that Jiang Xi was a heresy. No matter how much you change, you are still a 3-striped Dou Ling. I don't believe you can become a 4-striped Dou Zong. Chen Kai and the white-robed priest attacked at the same time. Chen Kai's mace was covered by the fiery red Tao pattern and suddenly became 10,000 feet long. Moreover, its weight seemed to have increased. Boom! The mace was like a towering mountain as it smashed towards Jiang Xi. The white-robed priest's body was like a rainbow, and his fiery fist was like a meteor. He was also incomparably tyrannical as he approached Jiang Xi. My sword is different from before. Jiang Xi was very calm. Sword light flashed as he took the initiative to meet the attack. After cultivating the Tao pattern, his strength had increased further. Whoosh! The most obvious thing now was that his speed had increased by nearly half. He was even faster than the perfected primordial soul white-robed priest. In a battle between experts, if one speed was faster, one would be able to seize the initiative. Therefore, Jiang Xi relied on his speed to dodge the attacks of the 2. At the same time, his long sword approached Chen Kai and the white-robed priest first. With the support of the Tao fusion technique, the supreme-grade spirit artifact Killer Shadow sword directly cut through space and landed on Chen Kai's body. My body is a superior-grade spirit artifact. You can't. Although Cheng Kai was shocked by Jiang Xi's speed, he was also very confident in his body. The next moment, he felt as if his body was missing something. Intense pain came. He was shocked to discover that his left hand was broken. What? Impossible. Cheng Kai's expression changed drastically. This was a superior-grade spirit artifact body. Cheng Kai, be careful. The white-robed priest's anxious voice sounded in his ear. Whoosh, a strong wind blew. A sword light once again cut through space and arrived in an instant. Cheng Kai was a three-striped battle spirit, after all. His reaction was very fast. He held the mace with one hand and directly smashed it out. However, he missed this time. The sword light was like a bubble and suddenly dissipated. Chi! The sword light whistled and pierced through Cheng Kai's forehead. The power of the Tao pattern exploded, shattering his primordial spirit. Cheng Kai did not understand two things until it died. Why was it that when the club smashed down, it was only an illusion? Why was his defense so weak? Chapter 383. What Cheng Kai didn't understand, even in death, the white-robed priest saw it clearly. He saw with his own eyes that Jiang Xi used his extreme speed to transform his body into a series of phantoms. Then, the long sword killed Cheng Kai like a bolt of lightning. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was too fast. He wanted to save him, but he couldn't. The white-robed priest's expression turned grim. Just now, he thought that the two of them against Jiang Xi would be in a good position. Now, even if he had the strength of a four-striped grandmaster, he wasn't confident that he could defeat Jiang Xi. Of course, the white-robed priest was confident that it would be difficult for Jiang Xi to defeat him. As for killing him, that was even more impossible. Kill him? Unless it was a four-striped grandmaster. If Jiang Xi was a four-striped grandmaster, he wouldn't have needed to ambush him. No matter what grudge you have with the Chung brothers, I advise you to surrender. Although the 5 sacred halls view you as heretics, they will still recruit cultivators who don't practice the 5 elements Tao. The white-robed priest suddenly said, "You're stalling for time?" Jiang Xi interrupted him. The white-robed priest's expression froze. "Don't play such tricks." Jiang Xi smiled. At the same time, he attacked again. The sword turned into a green lotus, and countless rays of sword light shot out. The dazzling light covered the night sky. What kind of move is this? The white-robed priest was shocked. He didn't dare to be careless. He formed a fist seal with both hands, and fiery red runes gathered. A pair of fiery fists smashed into Jiang Xi's countless rays of sword light. Clang, clang, clang. His body was indeed strong, close to a top-grade spirit artifact. The rays of sword light landed on his body, leaving only small wounds. However, those were only a few hundred rays of sword light. Behind them, tens of thousands of rays of sword light whistled, carrying the might of heaven and earth. Soon, the wounds on the white-robed priest's body accumulated, and he was heavily injured. I've never seen such an attack. Where did he come from? The white-robed priest was shocked. He was a little afraid and wanted to retreat. If the Chung brothers died, then so be it. He didn't need to avenge them. The most fundamental reason why he had come to Black Cloud territory was because of Cheng Kai's master, Yin Toa. Retreat. However, before he retreated, he forcefully withstood Jiang Xi's sword light and once again clenched his fist to form a powerful fist print, preparing to counterattack. After that, he turned around and left. His figure was like a blazing bolt of lightning as he sped away. Try to run. Jiang Xi's expression did not change at all. He was already prepared for this. The Tao pattern technique brought about a tyrannical body, while the Tao fusion technique brought about a powerful Tao attack. His body vanished from the spot, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up with the white-robed priest. He struck out with his sword. "I'm the priest of the Fire Rune Shrine. If you kill me, you will be hunted down." The white-robed priest shouted in horror. "You're about to die, yet you're still so arrogant." Jiang Xi chuckled and did not show any mercy. The sword pierced through the white-robed priest's dantian and crippled his cultivation. Then, while his primordial spirit was dissipating, he pressed a hand on his head. "Soul search." In just a moment, Jiangxi's expression became dignified. The joy of victory had completely disappeared. He flipped open the white-robed priest's left hand. A communication bead was lying quietly in the priest's palm, indicating that a message was being sent. Then, his figure flashed, and he came to Cheng Kai's corpse. From Cheng Kai's palm, he also found a communication bead. At this time, Cheng Kai's communication bead also showed that someone had sent a message. Crack, crack. Jiangxi crushed the two communication beads. To be able to cultivate to the primordial spirit stage, no one is easy to deal with. The battle was so fierce, but these two still thought of sending the message. No wonder the white-robed priest wanted to stall for time. According to the white-robed priest's memory, Cheng Kai's master, Yin Ta, is a 4-mark dozong, which is a Dao fusion stage cultivator. This guy sent my appearance to Yin Ta. Fortunately, I acted in time and did not let him continue to send it to the Fire Rune Shrine. But Dao fusion stage, even if it is early Dao fusion stage, he is not someone I can deal with now. Jiangxi took a deep breath. Because the white-robed priest was beside him, he did not have the chance to search Cheng Kai's soul. Now it seemed that Cheng Kai's master, Yin Tuo, definitely knew of his existence. Jiangxi frowned again. He was not worried that his identity as an outsider would be exposed. Cheng Kai and the white-robed priest did not recognize his true identity. After I came to the Do Pattern Continent, the person I came into contact with the most was that young warrior, Shaolin. I could just leave. Then, Shaolin and Xiao Yin will have to bear the brunt of Yin Tuo's anger. Jiangxi did not doubt the methods of a Dao fusion stage cultivator. Perhaps Yin Tuo was already rushing here. Shaolin was a kind youth. If he was implicated and killed, he could not bear it. Whoosh! Jiangxi disappeared into the night sky. At the same time, the Black Cloud region's warriors and Dao pattern cultivators were completely stunned. Who was that black-haired youth? He killed 2 3-striped Do spirits alone, and one of them was the white-robed priest of the Fire Pattern Temple. Such a noble person was easily killed. This person was really audacious. Shaolin and his grandfather, Xiao Yin, were even more incredulous. The two of them came into contact with Jiangxi the most. They never thought that Jiangxi would be so powerful. While the grandfather and grandson were in shock, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Lord Jiang, Brother Jiang, the two of them exclaimed. Then, they remembered something and quickly lowered their voices. Don't worry, they can't find me, Jiangxi said with a smile. Brother Jiang, you're leaving? Shaolin realized something. Jiangxi nodded and told him his worries and plans. That's how it is. Cheng Kai's master already knows what I look like. His disciple was killed by me, so he definitely won't let it go you've come into contact with me. So I'm afraid you'll be implicated. Now, I'll give you a choice. Leave the Black Cloud region with me. Of course, it's fine if you don't leave, but it'll be difficult to keep your life. 4-striped Do Zone. No wonder the Chung brothers were able to dominate the Black Cloud region for so many years. Xiao Yin sighed. Then, he said seriously, Lord Jiang, take Shaolin away. Grandfather, you're not leaving with me? Shaolin was anxious. Of course, he was willing to leave. Xiao Yin laughed. Silly boy, this is your opportunity. Why should I get involved? And if I leave, what will happen to our Xiao family? Shaolin's eyes were red. He was not a reckless youth. He liked to think silently since he was young. So he instantly understood what his grandfather meant. The Xiao family was considered a mid-upper class family in the Black Cloud region. There were more than 20,000 people. If the two of them left, the anger of the 4-striped Do Zone would definitely be transferred to the 20,000 people of the Xiao family. Chapter 384. The grandfather and grandson were reluctant to part. Jiangxi watched from the side and did not interrupt them. He only had some friendship with Shaolin and Xiao Yin and did not know the rest of the Xiao family. Therefore, he could not bring everyone from the Xiao family away. Seeing that it was about time, he said to Xiao Yin, I will use a spiritual sense technique on you and erase the memory of our meeting today. If you are lucky, you should be able to survive. Thank you, Lord Jiang. Xiao Yin hurriedly thanked him. Jiang Ci smiled and used his spiritual sense. Xiao Lin and Xiao Yin fell into a deep sleep at the same time. A one-pattern dou, zhe, was equivalent to a golden core perfected cultivator. With his cultivation, he could easily erase Xiao Yan's memory by using his spiritual sense technique. Of course, he cannot erase too much. Otherwise, it could easily cause the other party's spiritual sense to collapse, and they would die immediately. After doing all this, Jiang Ci grabbed the unconscious Xiao Lin and disappeared without alerting anyone in the Xiao family mansion. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Lin woke up from his deep sleep, and his eyes were filled with confusion. How did I fall asleep? He had already forgotten everything that had just happened. At that moment, outside the formation barrier that enveloped the Dou Tattoo continent, a supreme-grade flying ship was shuttling through the starry sky, flying toward the place where the Dou Tattoo continent's fallen god. Jiang Ci sat cross-legged on the deck of the flying ship, and beside him was the sleeping Xiao Lin. According to the white-robed priest's memories, the Dou Tattoo continent also has flying spirit weapons. That Yin Tuo is a four-pattern Dou zone, which is equivalent to the unification stage. The possibility of him having a flying spirit weapon is very high. However, there are large amounts of cosmic dust, star fragments, and meteorite fragments in the Dou Tattoo continent's starry sky. Even if a flying spirit weapon, like a flying ship, has the ability to fly at light speed, it does not have enough space to accelerate to light speed. It can only fly at sublight speed. Yin Tuo City, which was ruled by Yin Tuo, was a main city of the Dou Tattoo continent. The territory under its jurisdiction was huge, with the largest diameter of 1 billion kilometers. Black Cloud territory was only one of the main cities if Yin Tuo had a flying spirit weapon. Even if he flew at sublight speed, he could reach Black Cloud territory in an hour. Xiao Lin can pass through the formation barrier with me, but Yin Tuo can't come out. Thus, flying outside of the Dou pattern continent is the safest option. Jiang Ci made full use of this advantage. He used a wisp of his spiritual sense to control the flying boat. At the same time, he flipped his hand and took out 2 storage magic treasures. Now, I can organize my spoils of war and peace. This is Chung Kai's. I wonder how many Dao pattern blood crystals he has. Soon, his spiritual sense was simply refined. Jiang Ci smiled, and 2 blood-red crystals appeared in his hand. It was one more than he had expected. Of course, this was not enough to surprise Jiang Ci. Next, he refined a white-robed priest's storage magic treasure and took out a brocade box. He opened the box and saw 9 Dao pattern blood crystals lying quietly inside. This was an unexpected surprise. Jiang Ci already knew about it when he searched his soul earlier. This white-robed priest was ordered by a 4-striped Dou zone of the Fire Rune Shrine to bring Chung Kai to the Fire Rune Shrine to train. He would also give the 9 Dao pattern blood crystals to Chung Kai's master, Yin Tuo. Risk and reward are proportional. Taking such a big risk, the reward is also very high. Unexpected reward. Jiang Ci put away the 11 Dao pattern blood crystals and then organized the 2 storage magic treasures. He also found a lot of valuable things and a lot of cultivation resources. Jiang Ci left for less than an hour. Black Cloud territory, Overlord's mansion. A young cultivator in silver armor exuded a killing intent that seemed to freeze into ice. It was Yin Tuo, the city lord of Yin Tuo City, a powerful 4-striped Dou zone who had just arrived. Master, the chief steward of the Overlord's mansion is here. A white-haired young man walked in from outside and bowed respectfully. Beside him, the chief steward, who is only a Dao pattern Dou zone, trembled as he knelt on the ground. Greetings, Lord Yin Tuo. He was terrified because the Overlord was dead. The Overlord's brother was also dead. What frightened him the most was that he just found out that the Overlord's brother was actually the disciple of this powerful cultivator. This is the murderer. I'll give you 1 day to find all the people who have been in contact with him. Yin Tuo's face was cold as he threw a portrait to the chief steward. The portrait was of Jiang Ci. Yes. The chief steward quickly retreated and went to find people. Intual looked at the night sky as the killing intent in his heart grew stronger. I'd like to see what ability you have to dare to kill my disciple. Among the many disciples, he was most optimistic about Chung Kai. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent so much to fight for the precious opportunity to cultivate in the Fire Rune Temple for Chung Kai. But now, Chung Kai was killed before he could go to the Fire Rune Temple. Master, that white-robed priest is also dead. I'm afraid the Fire Rune Temple will investigate. The white-haired young man said worriedly. Let them investigate. Mentioning this, Intual was even angrier, because the Tao pattern blood crystal that he applied for from the Fire Rune Temple was on the white-robed priest. Now, it was the murderer who took advantage of it. Jiang Xi piloted the flying ship and flew at sublight speed for 15 hours before arriving at the starry sky, 10 billion kilometers away from the black cloud territory. Let's stop here. He passed through the formation barrier and re-entered the battle rune continent. He could see a huge city on the ground below. When he arrived at the city gate, he woke Shaolin up. Brother Jiang. Shaolin was still a little confused. At that moment, he saw the name of the huge city in front of him and was stunned. Feng River Territory? He had never heard of it. This is the territory of Blue Smoke City. It should be thousands of territories away from the Black Cloud Territory. Jiang Xi smiled. Thousands of territories. Shaolin's eyes widened. A territory was tens of millions of kilometers. Thousands of territories. That was at least 10 billion kilometers. I came to another main city after sleeping. Shaolin felt a little dizzy. The distance was too far. Even his grandfather, who was a one-striped doja, would have to spend decades to go to another main city. Brother Jiang, how long have I slept? He took a deep breath and asked. Not much. Only 15 days. That's good. That's good. It took you half a month to travel so far. Shaolin calmed down. If he had come so far in just one day, it would be too scary. He did not ask why Jiang Xi brought him here. He believed that Jiang Xi would not harm him. Then, the two of them entered the Feng River territory. The martial artist forces in the Black Cloud territory were mainly academies and families. The Feng River territory, on the other hand, was filled with martial artist sections. Jiang Xi quickly found a sect with a decent scale, but was not very famous. It was the True Wood sect. The sect master of the True Wood sect was also a two-striped doja. He might not be enough in front of Jiang Xi, but in the Feng River territory, he was definitely one of the strongest. When he saw Jiang Xi, he quickly said respectfully, "Greetings, sir. You're clear about what I just said through spiritual sense transmission, right?" Riverward asked. Chapter 385. On the way here, Jiang Xi had already sent a voice transmission to the True Wood sect's sect master in advance. Don't worry, sir. In the future, no one will dare to bully Shaolin in Fenghe territory, the True Wood sect's sect master said as he patted his chest. I owe you a favor this time. When I return from my cultivation, you will definitely be rewarded, Jiang Xi said with an indifferent expression. Thank you, sir. The True Wood sect's sect master was very excited. Not long ago, he received a voice transmission from Jiang Xi, asking him to help take care of a rank 4 warrior. What he did not expect was that Jiang Xi was actually a 3-striped fighting spirit. Usually, it was almost impossible to get a 3-striped fighting spirit to owe a favor. Now that he could get a favor from a 3-striped fighting spirit by taking care of someone, of course he was willing to do it. He would be willing to take care of 100 or even 1,000 rank 4 warriors, let alone a single one. Jiang Xi also understood this principle. Just like in the primal universe, a single sentence from a nascent soul powerhouse could make a nascent soul powerhouse follow suit. After that, he brought Shaolin to a side hall of the True Wood sect and waved his hand to set up a restriction that isolated spiritual senses. Shaolin, the place I'm going to next is very dangerous. You can cultivate in the True Wood sect for the time being. Here are some cultivation resources I've prepared for you. It's enough to support you until you become a 1-striped fighting spirit. If you work harder, it's not impossible for you to become a 2-striped fighting spirit. Of course, whether you can become a 3-striped fighting spirit will depend on your luck. Jiang Ziyi took out a storage ring and handed it to Shaolin. It was a simple statement, but it left Shaolin stunned. Who exactly was Big Brother Jiang? 1 striped fighting spirit? 2 striped fighting spirit? 3 striped fighting spirit? It sounded like those were nothing in Big Brother Jiang's eyes and could be easily achieved. Shaolin took the ring with shock and refined it. A rank 4 warrior was equivalent to an early-stage spirit vessel warrior and also had a spiritual sense. This storage ring was not of very high grade, so he easily refined it. After seeing the items in the storage space, Shaolin was very excited. There were supreme-grade spirit stones, spirit items, Tao pattern secret techniques, and even a Tao pattern blood crystal. There were too many. The value of these things was 100 times, no, 1,000 times more than the wealth that the Shao clan had accumulated over thousands of years. Remember, don't let anyone know what's inside, Jiang Ziyi warned. Don't worry, Big Brother Jiang. Shaolin nodded excitedly. Jiang Ziyi smiled and spoke to the sect master of the Truwood sect. At the same time, he gave the other party some magic treasures as a reward. After doing all that, he left the area. Shaolin was still a teenager after all, and it was his first time being so far away from home. After Jiang Ziyi left, he was the only one left in the Truwood sect. He was unfamiliar with the place and the people. Therefore, he was still homesick and worried about his grandfather's safety. However, he knew that following Big Brother Jiang out was the greatest opportunity he had ever encountered in his life. Therefore, he quickly pushed these emotions to the bottom of his heart and began to cultivate diligently. On the other hand, Jiang Ziyi did not actually leave immediately. His spirit sense had been watching Shaolin the whole time. After observing all that, he nodded lightly. His efforts had not been in vain. Those spirit stones and spirit items were the leftovers from the storage magic treasures of Chung Kai and the white-robed priest. 2 3-striped fighting spirits equivalent to the primordial soul stage had accumulated a considerable amount of wealth. The Tao pattern secret technique was obtained from the soul search of the white-robed priest. It was considered top-notch. The people of the Tao pattern continent are all very talented due to the environment. With these cultivation resources, as long as Shaolin is diligent, he will definitely become a 2-striped fighting master in the future. As for becoming a 3-striped fighting spirit, he only gave Shaolin 1 Tao pattern blood crystal. It was definitely not enough. That was why he said that it would depend on Shaolin's luck. After that, Jiang Ziyi observed the situation of the Truwood sect. After confirming that there were no problems, he left for real and returned to the Tao pattern continent's boundary. The flying ship quietly floated in the starry sky. Jiang Ziyi sat cross-legged on the deck, deep in thought. In fact, he had already completed all his missions in the Tao pattern continent. 1. Obtain a Tao pattern blood crystal. Reward 10,000 points. 2. Become a Tao pattern cultivator. 2-striped fighting master. Reward 100,000 points. There were 2 mission objectives. The mission would be considered a success if he completed the first one. He still had 10 Tao pattern blood crystals, and his Tao pattern technique had already reached 2-striped. Because he had refined 3 Tao techniques, his body was comparable to a 3-striped fighting spirit. After thinking about it, Jiang Ziyi decided to stay in the Tao pattern continent for a while. The Tao pattern blood crystal is a key item for cultivating Tao pattern secret techniques. I have to get more back this time. Otherwise, I don't know if I will have the chance to come back again. Also, the Fallen God land hides a huge secret. The Yin family's Tao pattern secret technique came from there. I have to go and take a look. Let's not think about that for now. I have to raise my body to the limit first. He shook his head and took out a Tao pattern blood crystal. He then began to refine and absorb it. The fingernail-sized blood-red crystal turned into blood and merged with his body. Fuck! The next moment, Jiang Ziyi's expression changed. The chaotic intent this time was more than 10 times stronger than before. Roar! Kill! Kill! Roar! He could even hear all kinds of furious roars. They were frenzied and bloodthirsty. Jiang Ziyi's breathing became hurried, and his eyes turned red. His heart was filled with all kinds of anger and bloodthirsty emotions. The chaotic intent was affecting his consciousness. In his mind, there was an image of himself that was exactly the same as his appearance. At this moment, it was constantly emitting streaks of golden light to suppress the intense, chaotic intent. But this time, the effect wasn't as obvious. "Don't try to affect me." Jiang Ci clenched his teeth and tried his best to remain calm. After some time, the intense, chaotic intent gradually calmed down and was finally suppressed by the golden light emitted by the image of himself. It is already so difficult to integrate the second Tao pattern blood crystal. No wonder three-striped fighting spirits are so rare. Intent. The requirement for intent is getting higher. Jiang Ci let out a long breath. Even with his cultivation, he was actually sweating. He carefully felt the changes in his body. He could clearly feel that his affinity with heaven and earth Tao technique had increased again. Suddenly, Jiang Ci was stunned. A thought flashed across his mind. If his affinity with heaven and earth Tao technique had increased, would the efficiency of the deduction increase? It had been half a month since he refined the first Tao pattern blood crystal. He had been focusing on improving his Tao pattern art and had stopped the deduction of Tao techniques. With this thought, Jiang Ci immediately started the deduction in his mind. Use the purple firmament sword scripture, sword Tao, and the lotus sword scripture to deduce once. Soon, the deduction ended. The efficiency has increased. Jiang Ci's eyes were filled with surprise. Chapter 386. The green lotus sword Tao had a total of 9 evolution processes. 1 lotus for lotuses, 100 lotuses, 1,000 lotuses, 10,000 lotuses, 1,000 lotuses, 100 lotuses for lotuses, 1 lotus. A green lotus represented a change. Jiang Ci had already comprehended the first 2 evolution processes, which are the 5 transformations of 1 lotus and 4 lotuses. In addition, he had comprehended the first 21 transformations of the 3rd evolution process, which was 100 lotuses. All these added up to a total of 26 transformations. Now, he was deducing and comprehending the 27th transformation. In the previous deduction, he could clearly feel that his comprehension of the 27th transformation had deepened. If there was a definite number, it would mean that the deduction efficiency had become twice as fast as before. In addition to the Lotus Sword Codex, the deduction efficiency has increased by 10 times. When the 2 are multiplied, it is 20 times. Jiang Ci was extremely excited. In this way, his sword Tao deduction speed was almost the same as when he was cultivating in the ancient Tao source world. Of course, it couldn't be compared to the 100-fold deduction speed at the Green Lotus altar. If my body refines 2 Tao pattern blood crystals, it will be twice as fast. If I refine 3 crystals, it will be 3 times as fast. If I refine 4 crystals, it will be 4 times as fast. With this deduction, as long as I refine more Tao pattern blood crystals, I will be able to reach the 100-fold deduction speed sooner or later. Jiang Ci's eyes were filled with vigor. More importantly, the Tao art deduction efficiency increased by the Tao pattern blood crystals was permanent and applicable to all Tao arts. It wasn't like the melody of 10,000 swords and the Lotus Sword Codex. Once he completely comprehended them, he would lose the additional effect of deducing sword Tao. At this moment, Jiang Ci understood more and more why the Tao pattern blood crystals could become the target of the Purple Heaven Sect's Danger Grade mission. It could increase the affinity of heaven and earth Tao arts. It was too powerful. Moreover, the Tao pattern blood crystals were the key to cultivating Tao pattern arts. Tao pattern arts were mystical secret arts that used Tao arts to refine the body. Jiang Ci took a deep breath and calmed his agitated emotions. First, I will raise the Tao pattern arts to the current body limit. He wasn't sure if he could refine the second Tao pattern blood crystal. The tolerance of Tao arts would increase again, and his body would be able to reach the 3 pattern level. Next, Jiang Ci let his clone refine the spiritual fruits and increase the level of Tao pattern arts. Battle pattern continent, black cloud territory. The atmosphere in the Lord's mansion was extremely tense. A four-line dozong, In Toa, stood in the great hall. Two corpses lay in front of him. Both of them had died from soul-searching. If Jiang Ci was here, he would recognize him. The two people who had died were the middleman who had bought the house in Black Cloud territory and the original owner of the house. You found these two people in just one day. In Toa stared coldly at the grand steward of the overlord's residence. The chief manager knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging for mercy. "Sir, please spare my life. The culprit is an outsider. There are very few people who have come into contact with him. Please give us one more day. We're still searching the entire city." "Trash. You're all trash. Go out and put up a notice. If anyone knows who has been in contact with a murderer, they will be rewarded with 10 billion yuan. If anyone knows anything about the murderer, they will be rewarded with 100 billion yuan. In Toa still didn't punish the people from the overlord's residence. After all, he didn't have many people here. It was impossible for him to do these things himself. Master, perhaps this person had been hiding outside the city before he made his move. He only entered the city when he made his move. The white-haired young man speculated. That's impossible. My spiritual sense found some traces in the Lord's mansion before this person attacked. Before he made his move, he had carried out a long and careful investigation of the overlord's residence. This means that he had stayed in the city for a long time. In Tua said in a deep voice, "It seems that this person is very cautious." The white-haired young man sighed. "If I don't find this murderer, I won't be able to relieve the hatred in my heart. Now, those four-striped dozongs from the other main cities and those old fellows from the Fire Rune Temple are laughing at me. They're laughing at me. Laughing at me. In Tua, a disciple of a four-striped dozong, was killed by nobody." Into suddenly laughed coldly. The white-haired young man was silent. His master was a four-striped dozong who had risen to power in the last 10,000 years. He had affected the interests of many people, so there were many people who were laughing at him. The warriors from the overlord's residence were very fast. Bounty lists were spread all over the city in a very short time. Suddenly, the entire city was boiling with excitement. As long as they found someone who had been in contact with a murderer, they would be rewarded with 10 billion yuan. If they could provide definite information about the murderer, they would be rewarded with 100 billion yuan. Look, mobilize the whole family to look for him. At least 10 billion yuan. With this money, I can exchange 10 women a day, no? I can even exchange 100 women a day. Look at your prospects. If I had that much money, I would have a chance to cultivate to a 9th-level warrior and earn more money. The whole city went crazy looking for the murderer. At the entrance of the Black Cloud Academy, Lien, who also saw the bounty list, the portrait on it and the high reward number made his breathing quicken. Late at night the day before yesterday, in the battle above the overlord's residence, only some powerful warriors and Dao pattern cultivators could see Jiang Ci's appearance clearly. Young martial artists like them could only see a blurry figure in black armor. Now, after seeing the portrait on the list, Lien, who recognized it at a glance, it was Jiang Ci. In other words, as long as he went to the overlord's residence now and told him the information he knew, as well as the relationship between Jiang Ci and the Shao family, he would be rewarded with at least 10 billion yuan. He clenched his fists and struggled in his heart. No, I can't go. Now we can confirm that Big Brother Jiang killed the overlord and the general, and Shaolin just disappeared yesterday. Maybe Big Brother Jiang took Shaolin away, or maybe Big Brother Jiang was afraid of exposing himself. So he killed Shaolin. In Lien Hu's heart, the first possibility was the most likely. Although he did not have much contact with Jiang Ci, he knew that Jiang Ci did not have to kill people to silence them. Otherwise, Jiang Ci could have gotten rid of them back in the 100,000 Mountains. Moreover, the Chung brothers were people who deserved to be killed. If that's the case, Shaolin got a great opportunity this time. Grandpa Shao helped me before. I can't betray them. I believe that even without this reward, I can become strong with my own talent. Lien Hu suppressed the desire in his heart. However, not everyone had his willpower. In the four-man warrior team that met Jiang Xi back then, besides Lian Hu and Xiao Lin, there were two other young warriors from the Black Cloud Academy. Lian Hu also considered this point and hurriedly went to find the two of them. However, he pounced on empty air. Not good. Lian Hu's expression changed drastically, and he rushed to the Xiao family's residence. The Black Cloud territory was very big. Even though Lian Hu was a rank 5 warrior, it took him half an hour to reach the Xiao family's residence. However, before he reached the entrance of the Xiao family's residence, he saw from afar. A burly old man was forcefully taken away by the overlord's residence's people. The person in the lead was a white-haired youth. The ones leading the way were two young martial artists. Chapter 387. Grandpa Xiao is a one-striped doja, but he was powerless in front of that white-haired youth. Feng Yi, Shi Xiang, those two bastards. Lian Hu's heart was filled with anger. He was one step too late. The two of them probably don't know much. Xiao Lin once told me that he and Grandpa Xiao went to visit Brother Jiang. But that visit was very secretive and not many people know about it. If Xiao Lin didn't tell me, it would have been difficult for me to know. So the possibility of Grandpa Xiao and Brother Jiang being involved is very small. Lian Hu could only comfort himself like this. Damn it. Lian Hu gritted his teeth and tried his best not to reveal his anger. Even though he kept comforting himself, he knew that it was very, very difficult for someone who was captured by the Lord's mansion to come out alive. What Lian Hu did not notice was that in the bustling crowd, there was an ordinary-looking girl who was also watching everything. It was Yun Xiang. She looked at the people from the Lord's mansion and the two young warriors with a murderous look in her eyes. Xiao Yin was brought to the Lord's mansion, and he was terrified. That white-haired youth just now had only used one move to subdue him. Sir, I really don't know the specific identity of that Jiang Xi. I only went to see him once with my grandson. All right, my grandson just happened to go missing that day. It's very likely that he was also killed by this person. Xiao Yin tried his best to explain. The white-haired youth glanced at Yinta. Master, according to the statements of those two young warriors, this person's grandson, Xiao Lin, had the most contact with the murderer, Jiang Xi. And Xiao Lin did indeed go missing the night before. Do you want to search Xiao Yan's soul now? It seems that this is a key witness. Use hypnosis, Yin Tua said softly. A soul search was fatal, but hypnosis would only hurt the mind, but not the life. The white-haired youth, who was a 3-striped Do spirit, had no difficulty dealing with Xiao Yan, who was only a 1-striped doja. Xiao Yan, who was still trying to explain, suddenly lost his spirit under the hypnosis. Do you know Jiang Xi? Yes. Do you know Jiang Xi's background? I'm not sure. When was the last time you saw Jiang Xi? Late at night the day before yesterday. The white-haired young man was overjoyed, and then he quickly asked, Where did you see him? Above the Lord's mansion. The smile on the white-haired youth's face disappeared. Many powerful martial artists and Tao pattern cultivators had witnessed the battle in the sky above the Lord's mansion late at night 2 days ago. In other words, Xiao Yin knew very little. The white-haired youth said, Master, it seems that the key lies with that young man, Xiao Lin. There are two possibilities. Jiang Xi took Xiao Lin away, or he chose to silence Xiao Lin in order not to expose himself. Yin Tua pondered and said, The first possibility is more likely. If it was just to silence people, with this person's strength, everyone who has seen him in the past few days would have been silenced. Keep Xiao Yan. I have a feeling that Jiang Xi or Xiao Lin will come back for him one day. Killing people was not the goal, but finding Jiang Xi, the murderer, was the ultimate goal. Time flew by, and half a month passed quickly. A flying ship was quietly hovering in the starry sky of the Dou pattern continent. Jiang Xi was sitting cross-legged on the deck of the flying ship, not moving at all. Cultivating was also a form of solitude. Sitting for half a month like him was considered rare. For many cultivators with high cultivation bases, sitting for hundreds or even thousands of years was nothing out of the ordinary. Suddenly, 3 layers of 3-colored Tao patterns appeared on Jiang Xi's body. They kept shrinking and spiraling up and down, and finally merged into his body. His body's realm began to undergo a drastic change, and it rapidly strengthened. After a while, the change ended. Jiang Xi opened his eyes, full of surprise. His Tao pattern technique had broken through. His body's realm had truly reached the level of a three-striped doling spirit. He carefully felt the changes in his body. Yes, my body's strength has surpassed a high-grade spirit weapon, but still far from a supreme-grade spirit weapon. Jiang Xi had already expected this. There was a qualitative change from a high-grade spirit weapon to a supreme-grade spirit weapon. It was very difficult to cross this boundary. He checked the changes on his experience panel. Tao pattern technique, 3 stripes, 13 billion. It could be seen from the experience points of a 3-striped doling spirit. 3 billion experience points. This was currently the highest experience point on the entire panel. A 3-striped Tao pattern is the Tao of heaven and earth. If I want to reach the level of a 4-striped doling grandmaster, I need a Tao technique at the level of a great Tao. So now, I can at most raise my Tao pattern technique to the limit of 3 stripes. However, since I've refined 3 types of Tao of heaven and earth at the same time, my body's strength might reach the level of a supreme-grade spirit weapon at the 3-stripe level. The last point was Jiang Xi's guess. Whether his body could be comparable to a supreme-grade spirit weapon before the 4-stripe level was still unknown. Immediately after, Jiang Xi continued to raise his Tao pattern technique. It was worth mentioning that the strength of his original body and clone increased at the same time. Therefore, the clone's efficiency of refining spiritual fruits had greatly increased. In just 10 days, he had reached the limit of his current Tao technique. Tao pattern technique, 3 stripes, 300 billion, 3 billion. If he continued to raise it, more wounds and cracks would appear on his body, and it would cause his body to collapse. My body's strength has increased a little. As expected, the further I go, the harder it is to raise it. Jiang Xi shook his head and took out another Tao pattern blood crystal. Let's refine another one to raise the limit of my body's Tao technique. Let's see how much my experience in Tao pattern technique can increase. Immediately after, he used his spiritual sense and spirit power to refine the Tao pattern blood crystal. When the Tao pattern blood crystal turned into blood and fused into his body, an extremely strong chaotic will appeared once again. Roar! Kill! Kill! Woo! I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Damn, it's happening again. Jiang Xi suddenly clenched his fists. All the muscles in his body bulged, and his veins were like small snakes that kept surging. All kinds of angry, bloodthirsty, and crazy roars filled his mind. They were clearer and more violent than the last time. Hang in there. Hang in there. Jiang Xi felt that his consciousness was like a small boat in the sea that was constantly being battered by the chaotic intent. It could capsize at any time. Roar. Kill. Boom. It was as if there was a violent explosion in his mind. Jiang Xi's consciousness was about to collapse. Suddenly, the blood formed by the Tao pattern blood crystal instantly flowed back from his body. It quickly gathered in his palm and turned into a blood-red crystal the size of a fingernail. Failed. Jiang Xi was sweating profusely as he panted heavily. My willpower is still not strong enough. After all, the strength of my spiritual sense is only at the complete nascent soul stage, which is equivalent to a 2-striped Do Shi. He could reach the level of a 3-striped Do spirit with his spiritual sense at the complete nascent soul stage. Even on the Do Tattoo continent, this was a rare occurrence. It was enough to prove his talent and willpower. Chapter 388. The strength of one's spiritual sense was related to one's cultivation, but willpower was related to one's state of mind. This meant that Jiang Xi's heart was very strong. Correspondingly, his willpower was also strong enough. It's not enough. I need to hone my willpower. It seems that I have to go to the fallen godland. However, before that, I need to get more Tao pattern blood crystals. Thinking of this, Jiang Xi smiled. Although he had not reached the limit of a 3-striped fighting spirit, His physical realm was stronger than most three-striped fighting spirits. Before his breakthrough, he could kill 2 three-striped fighting spirits when he used his Tao techniques and went all out. Moreover, the white-robed priest was a top powerhouse among three-striped fighting spirits, equivalent to a perfected primordial soul. Now, if he were to fight with Chang Kai and the white-robed priest, he believed that he would have an easier time. Therefore, he had always had a plan. The battle pattern continent has hundreds of millions of territories and millions of main cities. These lords and castellans have Tao pattern blood crystals bestowed by the 5 temples. The castellans are all 4-striped Do zones. I definitely can't provoke them, but most of the lords are 2-striped Do masters and 3-striped fighting spirits. Just like killing the lords and generals of the Black Cloud territory, I can hunt the lords of the various territories. Even in 10,000 territories, killing one would at least give me tens of thousands of Tao pattern blood crystals. Moreover, there are often expeditions, wars, and vendettas between the various territories and main cities. The death rate of Tao pattern cultivators is not low. The death of one lord in 10,000 territories is insignificant and won't attract attention. Jiangxi sorted out the train of thought that he had previously thought of. This was a big business that could be done. The reason why he generously gave Xiao Lin a Tao pattern blood crystal was also because of this. He had this plan long ago. Jingshan City, Moon Stallion Territory. Lord Gong Sui was the #1 expert in Moon Stallion Territory, a famous 3-striped fighting spirit. This person had ruled Moon Stallion Territory for 4,000 years. Under his rule, the people, warriors, and Tao pattern cultivators of Moon Stallion Territory were full of complaints and suffering. Gong Sui was fine, as he cultivated in seclusion all year round. The main reason was that the members of the Gong family relied on Gong Sui's existence to commit all kinds of crimes in Moon Stallion Territory. On this day, a great battle broke out in the Yuefeng Territory's mansion. Many martial artists and Tao pattern cultivators realized that Overlord Gong Hun, who had been in seclusion for more than 10 years, was like a demon god, exuding a powerful fiery red aura. It was fighting with a black shadow. The most shocking thing was that the speed of the black shadow was too fast. Moreover, its body was much stronger than the 3-striped Do Ling Gong Sui. The battle lasted for less than 10 breaths before the black shadow turned into 10,000 phantoms. 10,000 sword lights shot out at the same time, killing Gong Gui in the sky above the Lord's mansion. After that, the shadow disappeared without a trace. But at this moment, no one cared who the Black Shadow was, because the Thane was dead. The Gong family's backing was gone. Soon, the martial artists and Tao pattern cultivators who had been bullied gathered at the Lord's mansion. They uprooted the Gong family, which had been evil for many years. Not a single one of the tens of thousands of clansmen was left alive. Of course, what happened after that had nothing to do with Jiang Xi. After killing Lord Gong Sui, he returned to the outside of the barrier. 3 Tao pattern blood crystals. Not bad, not bad. A good start. Jiang Xi tidied up the storage Dharma treasures that he had just obtained. At the same time, the flying ship shuttled to the next location at sublight speed. After traveling for an hour, they landed at a place that was hundreds of territories away from the Moon Shadow territory. Then, they would find their target, hunt, steal their treasures, and leave, including the time spent on reconnaissance. With Jiangxi's efficiency, he could hunt at least 10 times a day and obtain more than 10 Tao pattern blood crystals. There was no good or evil in this kind of hunting. It was just the law of the jungle. It was pure plunder. In the starry sky of the Do pattern continent, the 6 Sage Palace, which was comparable to the size of a planet, had existed for countless eras. In one of the side halls of the 6 Sage Palace, there were countless 3-dimensional images. Close to 100 Tao integration cultivators were monitoring the situation in the Do pattern continent in real time. Junior brother Jiang Xi, who has just entered the 3rd heaven, has been acting a little strange recently. Everywhere in the Do pattern continent, a Tao integration expert was puzzled. The frequency is a little high, more than 10 times a day. Junior brother Jiang Xi is also bold. This is the first time he has accepted a cultivation mission, and he dares to come to the dangerous Dao pattern continent. All right, be serious. There are a few immortal Dao experts above who think highly of junior brother Jiang Ci. If anyone follows junior brother Jiang Ci and rushes up, kill them immediately. Under normal circumstances, the cultivators of the Dao pattern continent would not be able to pass through the all-encompassing array boundary. However, if someone was fast enough, they would have a chance to follow Jiang Ci out the moment he passed through the boundary. This was an extremely small probability, but it was not impossible. Then, Jiang Ci's frequency in the Dao pattern continent continued for 3 years. He seemed to be in a killing frenzy and could not stop. After all, the profits were too high. Although he would return empty-handed sometimes, he would basically reap some rewards. Even without Dao pattern blood crystals, 2-striped Dao Shi and 3-striped Dao spirit cultivators had accumulated a considerable amount of wealth. These two levels were equivalent to the nascent soul stage and the primordial soul stage. No matter where they went, they would not be poor. In addition, it was the same as Jiang Ci's plan. In these 3 years, the high-level experts of the Dao pattern continent did not discover that he had been crazily hunting the lords of various places. After all, the Dao pattern continent was too big. The largest diameter was 100 million light-years. Even if one flew at 1 time the speed of light, it would still take 100 million years to fly from one end to the other. Only when a cultivator reached the Dao immortal realm or above would they have an endless lifespan. Therefore, even a 9-tribulation transcender would not be able to cross the Dao pattern continent within their limited lifespan. It was also useless to have a high-grade flying spirit artifact. This was because there was a large amount of cosmic dust, star fragments, and meteorite fragments in the starry sky around the Dao pattern continent. There was not enough space to accelerate to the speed of light. The huge territory, coupled with the inconvenience of transportation, caused the flow of information not to be very smooth. Therefore, the possibility of Jiang Ci's actions being discovered by the high-level experts of the Dao pattern continent was very small. Of course, as the saying went, if one walked by the river, how could one's shoes not get wet? On this day, in 1,000 guild territory, which was about 2 trillion kilometers away from the Black Cloud territory, after a careful investigation, Jiang Ci was ready to make his move. The Lord of the 1,000 Guilt territory was a 2-striped Dao Shi. He had cultivated for less than 1,000 years and was very talented. The possibility of him having Dao pattern blood crystals was very high. Taking advantage of the night, Jiang Ci sneaked into the Lord's mansion and prepared to kill him in one blow. Killing a 2-striped Dao Shi was very easy for him. Boom! However, just as he swung his sword, a burly man with a faint golden light rushed out from under the Lord's mansion. He emitted a terrifying aura. Scram! His leg carried a golden light, and with the force of a thunderbolt, he sent riverward flying. Chapter 389. Puff! Jiang Ci spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew out uncontrollably, crashing into countless buildings in the 1,000 Guild territory. Even though his body's toughness surpassed that of a high-grade spiritual weapon, cracks began to appear on his body, which was on the verge of collapsing. This kick was too powerful. Damn it, a 4-striped Dao zone. Run. A 4-striped Dao zone was a Dao integration stage existence. Jiang Ci was shocked. He did not have time to regain control of his body. The flying ship appeared instantly. Then, he steered the flying ship and flew into the sky. How dare you assassinate my son? How audacious! Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will kill you, you bastard. A flying spiritual weapon appeared under the feet of the golden-haired man, who was emitting a terrifying aura. He chased after Jiang Ci, a top-grade flying spiritual weapon. What a fast speed! The golden-haired man's eyes shone with a blazing golden light. However, compared to Riverward, his speed was only faster and not slower. He was a 4-striped Dao zone, and his body was comparable to a top-grade spiritual weapon. Even though he was using a high-grade flying spiritual weapon, his flying speed was still faster than Jiang Ci's. You are seeking death by running to the sky. The golden-haired man sneered. When the cultivators of the Do Tattoo continent reached a certain level, they would be informed by the temple. There was a heaven and earth boundary in the sky that protected the Do Tattoo continent. Even a four-striped Do zone could not break it. He was a four-striped Do zone. Of course, he knew that this was a lie. That heaven and earth boundary was left behind by the extraterritorial demon race countless years ago, trapping them in this world. As long as one was a cultivator of the Do Tattoo continent, they would not be able to pass through the heaven and earth boundary. As the saying went, there was no way to heaven and no door to hell. In the eyes of the golden-haired man, this assassin was already a dead man. The distance between the ground and the sky was not too far compared to the vast territory of the Do Tattoo continent. In just a moment, the two of them approached the invisible heaven and earth boundary. You can't escape. A cold light flashed in the golden-haired man's eyes. The golden light around his body condensed into a long spear, which he threw out. The golden long spear had a powerful aura. It cut through the air and pierced toward the flying ship in front of them. However, the next moment, the golden-haired man was stunned. The flying boat that the assassin was piloting had actually passed through the heaven and earth boundary. Extraterritorial Devil Clan. The golden-skinned man was shocked. Only the extraterritorial devil race could disregard the existence of the barrier. The golden-haired man stood in the thick fog and looked up at the invisible sky, falling into silence. The extraterritorial devil race has arrived. This matter is of great importance. We must inform the Golden Vein Temple. The Thousand Guilt region was under the jurisdiction of the Golden Vein Temple. The Golden Vein Temple had to be notified first. Jiang Xi steered the flying boat through the array barrier of the battle pattern continent. He didn't stop there either. He shuttled through the starry sky at sublight speed and quickly left this place. At the same time, he sat cross-legged and circulated his spiritual energy to suppress his injuries. One healing spiritual pill after another was refined by him. It took an entire day for his body to fully recover. The hideous and terrifying cracks on his body disappeared without a trace. A two-line dosher at the Yuanying stage actually has the protection of a four-line do zone at the unification stage. I am really lucky. Moreover, this person cultivates a metal-type Dao art. After cultivating a Dao pattern, his body is much stronger than an expert of the same level. That kick almost killed me. Jiang Xi bitterly smiled and shook his head. This was the result of being approached by a high-level Dao pattern cultivator. If not for the fact that he also cultivated Dao pattern techniques and that his body was stronger than a high-grade spirit artifact, he would have been kicked to death just now. However, this kick also woke Jiang Xi up. If you hunt birds every day, you will eventually be pecked in the eye. This time I was lucky. If I encounter a 5-line Do King at the Tribulation Transcendent stage next time. Moreover, that golden-haired man has already discovered that I came from beyond the heavens. He will definitely report this matter to the 5 temples. If I want to hunt like this in the future, it will be much more difficult. Jiang Xi shook his head and woke up from his crazy hunting state. It was time to stop. 3 years of sleepless hunting. Ha! The harvest is already more than enough. Riverward laughed heartily. In his storage ring, the Dao pattern blood crystals had already piled up into a small mountain. Counting carefully, there were a total of 14,586 of them. I'm afraid that none of the Purple Heaven sect disciples who came to the battle pattern continent could obtain so many. There were definitely people who wanted to do this kind of crazy hunting method to obtain Dao pattern blood crystals. However, there were very few people who had the strength of Jiang Xi at the nascent soul stage. First of all, it was extremely rare for a nascent soul stage cultivator to cultivate 3 Daos of heaven and earth at the same time. Secondly, although the difficulty of obtaining Dao pattern techniques was not high, the difficulty of cultivating them was very high. Using 3 Daos of heaven and earth to cultivate Dao pattern techniques was even more difficult. Moreover, obtaining the Yun family's Dao pattern secret technique required too much luck and could only be chanced upon by luck. Therefore, there were very few people who had just become a three-line dose spirit and had a body that surpassed a high-grade spirit artifact. Finally, only Jiang Ci had the experience panel. This was the key. It's about time to go to the fallen god's land. This place is about 1 trillion kilometers away from the fallen god's land. Flying at sublight speed will take about 2 months. I can make use of this time to rest and reorganize. Jiang Ci adjusted the flying ship's direction and flew towards the fallen god's land. In the following time, he hurried along the way and cultivated. During this time, he tried to refine the third Tao pattern blood crystal. Unfortunately, he still failed. His willpower still could not withstand the impact of the chaotic willpower. Jiang Ci did not force it. Besides, he also took the time to inform Jiang Daodu that he was safe. Because he had been in the robbing business for the past 3 years, he had less contact with Jiang Daodu. Not only Jiang Daodu, but he also contacted Xin Tian, Li Bai, and his master, the Wine Sword Immortal, who was far away in the ancient Tao Source world. Time flew by. 2 months passed. The flying ship arrived above the fallen god's land on the battle pattern continent. As soon as he arrived, Jiang Ci's expression turned serious. This was because the thick fog in this area had a strange blood-red color and was flowing slowly. Even though they were separated by an array formation barrier, they could vaguely feel the vexing and irritating murderous aura. How strong is the murderous aura below? Jiang Ci was on high alert. He put away the flying ship and disappeared into the thick blood-red fog. In the starry sky, in the Six Worthies Palace, which was comparable to a planet, in the side hall in charge of real-time monitoring of the battle pattern continent, many Tao integration experts saw Jiang Ci enter the blood-red fog in the fallen god's land through one of the images. I knew that this strange genius junior brother would not be able to resist the urge to go to the fallen god's land to take a look. A Tao integration expert smiled knowingly. The fallen god's land is extremely mysterious. According to the records of the Six Worthies Palace, countless epochs ago, the fallen god's land has conquered the fallen god's land. In order to conquer the battle pattern continent, many immortal Tao experts of the Purple Heaven sect have died there. It is the most dangerous place on the battle pattern continent. I wish him good luck. Ever since the battle pattern continent was conquered, the 3 gates and 6 sects have had many outstanding disciples. They entered the fallen god's land out of curiosity, but they all lost their lives in the end. Another person sighed. The others nodded in agreement. They were in charge of monitoring the battle pattern continent, so they naturally knew all kinds of secrets. Of course, if he is lucky and can gain something from it, then it will be a great benefit. The group of Tao integration experts knew that the fallen god's land was very dangerous, but they did not stop Jiang Ci. Everyone's path was chosen by themselves, and they wouldn't interfere. Their mission was to eliminate the battle pattern continent cultivators who had escaped the array formation barrier. Although the probability was very small, it was not impossible. Chapter 390. After passing through the formation barrier, Jiang Ci carefully maintained a steady speed as he descended. The further down he went, the thicker the blood mist became, and the more violent it became. After descending for 100,000 kilometers, the blood mist turned into a sea of blood, setting off huge waves. That dense, baleful aura was constantly affecting one's state of mind. Although the intensity of the baneful aura in this area can't be compared to the chaotic intent of the Tao pattern blood crystal, it is still very powerful. However, even if a golden core stage cultivator were to come here, they would also be affected by the baleful aura here, and their minds would be in chaos. It descended another 200,000 kilometers. Finally, they saw the land of the fallen gods. At the edge of a boundless continent, there were countless fragments of continents. It was as if he had been attacked by something that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. The thick blood-colored mist was swirling and rolling in this area. During the 3 years of hunting, Jiang Ziyi had collected a lot of information about the land of the fallen gods through the dead lords. The land of the fallen gods had a radius of 10 million kilometers. Half of it was located at the northern border of the battle-pattern continent, while the other half was made up of countless fragments of land in the void. It was like a floating island. It feels like these fragments were shattered by a single blow. If that's the case, how powerful is the person who did it? Jiang Ziyi was secretly astonished. Let's find a place to land first and scout the situation. He found a fragment of land with an area of over 1 million square kilometers. The terrain here was very rough. There were also mountains and rivers, and it exuded an ancient aura. As soon as Jiang Ziyi's feet touched the ground, he could feel the boundless murderous aura that filled the world. It swarmed in from all directions and passed through his body. All sorts of chaotic wills appeared in his mind, constantly attacking his consciousness. This intensity has already surpassed the chaotic willpower that refined the first Tao pattern blood crystal. But to me, if I want to temper my will, this intensity is far from enough. The image in Jiang Ziyi's mind emitted wisps of golden light, easily suppressing these chaotic wills. I have to find a place with even denser baleful aura to temper my willpower. Once my willpower improves, I will fuse with the next Tao pattern blood crystal. This was his next cultivation goal. Soon after, he began to search the fragment, crossing mountains and rivers. Half a day later, Jiang Ziyi paused, and his eyes lit up. In a valley with a diameter of over 100 kilometers, the thick blood-red fog seemed to be condensing into a liquid state. Even the rolling and flowing speed had slowed down. The baleful aura here is very dense. Jiang Ziyi's footsteps were light as he crossed the void and arrived at the valley. Then, he found a comfortable position and sat down cross-legged. Open up my mind and let the chaotic will of the baleful aura attack my consciousness. Suddenly, boundless murderous aura surged into his body and into his mind. The image of visualizing self emitted wisps of golden spiritual light to fight against these chaotic wills. However, it was clear that the image of viewing oneself was at a disadvantage. It's good that he's weak. Only then will he be able to hone himself. Jiang Ziyi's attention was highly focused, but he still could not feel the increase in the strength of his consciousness. The effect was not ideal. Try holding on for a while. Speaking of which, this is an excellent place to cultivate the path of Blood Fiend. If Blood Boy were to come here, he would probably be overjoyed. Just as he was thinking this, a cold light suddenly came from behind him. Making a sneak attack in front of me, Jiang Ziyi sneered. Whoosh! The sword light flickered and blocked the cold light. At the same time, another sword was swung out. The powerful force directly forced the opponent to retreat. Two-striped doe, sure. Jiang Ziyi saw the person who attacked him. It was a long-haired young man. The two-striped dosher was at the nascent soul stage, and the strength of his spiritual sense was comparable to his. It was difficult for him to discover the other party when he deliberately hid, so he allowed the other party to get close. What a fast reaction, what a fast sword. The long-haired young man was shocked. In the face of Jiang Ziyi's counterattack, he did not take it and turned to leave. He seemed to specialize in assassination. However, how could Jiang Ziyi let him go? He suddenly dispersed his aura and chased after him three-striped Doling. The long-haired young man's expression changed drastically. The two of them, one in front and one behind, chased to the other side of the valley. Boom! The shadow of a staff, like a long dragon, smashed toward Jiang Ziyi with incomparable strength. There's another one. Jiang Ziyi was expressionless. His body swayed, turning into countless wind phantoms, and he directly raised his sword. Clang! 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 The long staff attack was sent flying and landed on a mountain nearby. The mountain, which was thousands of meters tall, collapsed with a loud bang. What a powerful attack! What grade of sword is he using? My long staff was refined by a five-striped doe king, but it was easily sent flying. The other attacker, who was hiding in the dark, showed an expression of disbelief. Just now, he was very confident that even a three-striped Douling would not be able to easily take that staff attack. After being attacked by two people in a row, Jiang Xi was also angry. In the past 3 years, he had been the one to assassinate others. Since when did others have the chance to sneak attack him? Whoosh! His speed reached the highest, and in an instant he caught up with a long-haired young man who was running for his life. The sword carried a powerful force as it pierced out. "Spare me. I am from the Golden Vein Temple. My master is Xiang Xiudozong." The long-haired young man begged for mercy. He realized that his speed could not block this sword. However, Jiang Xi did not listen to him. The sword was unstoppable as it pierced into his opponent's body. A powerful force erupted. The long-haired young man, who was a two-striped Do Shi, exploded in the air. He could not be more dead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before it stopped, 3 arrows that were suffused with golden light shot out from another direction. Not simple. Jiang Xi treated it seriously. A Dao technique attack instantly appeared. The extremely explosive Dao of Li fire covered the sword. Suddenly, dark red sword shadows shot out. Puff, puff, puff. The 3 arrows were destroyed, but the remaining sword shadows continued to attack in the direction of the arrows. Not good, retreat quickly. In the dark, a two-striped Do Shi with thick arms retreated with a horrified expression. The other man who used the staff had already retreated without needing his reminder. A flying spirit tool appeared under each of their feet, and they directly rushed out of the fragment. Jiang Xi only glanced at them coldly. He did not chase after them and directly left this place. This was because the long-haired young man had said that he was from the Golden Vein Shrine, and his master was some Xiang Xiudozong. Perhaps the other party had a 4-striped Dozong nearby. A 4-striped Dozong was a Dao integration expert. Previously, he had been kicked half to death by a 4-striped Dozong. Now, he did not dare to provoke such an expert. Although these 3 people are only 2-striped Do Shi, their strength has reached the 3-striped Do Ling level. This is equivalent to the nascent soul stage with the fighting strength of the primordial soul stage. Looks like I cannot underestimate the young geniuses of the Do Tattoo continent. With their talent, even if they participate in the 9 Regions Genius Tournament, they will have a chance to get into the top 10,000. I cannot stay in the periphery. It is easy to encounter cultivators of the Do Tattoo continent here. I have to go to the center of the fallen godland. Moreover, the baleful aura there is thicker. The effect of tempering one's willpower is better. Jiang Xi's figure flickered as he quickly headed to the center of the fallen godland. When the other 2 Golden Vein Shrine cultivators who had escaped realized that Jiang Xi did not chase after them, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. This is too scary. When did such a 3-striped Do Ling appear in the fallen godland? He is almost on par with a 4-striped Dozong. Forget it. Let's continue to find a place to train. If we don't cultivate to the 3-striped Do Ling level, we will fail the training. As for the companion who had died, they did not care. They were all geniuses who had been chosen by the Golden Vein Shrine. Naturally, they knew the law of the jungle. Chapter 391. Jiang Xi's goal was to explore the fallen godland, so he kept checking along the way and didn't immediately rush into the depths of the fallen godland. During this process, he saw many shocking spectacles. For example, there were huge footprints thousands of miles long, broken ancient weapons with powerful auras, and even some creepy bones. To be cautious, he didn't approach these areas for fear of provoking some taboo. Jiang Xi guessed the battlefield of the gods. Those who fought here weren't just tribulation immortals, right? After approaching the depths of the fallen godland, there were indeed fewer cultivators here. Where there were people, it was easy to have conflicts. In particular, this place was filled with endless killing intent. Everyone was very irritable, and the possibility of conflict was higher. Therefore, he chose to come to a place with fewer people. I'm here to temper my will, not to fight. Jiang Xi's goal was clear. 10 days later, he arrived at a fragment with a radius of 100,000 kilometers. This was also the largest fragment among the many fragments, and it was located in the core area of the fallen godland. He continued to search on this fragment and found many places with dense killing intent. Some even condensed into blood-colored lakes. This was the best place to temper one's will. Unfortunately, these places had long been occupied. Before he got close, he could feel the aura of powerhouses emitting from them. Without accurate information, Jiang Xi couldn't take action and snatch other people's territory. Therefore, he could only look for other places without people. This place was so big, so he could definitely find a suitable place to cultivate. Another 10 days later, Jiang Xi stood on a mountain 1 million meters high. Seeing the scene below, his breathing stagnated. He saw a huge valley with a diameter of more than 10,000 kilometers, surrounded by mountains of more than 1 million meters high. The killing intent here was so dense that it seemed like it was about to condense into a sea. It was so dense that it had even stopped flowing. The chaotic wills contained in the baleful aura roared in unwillingness, echoing in the world. He could confirm that this was the place with the highest concentration of killing intent he had encountered so far. The only problem was that the high concentration of killing intent suppressed his spiritual sense originally. He could explore as far as 1,000 kilometers, but now he could only explore less than 100 kilometers. This is it. Jiang Xi made a decision. Of course, such a good place to train one's willpower was bound to have many hidden cultivators. The reason for choosing this place was very simple. This was because his spiritual sense had discovered that there were quite a few people cultivating in seclusion within a radius of 100 kilometers. They were all 2-striped doushers and 3-striped doulings. There were no 4-striped dozongs. In other words, this was a public training ground, not private. There's not enough killing intent here. Jiang Xi went down, wanted to go to a place where the baleful aura was thicker. His figure quickly disappeared into the murderous aura that was about to condense into a sea. The deeper he went, the thicker the baleful aura became. The chaotic will became more and more intense, constantly attacking his consciousness. I can still take it. Keep going. Continue. 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters, 100,000 meters, 200,000 meters along the way. Many cultivators noticed Jiang Xi, but no one made a move. Everyone was very clear that those who dared to come here to cultivate were not easy to deal with. Without absolute certainty, no one was willing to take the initiative to provoke others. In addition, they were more like spectators. This person is so unscrupulous. He's really courting death. The spiritual sense strength of a 3-striped douling can only go down to 300,000 meters. Below 300,000 meters, the chaotic will directly disperse his consciousness, turning him into a mindless lunatic. Soon, when they saw that Jiang Xi had really entered the area below 300,000 meters, they no longer paid attention. In their opinion, this 3-striped douling who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth was finished. Below 300,000 meters, the chaotic will here had a very strong impact on one's consciousness. Jiang Xi also felt a very strong pressure. The image in his mind constantly emitted golden spiritual sense light to fight against the chaotic will in the surrounding killing intent. However, the golden spiritual sense light was suppressed, and it was very difficult to spread out. This was also the reason why the detection range of his spiritual sense was reduced. I can still go down further. Jiang Xi gritted his teeth. His eyes were red with a murderous glint. At this area, there were no other cultivators. He was the only one. 400,000 meters. Kill. Kill them all. Roar. I would rather die than be a slave. Kill. All kinds of chaotic wills filled Jiang Xi's mind. Kill. Jiang Xi could not help but roar angrily. He was affected. Not good. The image in his mind emitted an even stronger golden spiritual sense light, awakening him from his bloodthirsty and crazy state. I can't go any further. It's at this position. Riverward confirmed that this was the limit of what his spiritual sense and consciousness could bear at present. The surrounding killing intent could have the best tempering effect on his will. He panted heavily, and a bloody light appeared in his eyes. He tried hard to maintain his calmness. Then he let go of the mental defense a little and took the initiative to guide the chaotic will to attack his consciousness. He did not dare to let go too much. If the chaotic will was too strong, it would cause his consciousness to collapse. That would be a tragedy. Spiritual sense was the soldier, consciousness was the general, and willpower was equivalent to the highest commander. Willpower and consciousness could be improved through tempering. As for the strength of spiritual sense, it could only be improved through cultivation. What he had to do now was to use the chaotic will to temper his consciousness. When his consciousness was strengthened, his willpower would also be strengthened. I haven't cultivated like this for a long time. All along, he had been using the experience panel to improve. He rarely took the initiative to temper himself. Sometimes Jiang Ci wondered if he would have been able to reach the same heights as he did today without the EXP panel. In terms of cultivation, there was definitely no way to experiment. But in terms of willpower, now was a very good opportunity to experiment. Thinking like this, after a while, suddenly Jiang Ci found that a wisp of golden light appeared in the still blood-colored killing intent in front of him. It looked very conspicuous, and he did not know where it came from. He used his spiritual sense to investigate it. Soon, he found that this wisp of golden light gave him a very strange feeling. It was different from the golden spiritual sense light of the image in his mind. The golden spiritual sense light was warm and vast, and the golden light in front of him was very cold. This reminded him of the last time he hunted a lord some time ago, when he encountered the four-striped Do Zone level man. The golden light emitted by the burly man was very similar to this one. This cold golden light seems to be a condensed Tao rhythm. Could be a gold element Tao technique? This thought surfaced in Riverward's mind because that large man with golden light cultivated a metal-type Tao art. He used his spiritual sense to investigate within a radius of 100 kilometers. Not long after, he found that there was a wisp of cold golden light not far from here. Chapter 392. Not only 10 kilometers away, but also 20, 50, and 90 kilometers away, he found a wisp of cold golden light. Moreover, it was very regular, and they were probably all in the same line. Jiang Ci thought for a moment, and his figure flashed. He followed the wisps of cold golden light and crossed the void, heading to an unknown place in front of him. After a moment of adaptation, he had already begun to adapt to the evil aura here. Of course, although there were no other hidden cultivators nearby, he still had to be cautious. He did not move too fast and maintain a posture that could attack or retreat at any time. Fortunately, these cold golden lights are not in the area below. Otherwise, even if I see them, I won't be able to detect them. As he moved forward, Jiang Ci found that there were more and more cold golden lights in the evil aura. Soon, he was blocked by a million-meter-tall mountain in front of him. He came to the other side of the valley. There it is. Jiang Ci's gaze fell on a cave in the mountain wall. A thick mass of cold golden light was suspended there. It seemed to be wrapped in an object, giving off a pure and holy feeling. The wisps of golden light in the evil aura dissipated from here. Moreover, because his spiritual sense was suppressed by the evil aura, and because he was a little far away, he could not detect the object wrapped in the cold golden light with his spiritual sense. What was it? Jiang Ci was very curious. There are no other hidden cultivators nearby, and I don't sense any danger. This time, even his sharp intuition did not warn him. He was already here, and there was no way he could retreat. Riverward decisively traversed the void and took a step forward. Chi. But before he could really get close, a part of the cold golden light floating in the cave. Like sharp blades, it fell on his body, leaving inch-deep wounds. In an instant, his entire body became dripping with blood. My body surpasses a superior-grade spiritual artifact. Jiang Ci was shocked. The cold golden light easily broke through his defense. Fortunately, these cold golden lights have no consciousness. Otherwise, with so many of them, I would be dismembered in an instant. Spiritual artifact, battle armor. A black battle armor appeared and covered his whole body. Clang, clang, clang. Those cold golden lights fell on his body again and could not break his defense. With another step, he arrived in front of the thick, ice-cold golden light. Now that Jiang Ci saw it clearly, he was stunned. Finger, what was enveloped by the cold golden light, was actually a golden finger. There was still a drop of dark red blood hanging from the cut of his finger. The aura of the golden finger and the drop of blood was very pure and holy. It's strange. Jiang Ci couldn't see anything else with his eyes. He decided to separate a strand of his spiritual sense to investigate. If there really is something strange, just abandon this wisp of spiritual sense. His spiritual sense penetrated the thick layer of ice-cold golden light and touched the golden finger. What a rich metal-type Taoist rhyme. It really is a metal-type Taoist art. Jiang Ci's eyes widened in disbelief. He had actually guessed correctly. This golden finger contained an unknown metal-type Tao art. After that, Jiang Ci examined it carefully again. In the end, he confirmed that the finger was not dangerous at all. What kind of expert left this behind? Just a finger hides such a rich metal-type Tao art. It's 10,000 times richer than the Tao of fire left behind by the one family's ancestor. Suddenly, Jiang Ci was stunned for a moment, and an idea popped up in his mind. These cold golden lights formed by the metal-type Taoist rhyme had no consciousness. The metal-type Tao art on the golden finger could also be easily sensed by his spiritual sense. Could he comprehend the metal-type Tao art in it? If he could, then the harvest would be great. Humans could go back on their original path, but Tao arts could not. The great Tao was vast, and the Tao of heaven and earth was only a small Tao. When a cultivator's Tao art stepped into the great Tao level, due to the repelling nature of the great Tao, it would be difficult to comprehend new Tao arts. Therefore, Jiang Ci had always had an idea. It was to comprehend more new Tao arts before stepping onto the great Tao. After all, every time he added a new Tao of heaven and earth, the amplification effect of his Tao fusion secret magic would increase by a lot. The effect of the Tao fusion technique of 2 Tao of heaven and earth was the original spiritual power amplitude 2. The effect of the Tao fusion technique of 3 Tao of heaven and earth was the original spiritual power amplitude 3. And so on. 4 Tao of heaven and earth was the spiritual power amplitude 4. Moreover, the stronger one was the more obvious the effect would be. For example, using the Tao fusion technique of 3 Tao of heaven and earth to deduce. His current spiritual power amplitude was 2,000 times. After using the Tao fusion technique, his spiritual power amplitude 3 would become 6,000 times. When his spiritual power amplitude reached 10,000 times, he would use the Tao fusion technique again. His spiritual power amplitude 3 would be 30,000 times. The multiplier would increase from 4,000 to 20,000. Then, what if it's amplitude 4 and amplitude 5? Jiang Ci's eyes were filled with vigor. Although the wine sword immortal had once suggested that he should specialize in sword Tao. This was because if a cultivator walked on multiple paths of Tao arts, there would be concerns that it would be difficult to walk on them in the future. However, he had the experience points panel, so he didn't have to worry about the problem of not being able to walk on the path. At most, the experience points required to deduce would increase exponentially. The problem was that it was very difficult to find other types of Tao art inheritances. Although the Tao arts of the ancient Tao source world could be seen with the naked eye, they were not inheritances. Moreover, due to the various types of Tao arts, it was still very difficult to comprehend a new Tao art there. The so-called Tao art inheritance required the cultivator to take the initiative to disperse the consciousness in their Tao art. This allowed others to comprehend and refine the Tao art that they cultivated. However, as long as a truly powerful cultivator was alive, very few would be willing to leave behind a Tao art inheritance. That way, it would be easy to expose one's weakness, for example. The Tao art inheritance of the one clan on the Muron planet was extremely rare. However, even if Wen Yin had left behind a wisp of the Tao of fire for the Wen clan, he had also left his consciousness in the Tao art. Only the Wen clan's bloodline could truly comprehend and refine that wisp of Tao of fire. Back then, I was able to refine that wisp of fire perhaps because of the memories in my mind. Perhaps it's because of Master Taoist Ji's inherited memories, or perhaps it's because of the existence of the experience points panel, Riverward thought. Therefore, in summary, Tao art inheritance could only be found by chance. Today, he had encountered it. Let's cultivate here. After that, Jiang Ci sat cross-legged in the cave. He was multitasking. He was tempering his willpower. He was deducing the 3 Tao arts that he already had. He was trying to comprehend a new Tao art, because the metal-type Tao art on this golden finger did not have any consciousness. Therefore, he could boldly comprehend it with his spiritual consciousness. In less than an hour, you have comprehended the Vajra true intent. Experience points plus 100,000. The experience points panel's notification sounded. I succeeded. Another rare Tao art. Jiang Ci's face was filled with surprise. The speed of his comprehension was too fast. It was beyond his imagination. Chapter 393. In less than an hour, he had successfully comprehended the true meaning of this metal elemental Tao technique. The true meaning of Vajra. It was many times faster than when he comprehended the Ignis Tao technique. In addition to being pleasantly surprised, Jiang Ci also knew why he could comprehend it so quickly. First of all, he was now at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and his spiritual sense was stronger. Secondly, after refining the 2 Tao pattern blood crystals, his affinity with the heaven and earth Tao technique had increased by 2 times compared to before. Then, the metal elemental Tao technique contained in this golden finger emitted a Tao rhythm that was 10,000 times richer than the Ignis Tao left behind by Wen Yin. Combining these factors, even if there is interference from the other 3 Tao techniques of heaven and earth, the speed of my comprehension of a new Tao technique is also 100 times faster than when I comprehended the Ignis Tao technique. These thoughts took a long time to describe, but in fact, they only appeared in his mind for a moment. At this moment, Jiang Ci felt something in his heart. The golden finger in front of him emitted wisps of cold golden light. As if it was being summoned and attracted, it went straight into his mind. Riverward was startled, but then he reacted. The consciousness of the Tao technique inheritance left behind by the owner of this finger has long dissipated, and there is no danger. Then, he began to refine the cold golden light that hovered in his mind. However, due to the interference of the other 3 Tao techniques, he clearly felt that the refining speed was much slower. The process of comprehending the Tao technique had many aspects of enhancement, but the refining process did not. Even if Jiang Ci's spiritual sense was at the nascent soul stage, it still took nearly 10 minutes to refine a wisp of cold golden light. You have comprehended the Vajra inheritance. Experience points plus 100,000. The experience points panel's notification sounded. However, the golden finger in front of him did not change. The degree of completeness of the Vajra Tao technique in the finger was beyond Jiang Ci's imagination. He continued to refine without rest. 3 days later, the golden finger still did not change. A month later, it was still the same. A year later, he could finally see with the naked eye that the color of the golden finger had become a little lighter. The Vajra Tao technique hidden in it had also weakened a little. What level of expert left this finger behind? The surprise in Jiang Ci's heart could no longer be described as shocking. This was because in the past year, he had obtained more than 5 billion experience points from refining the King Kong legacy on his finger. With such a huge amount of experience points, he was quite generous with his deductions. Vajra Domain, level 10, 5000000/5000000. Half a month ago, the Vajra True Intent had been upgraded to the Vajra domain. However, the two secret techniques, Tao Fusion Technique and Tao Pattern Technique, did not change. Jiang Xi understood that he would probably have to wait until the Vajra Tao art reached the level of the Tao of heaven and earth before it could form a connection with the original three Tao arts. At that time, my strength will undergo a qualitative change. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years had passed. Jiang Xi had been cultivating in the land of the fallen gods for a full 3 years. During this period of time, other than the improvement of the Vajra Tao art, he did not stop cultivating in other aspects. Under the impact and tempering of the boundless, baleful aura, his willpower had obviously strengthened significantly. However, he was still unable to refine the third Tao pattern blood crystal. The green lotus sword way had been deduced from the 26th transformation to the 32nd transformation. This was a significant improvement as well. However, the improvement of the Ignis Tao and the Gale Tao was obviously much slower than the Sword Tao. This was because the deduction of the Sword Tao was assisted by the Lotus Sword Manual. The Ignis Tao and the Gale Tao did not have it. It would be great if I could carry something similar to an inheritance altar with me for every Tao art. Jiang Xi fantasized. Then, he threw this unrealistic thought to the back of his mind. The Tao Alliance's 3 gates and 6 sects were so powerful, but after countless eras, they had only accumulated 44 inheritance altars. If he brought one of each Tao technique, he would have 4 Tao techniques in total. If that was the case, he would probably be struck by lightning wherever he went. It's time to contact Tao Du. Jiang Xi held the communication bead and sent a message after coming to the land of the fallen gods to cultivate. He would contact his family every once in a while if he had nothing to do to let them know that he was safe. Not only Jing Dudu, but he also contacted the Xiantian, Li Bai Bai, the Wine Sword Immortal, and Granny Yin more often. Soon, the message was connected. In order to prevent others from discovering his true identity, Jiang Xi concealed his communication bead. He did not let Jiang Dudu's communication phantom appear on his side. Instead, his communication phantom appeared on the third heaven's Daodu continent. After seeing Jiang Dudu, Jiang Xi was about to speak when he realized that there were others with her. "You're all here." Jiang Xi was a little surprised. He saw that Mu Ning and Yin Jiufeng were with him. Like him, they were communication phantoms. "You appear and disappear like a ghost. If we don't look for Daodu, we won't be able to catch you," Yin Jiufeng said. "It's been more than 6 years. You're not still doing that danger level mission, are you?" Mu Ning was concerned about this point. "That's right." Jiang Xi nodded lightly. "You have to take it easy. If you can't do it, just retreat." In the past few years, other genius disciples in the same batch as us have died many times. Many of them died in their cultivation missions. The death rate of your dangerous mission is much higher than theirs. Mu Ning frowned. "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Jiang Xi smiled. Jing Dudu did not say anything, but there was a hint of worry in her eyes. "My master also reminded me not to put the cart before the horse and get addicted to cultivation level missions. The most important thing is to comprehend the Tao and raise your cultivation level. You have to be careful. Otherwise, we'll catch up to your strength." Yin Jiufeng saw that the atmosphere was a little off and quickly joked. "Why don't you guys believe me?" Jiang Xi smiled. Mu Ning and Yin Jiufeng nodded. "Let's go. We'll gather at the Sky Connecting Mountain. I'll let you guys see." Jiang Xi stared and said. Then, he told Jiang Dudu that he would come over later. After he finished speaking, his phantom transmission image disappeared. "Such big words. I want to see how much you've improved in the past few years." Mu Ning muttered, so confident. "Challenging the Sky Connecting Mountain? Are you going to pass the 6th stage?" Yin Jiufeng was also curious. In the Sky Connecting Mountain's river diagram, the Sky Connecting Mountain was located on the Sky Connecting Mountain. Jiang Xi, Mu Ning, and Yin Jiufeng appeared one after another. When the black-robed Lord Mountain Guardian saw the 3 of them, he smiled and asked, All of you want to challenge the sky connecting mountain. There's no one on the green lotus sky connecting mountain, but there are people on the myriad sky connecting mountain and heavenly sun connecting mountain. Lord Mountain Guardian, it's still too early for us to pass the next stage. Mu Ning smiled and said, "It's this guy." From his tone, it seems like he wants to pass the sixth stage. Yin Jiufeng pointed at Jiang Xi. Of the two, one was pure and innocent, while the other was lively. Both of them were straightforward people. The Lord Mountain Guardian also looked at Jiang Xi in surprise. "Lord Mountain Guardian, we want to see him challenge the sky connecting mountain. Can we?" Mu Ning asked again. "You'll have to ask him," the Lord Mountain Guardian said. Riverward smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. Challenging the sky connecting mountain was not a secret. It didn't matter even if he was seen. Moreover, Mu Ning and Yin Jiufeng were good friends. Chapter 394. Green Lotus, Sky-Piercing Mountain. In the illusory space of the sixth stage, it was still an endless mountain range. The gatekeeper carried a long sword and stood in the air. "It's you? It's only been 6 years since we last met, and you're confident of clearing the sixth stage?" The gatekeeper had a deep impression of Jiang Xi, because Jiang Xi was different from others. The frequency of challenging the sky-piercing mountain was low, and his success rate was high. The last 2 times were 10 and 20 years apart, respectively. This time, it was only 6 years, and he broke through again? "Won't you know if you try?" Jiang Xi smiled confidently. Buzz, the long sword emitted a sword hum. In an instant, 3 Tao of heaven and earth fused and poured into the sword body. Boom! Then he held the long sword, his aura surging as he charged straight at the gatekeeper. "It's just that your sword Tao has improved a little. The other 2 Tao techniques have not changed much. With such strength, you'll definitely lose." The gatekeeper shook his head lightly. His soaring sword intent instantly swept toward Jiang Xi with 100,000 sword light. But in the next moment, a scene that shocked the gatekeeper appeared. Jiang Xi actually ignored his attack, allowing the sword intent to transform into 100,000 sword light to land on his body. Clang! Jiang Xi's body actually emitted a huge vibration. What a strong defense! The gatekeeper's eyes focused. He attacked again. Sword shadows whistled, turning into a sword curtain that filled the sky. Countless sword lights shot out. However, Jiang Xi still ignored it. Relying on his body realm, he charged forward. Clang! Clang! Those sword lights only caused slight wounds on his body at most. "It's my turn." Jiang Xi's figure flashed past one afterimage after another. A sword with a 6,000 times spirit power amplitude cut through space and immediately appeared in front of the gatekeeper. In comparison, the 6 stages spirit power amplitude was 6,400 times, 400 times higher than his. Last time, he was defeated by this point. And this time, he relied on his tyrannical body to block the gatekeeper's sword after getting close at the same time. He stabbed out with his sword. The gatekeeper died. 6th stage passed. On the platform in front of the 44 sky-piercing mountains, a 3-dimensional phantom showed the scene of Jiang Xi challenging the Green Lotus sky-piercing mountain in real time. The 6th stage? It's over just like that? The further you go in the Heavenspan Mountain, the more difficult it is to pass. The difficulty of passing the 6th stage is even greater than the previous 5 stages combined. This freak, how did he improve so much in just 6 years? This isn't the ancient Tao origin world. If it were the ancient Tao origin world, it would still be acceptable to use 6 years to advance 1 stage. But this is the origin universe. Mu Ning and Yin Jiufeng were flabbergasted. According to their initial assumption, it would take Jiang Xi at least 50 years to pass the 6th stage after leaving the ancient Tao origin world. It had only been 6 years. Even a mountain keeper was startled. He stared deeply at Jiang Xi in the illusion. This little fellow is really different from the masses. He's taken 3 paths of Tao arts, and has even taken the path of body refinement. How magnanimous. The 7th stage of the Green Lotus Heavenly Mountain. In the illusory space, there was still an endless mountain range. The gatekeeper said with a serious face, "A body that surpasses a high-grade spiritual weapon? Did you walk the path of body refinement again? However, it's rare to see someone reach this level in just 6 years." The gatekeeper of each stage of the Heavenspan Mountain was the same person, but their Tao arts were different. The gatekeeper had fought with Jiang Xi a few times, so he was very clear about Jiang Xi's previous Tao arts. It had only been 6 years, but Jiang Xi's Tao arts had improved so much. His talent was shocking. The entry level of body refinement was very simple, but it was even more difficult to cultivate to a higher level than Tao arts. Jiang Xi smiled, but didn't say anything. His method of fighting the previous stage was a little shameless. However, his Tao arts was also his strength, so it was in accordance with the rules. He couldn't use his spiritual armor in the Heavenspan Mountain, therefore, his body, which surpassed a high-grade spiritual weapon, had a huge advantage. The strength of a high-grade spiritual weapon was no joke. Although the gatekeeper's Tao arts were strong, they had to maintain the same cultivation level as him, which was the peak of the nascent soul stage. Under this premise, the gatekeeper could only break through his defense at most. Wanting to cause fatal damage to him was very difficult. Every 3 stages of the Heavenspan Mountain, the difficulty rises by a major level. Just relying on your Tao arts, you can't pass the 7th stage. The gatekeeper snorted lightly. "Let's begin." Jiang Xi nodded and said. A moment later, Jiang Xi fell silent. Failure. The 7th stage was indeed different. Although the gatekeeper's spirit energy amplification multiplier only increased by 900. However, the attack of the sword will had a qualitative leap. It easily broke through his body's defense. The news of Jiang Xi clearing the 6th stage of the Heavenspan Mountain spread very quickly. The genius disciples of the same batch as him were stimulated again. On the platform in front of the 44 Heavenspan Mountains, one figure after another appeared. At this time, Jiang Xi, Mu Ning, and Yin Jiufeng had already left. Therefore, among the geniuses, the ones who received the most attention were naturally Ji Wei and Kuang Lang, the 2 fourth firmament disciples. Kuang Lang's arrogance had long been worn down. Although he was stimulated, he could still maintain his calm at this time. He glanced at Ji Wei and understood Ji Wei's current feelings very well. Previously in the ancient Tao origin world, he had watched as Jiang Xi caught up to him step by step and surpassed him. At that time, he had been feeling like this. As expected, Ji Wei seemed to have been greatly stimulated. Although he had always been cold, a light flashed through his eyes. Then, under everyone's gaze, he came before the gatekeeper. "My lord, I want to challenge the mountain." "Go. There's no one on the Heavenspan Mountain." The gatekeeper nodded. He naturally knew what Ji Wei was thinking. A strand of white hair floated in front of Ji Wei's forehead as he flew towards the Heavenspan Mountain. The gatekeeper looked at Ji Wei's back and lightly shook his head. The difficulty of the Heavenspan Mountain increases greatly with every 3 stages. The 7th stage is much more difficult than the 6th. He didn't know if Ji Wei could pass the 7th stage. The Heavenspan Mountain's illusory space was the universe's starry sky. The gatekeeper was a young man with a head full of white hair. He looked at Ji Wei expressionlessly. The Void Universe altar is one of the strongest of the 44 inheritance altars. It cultivates both the Tao of time and the Tao of space. Your attainments in the Tao of space are very high. If you had chosen an inheritance altar related to space, you would have passed the 9th stage long ago. However, your Tao of time is only at the strength of the 3rd stage at most. Therefore, you are still far from being able to pass the 7th stage of the Heavenspan Mountain. Ji Wei's gaze flickered, but he didn't say a word. Then, he directly pulled out his sword and shattered the space. He transformed into nearly 10,000 phantoms and appeared in various fragments at the same time, attacking the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper shook his head and lightly waved the sword in his hand. Time and space changed, and the shattered space returned to normal. Under this attack, Ji Wei seemed to be defenseless and was killed in one strike. He was dead. He had failed the challenge. After leaving the illusory space, Ji Wei stood on the platform of the seventh stage of the heaven-span mountain. His expression, who had always been cold, also changed. Chapter 395. The mountain guardian could see the situation on the void universe Skyspan Mountain. After watching the scene of Ji Wei's failure, he sighed softly. This little guy is too impatient. His spatial Tao was already comparable to a tribulation transcender during the Nine Regions Genius Battle. If he specialized in spatial Tao, none of the young people in this batch could surpass him. If things went a little smoother, he could become an immortal within 1,000 years. But he was too ambitious. He wanted to cultivate time Tao to a high level before becoming an immortal. That way, he could transcend 9 tribulations and have a chance to become a great Tao immortal. Therefore, when he chose the inheritance altar in the ancient Tao origin world, he chose the void universe altar that contained both time and space. Unfortunately, this path is too difficult. In this epoch, the only one who had a chance to reach this step was Yen Lu. Only Lu Yen of the Sword Gate, but he also died before becoming an immortal. The choice of the inheritance altar was a hindrance to him. Now, someone has caught up to him, and he has suffered a blow. The mountain guardian shook his head. This is also a good thing. Hopefully, he can change his mind in time. As for Jiang Ci, he walked 3 paths of Tao, and in addition to the path of body refinement, he was walking 4 paths at the same time. In the mountain guardian's eyes, this might be another kind of talent that could not be compared. Of course, if he knew that Riverward was still cultivating a metal element Tao art, then he would probably have a different thought. Purple Firmament Sect, 5th Heaven. In an immortal's cave residence, surrounded by clouds and mist. Immortal Wu Ye's stiff face was now filled with viciousness. His improvement is too fast. It must be because of the Purple Firmament Sword Manual. This should have been my opportunity. Wait for him to die. Jiang Ci, who had been silent for 6 years, came out and threw a deep-sea bomb before fleeing. He declined all invitations, and after chatting with Jiang Daodu for a while, he entered a state of cultivation again. In the huge valley at the core of the fallen god's land, he quietly cultivated. He tempered his will, deduced Tao techniques, and refined the metal-type Tao techniques in the golden finger in the blink of an eye. Another 10 years passed. 400,000 meters down the huge valley in the cave on the mountain wall, Jiang Ci sat cross-legged. His body was covered in a thick layer of dust, making him look like a stone statue. He hadn't moved for a long time. As he continued to refine and absorb the Vajra Tao art within the golden finger, the golden color of the finger became lighter and lighter. On this day, the last strand of gold on his finger faded. At this moment, his fingers had turned completely black, like black jade. The cold, golden light that filled the cave had long since dissipated. Jiang Ci's body shook slightly, and the dust on his body flew off. He opened his eyes, and a cold light flashed. Compared to when he first came to the land of the fallen gods, his eyes were more resolute and pure. The only thing left in the cave was the dense blood-red, baleful aura and the chaotic will that was still attacking his consciousness. After cultivating here for 13 years, the strength of my consciousness has increased quite a bit. Let's see if I can refine the 3rd Tao pattern blood crystal. With that thought in mind, he took out a blood-red crystal and began to refine it. Kill. I can't accept this. Kill all the demons. I'd rather die than be a slave. Kill. An even more violent chaotic will instantly filled his mind. Jiang Ci's eyes turned red, and his breathing quickened. His bloodthirsty thoughts became extremely strong. But this time he held on. He successfully refined the 3rd Tao pattern blood crystal. Looks like the effect of the training is still very obvious. My affinity with the heaven and earth Tao has increased again. I can continue to improve my Tao pattern technique. Jiang Ci smiled. Then he let his clone on the first moon of earth refine the spiritual fruit and increase the level of his Tao pattern technique. After doing all that, he looked at the completely discolored finger and chuckled. I didn't expect that the Tao technique hidden in a finger would be worth 100 billion experience points after completely refining it. However, although he had gained so much experience points, nearly half of them were used up because he had deduced the Tao technique. He checked the changes on the experience points panel. Experience points, 61. 348 billion. The remaining experience points were still very considerable. Then, Jiang Xi put away the finger that had turned into black jade. At the same time, he thought to himself, humans have 10 fingers. This finger is obviously from a human hand. Then, are there any other fingers in this huge valley? If there were, then the harvest this time would be even greater. A golden finger could be worth 100 billion experience points. Jiang Xi left the cave with anticipation. His figure flickered in this boundless, evil aura, and his spiritual consciousness spread out to search. First, of course, he searched from 300,000 to 400,000 meters from the top of the valley. There was no need to search the area above 300,000 meters. There were many secluded cultivators there. If there was a similar golden finger, it would have been discovered long ago. Below 300,000 meters, the evil aura was denser, and the chaotic was stronger. Even a three-striped fighting spirit would not dare to go deep there. Therefore, Jiang Xi was the only one in this area at the moment. He also relied on the image of himself in his mind to finally descend to this position. The diameter of this valley was more than 10,000 kilometers. The area between 300,000 to 400,000 meters was also 100 kilometers from top to bottom. To Jiang Xi, it was neither big nor small. Under normal circumstances, the spiritual consciousness of a perfected nascent soul could explore as far as 1,000 kilometers. The search speed would definitely be very fast. Now, because of the dense, evil aura in the valley, the spiritual consciousness was greatly suppressed. He could only explore as far as 100 kilometers, and his speed was correspondingly slower. After searching for an hour, Jiang Xi's face lit up. 60 kilometers ahead of him, his spiritual sense discovered another orb of icy cold golden light. It was the same as the golden finger he saw in the cave. His figure flickered, crossed the void, and arrived in one step in the next moment. Jiang Xi discovered that the object wrapped in the second ball of cold golden light was indeed a golden finger. This should be the index finger. He compared it. In the storage ring, the finger that had turned into black jade was the little finger. Put it away first, then look for the others. Jiang Xi was very excited. He specially used a new storage ring to put away the second golden finger. This was because the metal elemental Tao art on the finger was constantly emitting a sharp golden light like a blade. If it was placed in a commonly used storage ring, it would easily destroy the other items in the storage space. Next, he used another 3 days to search the area between 300,000 and 400,000 meters thoroughly. 3 days later, Jiang Xi stood on a raised platform of one of the million meters tall mountains. Looking at the boundless evil aura, he frowned slightly, because he only found 2 golden fingers. That's it. Normal people have 10 fingers. Including the one I've already refined, I only found 3 golden fingers in this area. Chapter 396. Jiang Xi looked up again and shook his head. There are so many cultivators in the area above. Even if there were other golden fingers, they would have been discovered long ago. Looks like I can only go down and explore. Although the strength of my spiritual sense hasn't increased, after so many years of training, my consciousness will have improved a lot. I could go deeper. Let's see where I can go first. He leaped, stepped on the void, and walked down the valley. 410,000 meters, 430,000 meters, 450,000 meters. I can still take it. Continue. 470,000 meters. As he descended, Jiang Xi found that the range of his spiritual sense was constantly being compressed. Continue. He gritted his teeth and descended again. 490,000 meters. Something's not right. Jiang Xi's expression changed. Kill. Kill. The chaotic willpower that pounced on him became even more violent as if it had reached a peak, and his consciousness was on the verge of collapse under the impact of this chaotic willpower. It was the limit, but this was not enough to make Jiang Xi's expression change. What shocked him was that he actually heard the sound of waves while his consciousness was in a daze. He endured the limit of his consciousness and went down another 10,000 meters, reaching 500,000 meters. The sound of waves was slightly clearer, but there was still an extremely dense, blood-colored, evil aura in front of him. He could not see the scene below, and the further down he went, the stronger the evil aura was, further suppressing his spiritual sense. Now, the range of his spiritual sense was less than 10 kilometers. About 550,000 meters down the huge valley was a sea of blood. The blood-colored evil aura condensed into liquid here, converging into an ocean. A gust of wind blew, and waves rose from the sea of blood. At this moment, in the void 30,000 meters above the sea of blood, a burly man sat cross-legged, surrounded by a dense, evil aura. The burly man looked up, and a cold light flashed. That was where Jiang Xi was another intruder. He grabbed the communication bead and sent out a message. "Sir, a three-striped fighting spirit has come down. Should we kill him?" Soon, he received a message. "Three-striped fighting spirit? I'll take care of it." Below, a huge black palace stood in the sea of evil aura. Under the palace, there was a huge blood pool. Inside the blood pool, there were many cultivators with bloodshot eyes. Each of them had a black chain tied around their necks. They had all lost their minds, leaving only madness, bloodthirstiness, and the desire to kill. They had already become mad demons. At this moment, the chain around the neck of one of the skinny men suddenly opened. "Go and kill the intruder," a voice rang out beside the scrawny man's ear. Instantly, the blood-red light in his lifeless eyes burned brightly. "Kill, kill, kill!" He roared and rushed out with his saber. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. The image of observing self in his mind constantly emitted the golden light of spiritual awareness to fight against the chaotic will. His consciousness remained clear, and he felt that he could still go down a little further. Let's see where the limit is. After descending another 10,000 meters, the sound of the waves became even clearer. What is that? There's actually a sea of blood below us. Jiang Xi was very surprised. One could vaguely see that there was a boundless sea of murderous aura below. What shocked him even more was that there was a black palace in the sea of blood. That palace is very far away from me. If I can see it from here, it means that the size of the palace is not small. If he dares to build a palace and cultivate in the sea of blood formed by the murderous aura, it means that he is very powerful. Let's go quickly. His sharp intuition told Jiang Xi that there was danger. He turned and left immediately. But at this moment, roar! A furious roar rang out. From the blood-red murderous aura below, a scrawny man emitting a blood-red light rushed out. The man's eyes were red, and he was drooling. He let out a beast-like roar. "There are other cultivators?" Jiang Xi immediately became vigilant. No, he has already gone mad. His mind has been scattered by the chaotic will. "Kill!" The scrawny man roared crazily. Saber light spewed out and slashed at Jiang Xi. "Crazy three-striped fighting spirit. I'll help you free yourself." Although Jiang Xi was surprised, he was not afraid. He unsheathed his sword. The killing shadow sword transformed into sword flowers like a blooming green lotus. A large amount of sword energy was released. Clang, clang, clang. The sword energy landed on the scrawny man's body and made a loud noise. It only left a slight wound. Roar! The scrawny man did not care about his injuries. He continued to charge at Jiang Xi with a ferocious expression. However, that was not Jiang Xi's final attack. His figure had already arrived in front of the scrawny man, along with the sword energy. The long sword whistled and pierced the man's forehead, shattering his primordial spirit. The scrawny man lost his breath. A look of relief flashed across his eyes as he fell. 30,000 meters above the sea of blood, the burly man on the platform frowned. He sent another message. Sir, the intruder killed the blood slave. Let me kill him. You don't have to care about this anymore. He received such a message. A black figure with a terrifying aura flew out from the black palace below and flew straight to the top of the valley. When the burly man saw this, he was shocked. Sir actually took action personally. At the same time, the corpse of the scrawny man had already disappeared in the boundless, baleful aura. Jiang Xi only glanced at it and gently shook his head. If it was an ordinary three-striped battle spirit, facing such a fearless attack, the chances of survival would be very small. He could not stay here any longer. It was better to leave quickly. Boom! Suddenly, a huge spiritual sense pressure descended. Jiang Xi's expression changed greatly. A tribulation transcender. Run! His figure turned into a gust of wind and quickly flew toward the top of the valley. You want to escape in front of me? A majestic voice echoed between heaven and earth who, at the same time, a middle-aged man wearing black armor quietly appeared above Jiang Xi. Then, Jiang Xi found that he seemed to have fallen into a muddy swamp. It's over. He was not this person's opponent at all. Fight to the death. Jiang Xi would not give up so easily. But at this time, the middle-aged man's voice sounded. Which temple are you from? Jiang Xi was stunned for a moment. There's still a turning point? He quickly said, I'm a rogue cultivator. I didn't join the 5 temples. The middle-aged man's face actually showed a trace of a smile, but it was very ugly. He said in a low voice, very good. I'm Kos, the elder of the Golden Vein Temple. Your talent is not bad. You can easily kill one of my blood slaves. Now, I'll give you 2 choices. Submit to me, or be refined into a blood slave. Jiang Xi's expression changed. The pressure of the Dao technique binding him showed no signs of weakening. He was sure that once he refused to submit, what awaited him would be a devastating blow. What to do? Abandon this body? He still had a clone on the first moon of Earth. Even if the original body died, the clone could continue to live. But the original body had all his belongings. Chapter 397. More importantly, he had no chance to end his own life in front of Kos. If he was refined into a blood slave, his doppelganger might be affected as well. It would all be over. Jiang Xi's expression changed as his mind raced. Kos was not in a hurry. His gaze was fixed on Jiang Xi. Soon, Jiang Xi made his decision and bowed respectfully. I am willing to submit to Sir. Ha! Great! Kos laughed heartily. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the next moment, more than 60 figures flew over from all directions, including the burly man who first discovered Jiang Xi. Congratulations, sir, for subduing another genius. Voices of congratulations sounded in unison. Jiang Xi held his breath as he was overwhelmed with shock. A total of 65 people. 3 4-striped dozongs. The remaining 62 were all 3-striped dose spirits. Fuck, he had really barged into the forbidden area. 4-striped dozongs were equivalent to the unification stage. Moreover, their bodies were even stronger because of the cultivation method. Although 3-striped dose spirits were slightly weaker, they were only at the primordial soul stage. However, these 3-striped dose spirits gave him the feeling that they were all at the perfect primordial soul stage. None of them were simple. At this moment, the elder of the Golden Striped Shrine, Kos, also appeared much friendlier. He asked, what is your name? Jiang Xi. Good. From today onwards, you're a black-robed priest under me, Kos. Kos nodded. Then he said to one of the 4-striped dozongs, I will leave Jiang Xi to you. After he finished speaking, his figure disappeared. Was the burly man who first discovered Jiang Xi. He smiled at Jiang Xi and said, I am I am in charge of all the black-robed priests under Sir Kos. You can call me Captain. Greetings, Captain. Riverward hurriedly bowed. At this moment, the other 62 3-striped dose spirits surrounded Jiang Xi and began to discuss. Kid, your performance just now is not bad. Even an ordinary 3-striped dose spirit couldn't deal with Sir's blood slave. You actually killed it so easily. Very powerful. Back then, it took me a lot of effort to get rid of a blood slave. The blood slaves only have the will to kill. It is very difficult for a weaker 3-striped doeling to survive in the hands of the blood slaves. It looks like Jiang Ci is the strongest amongst us 3-striped doe spirits. Jiang Ci could only agree and laugh dryly. Being surrounded by 3-4-striped doe zongs and 62 top 3-striped doe spirits was still very dangerous. Fortunately, these people didn't reveal any killing intent and were all very amiable. It seemed that it was a wise choice to seek refuge. "All right, let's all go train," Ter said with a straight face. "Yes, Captain." The crowd left one after another. Jiang Ci secretly heaved a sigh of relief and pretended to be puzzled. "Captain, who exactly is Lord Kos?" Just now, when he observed Kos from a close distance, he found that the aura he emitted was somewhat different from that of the Tribulation Transcender. "Who is Lord Kos?" Tayer laughed and proudly said, "He is the most talented genius of our Do Tattoo continent in the last 10 million years. Although he is still a 4-striped Do zone, his strength is comparable to a 5-striped Do king. He has even killed many 5-striped Do kings and is the most powerful elder of the Golden Pattern Temple. His status is not inferior to those 5-striped Do kings." Hearing this, Jiang Ci was really surprised. A 5-striped Do king was a Tribulation Transcender. This Kos was only a 4-striped Do zone at the Dao integration stage, yet he could kill many Tribulation Transcenders. He was indeed very strong. Even in the original universe, he was a top genius. At this time, Ter's expression became serious again. "Jiang Ci, I don't care what experience you have in the past or who you have enmity with. I hope that you can be loyal to Lord Kos in the future. As long as you are fully loyal, there will naturally be many benefits. With Lord's position in the Golden Vein Temple, there are many benefits. With Lord Kos' position in the Golden Pattern Temple, he can obtain all kinds of cultivation resources for you." Jiang Ci chuckled his heart. Be loyal to him? Although Ter's words were very tempting, that was only relative to the native cultivators of the Do Tattoo continent. No matter how rich the cultivation resources of the Do Tattoo continent were, could they be compared to the Purple Heaven sect? The Purple Heaven sect was the actual ruler of the Dao Alliance. However, he still put on an excited and expectant look and said excitedly, "Captain, don't worry. I will do my best to be loyal to Lord Kos." Not bad. Now, follow me to the Blood Sea Palace." Ter nodded in satisfaction. The Blood Sea Palace was located 550,000 meters below the valley. With the strength of Jiang Ci's will and consciousness, he could still persevere. Ter also understood this point, so he quickly brought riverward to the Black Palace in the Blood Sea of Baleful Aura. In front of the palace, Jiang Ci still put on an expression as if he had never seen the world, not revealing any flaws. After entering the first floor of the palace, he saw a wide corridor with many cultivation rooms on one side. These cultivation rooms are where us black-robed priests usually cultivate. "I will take you to find an empty room," Te said. Jiang Ci remained calm and collected. The two of them walked along the corridor. After walking for a while, Jiang Ci's footsteps paused, and his gaze was attracted by a display shelf on the side of the corridor. On the shelf there were skulls, finger bones, leg bones, etc. And these bones were the same color as the finger that had turned into black jade. The difference was that these bones had no flesh, but the black jade finger had flesh. After seeing these things clearly, Jiang Ci remained calm on the surface, but his heart was filled with shock. Could it be that these black jade bones used to contain Dao arts, but they were refined by someone, so they turned into black jade? Then he asked her, "Captain, these are the Dao pattern secret treasures that Lord collected after killing those 5-pattern king of fighters. Although they are useless now, they can still be used as a symbol of battle achievements. So Lord placed them here," Ter said with a smile. "Dao pattern secret treasures?" Jiang Ci was really puzzled now, as he had never heard of them. "Oh, I forgot. You have never joined the 5 great temples, so you don't know about these. Tur chuckled. He explained, when a Tao pattern cultivator becomes a 5-pattern king of fighters, the Tao pattern will solidify in a certain part of the body, such as the hands, feet, eyes, etc. After death, these parts of the body will turn into Tao pattern secret treasures. For example, these are all left behind by the 5-pattern king of fighters after he died. They are king-level Tao pattern secret treasures. Above the king level is the emperor level, but the emperor level Tao pattern secret treasures are all collected in the 5 great temples. King level, emperor level. Jiang Ci said in surprise, there are emperor level Tao pattern secret treasures? Is there really a 6-pattern king of fighters? A 6-pattern king of fighters was an expert at the Tao immortal realm. Of course there are. Countless years ago, there were 5 6-pattern king of fighters from the 5 great temples. They paid the price with their lives to defeat those extraterritorial demons. You should know that the land of the fallen gods was the battlefield between these ancestors and the extraterritorial demons. And this valley is where the golden pattern king of fighters fell. Tur sighed. Chapter 398. Jiang Ci was surprised. Was this the place where the golden rune Do Huang fell? Could it be that the 3 fingers he obtained were left behind by the golden rune Do Huang? He quickly denied this conjecture. The golden rune Do Huang had been dead for who knows how many years. How could he have been left behind until now and just happened to be discovered by him? How powerful must one's protagonist aura be to have such an opportunity? At this time, Tur sighed and said, unfortunately, any emperor-level Tao pattern artifact is an existence that can only be encountered but not sought. It is full of mysteries. I once heard Lord Kos say that one must have some kind of fate to discover an emperor-level Tao pattern artifact. If there is no fate, even if it is placed in front of you, you won't be able to see it. Even a 5-pattern Do Huang can't actively detect the existence of an emperor-level Tao pattern artifact. Just like this valley, it is the place where the golden rune Do Huang fell. A 5-pattern Do Huang expert once said that after the golden rune Do Huang fell, both of his palms turned into Tao pattern artifacts. But for countless years, the experts of our Golden Rune Temple have searched this place many times, but only found 1 palm left behind by the Golden Rune Do Huang. So in this valley, there should be another palm, but no one has been able to find it. So he's still talking. Jiang Ci was already stunned. Could it be that he was the so-called fated person? Wasn't this too much of a cheat? Obviously, the 3 fingers that he had already obtained were from the other hand. However, he still had doubts in his heart. Captain, what is the use of Tao pattern artifacts? Can't they be used as weapons? Just now, Tur had mentioned that these Tao pattern cardinal treasures were useless, and they could only be used as decorations to show off his achievements. Logically speaking, the higher the cultivation of the Tao pattern cultivator, the stronger the body. For example, a 5-pattern Do Huang's body could reach the immortal artifact level. Even if he died, the Tao pattern artifacts from his body parts could be used as immortal artifacts, right? Tur laughed and explained, haha, back then, I also asked Lord Kos this question. He told me that the king-level Tao pattern artifacts were indeed useless because the Tao patterns of the king-level Tao pattern artifacts are not permanent and will dissipate in a very short period of time. Without the Tao patterns, these monarch Tao pattern cardinal treasures are only a little sturdier. They are far less convenient to use than supreme-grade spirit artifacts or inferior-grade immortal artifacts. As for the emperor-grade Tao pattern cardinal treasures, although the Tao patterns have been permanently solidified, they are basically used to comprehend Tao techniques. Using a royal-grade Tao pattern cardinal treasure as a weapon? First of all, we are definitely not qualified. The only ones who had the qualification to do so were Lord CC and other 5-pattern Do Huangs. However, since we don't fancy monarch grade Tao pattern cardinal treasures, Lord Kosi and the others naturally don't fancy monarch grade Tao pattern cardinal treasures either. In addition, Tao pattern cardinal treasures are rare items. Therefore, there is basically no one in the entire Do pattern continent who would use them as weapons. After Jiang Ci heard this, his heart was filled with eagerness. In the eyes of the experts of the battle pattern continent, King-class Dao pattern cardinal treasures were only collectibles. Emperor-grade Dao pattern secret treasures were mostly used to comprehend Dao techniques. However, he had the experience points panel, so he could refine and absorb the Taoist techniques within. Others might not care, but he did. Thinking of this, Jiang Ci felt that it was a pity and helplessness. It was a pity that the Dao patterns of the King-class Dao pattern cardinal treasures in front of him had already dissipated. There were no Dao techniques left. The helplessness was that he clearly knew that the other palm Dao pattern cardinal treasure left behind by the golden pattern Do Huang was kept in the golden pattern shrine, but he couldn't get it. He couldn't run over and ask for it. That would be courting death. At this moment, Ter seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, "By the way, if you can cultivate to the 4-pattern Do zone realm, remember to apply to Lord. With Lord's status in the shrine, he can give you the royal grade Dao pattern cardinal treasure left behind by the golden pattern Do Huang for you to comprehend for 100 years. Back then, when I cultivated to the 4-pattern Do zone realm, I was lucky enough to comprehend it once." Jiang Ci was stunned. His heart jumped a few times. He was very excited. Comprehend for 100 years. As long as he had a chance to absorb and refine the Dao techniques within it. After Terrace finished explaining, he ignored Jiang Ci's abnormal reaction. In his opinion, these reactions were too normal. No matter who heard these secrets for the first time, they couldn't remain calm. He continued to walk forward with Jiang Ci. Soon, they came to an empty cultivation room. Ter said, "This is where you will cultivate in the future. Of course, you are not forced to cultivate here. You can also choose to cultivate in other places in this valley, as long as you don't leave the valley. Remember, without Lord's order, no one is allowed to leave this valley." Jiang Ci nodded. "I will remember." Then, Ter took out a black battle robe and a communication pearl. This is the equipment of the black-robed priest of the Golden Pattern Shrine. Keep it well. Jiang Ci took it. Cultivate well and strive to reach the 4-pattern Do zone realm as soon as possible. Ter finally smiled and exhorted. After saying that, he left. Jiang Ci breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the sense of crisis in his heart finally decreased by 3 points. There were still 97 points left. He checked the black battle robe and the communication pearl. The black battle robe was an ordinary spiritual battle robe, so he put it on symbolically. The communication mark in this communication pearl is a little strange. It should have been left by Kosi or Ter. It could be used for surveillance. He didn't need to think to know that he just verbally surrendered. It was impossible for the other party to believe him so easily. A 4-pattern Do zone was at the unification stage. No one who could cultivate to this stage was a fool. Based on the information we know, this Kos really wants to recruit subordinates to strengthen his own forces. However, I definitely can't cultivate here, Jiang Ci pondered in his heart. He wanted to find a place to refine the 2 golden fingers he had obtained before. Moreover, he wanted to search the area between 400,000 and 500,000 meters in the valley. If the golden fingers really came from the golden robe Do zone, it meant that he was fated with this object. Perhaps he could find the last 2 fingers. As for more, Ter had just said that the other palm of the golden robe Do zone had been found by the golden pattern shrine. As long as he could cultivate to a 4-pattern Do zone, he could apply for the opportunity to comprehend it for 100 years. After that, Jiang Ci only stayed in the cultivation room for half a day before leaving the Blood Sea Palace and flying towards the top of the valley. After flying for 10,000 meters, Jiang Ci received Ter's spiritual sense transmission. Jiang Ci, where are you going to cultivate? Captain, I have been cultivating in a cave 400,000 meters below the valley all these years. I still want to go there to cultivate. Jiang Ci explained through his spiritual sense transmission. That location is not within the range of my spiritual sense. If you encounter danger, I can't help you. Captain, don't worry. If there is danger, I will come down immediately. Since you have made up your mind, I won't stop you. But remember, without the permission of the Lord, you can't leave this valley. The communication pearl I gave you must also be with you. You can't put it in a storage treasure. Understood? Chapter 399. Ter's spiritual sense transmission did not sound again. Jiang Ci felt relieved and continued to fly upward. The cave at 400,000 meters is not within Ter's detection range. It seems that after a four-striped dozong went deep into the valley, the detection range of his spiritual sense did not exceed 200 kilometers. According to Ter's words, this communication bead is the one that plays a monitoring role. I still can't be careless. They may have other monitoring methods. Jiang Ci shook his head again. Next, he did not immediately return to the cave. Instead, he searched the area between 400,000 and 500,000 meters. He wanted to see if he could find the remaining 2 golden fingers. At the same time, he wanted to confirm if he was the fated person. Because the concentration of evil aura in this area was stronger, the search speed was slower. 5 days later, he completed the carpet search. Jiang Ci returned to the cave calmly, but he was pleasantly surprised. He was indeed the fated person. His luck was good. He found the remaining 2 golden fingers in the area between 400,000 and 500,000 meters. He did not need to take the risk to search in the sea of blood, nor did he need to waste time in the area above 300,000 meters in the valley. Moreover, he had also confirmed that Ter was indeed unable to detect this area. At the same time, the burly Ter was still guarding in the boundless evil aura 30,000 meters above the sea of blood. He frowned slightly. He stopped. In the past few days, through the imprint on the communication bead, he found that Jiang Ci had been moving constantly, as if he was searching for something. Could it be that he also wants to find the Tao pattern's secret treasure left behind by a gold-striped Do Huang? Ter shook his head gently. He had done the same thing in the past. Not only him, but these black-robed priests under Lord Kos had also searched this valley. The fated person? He did not think that Jiang Ci could find the Tao pattern's secret treasure of a gold-striped Do Huang. This Jiang Ci said that he was loyal to Lord Kos, but he still has other ideas in his heart. Let's observe for a while. If there is really a problem, don't blame me for being impolite. Ter's expression was cold. He was not as kind as he appeared. All the black-robed priests under Kos were under his command. If there was conclusive evidence, he could directly kill the problematic person. In the cave, 400,000 meters away from the valley, Jiang Ci sat down cross-legged. With a flip of his hand, he took out a golden finger and started to refine it. He was not worried that his actions would be discovered. Otherwise, he would have been noticed when he was trying to assimilate the first finger. The concentration of the baleful aura in this place is quite good for tempering one's will. I'll continue cultivating like this. Now, there are 2 paths. Firstly, he had to fuse more Tao pattern blood crystals so that his Tao pattern art could reach the limit of 3 patterns. In this way, the strength of my body might be able to reach the level of a top-tier spirit weapon in advance. At that time, I will be equivalent to a 4-line dozong. Secondly, if the Vajra Tao art reaches the level of the Tao of heaven and earth, the 2 great mystic techniques, Tao fusion art and Tao pattern art, might undergo a transformation. Let's not talk about the Tao fusion technique for now. I will be able to refine the Vajra Tao art into a Tao pattern, and the toughness of my body will also increase. These 2 paths could allow him to reach the level of a 4-line dozong in advance. After becoming a 4-mark dozong, he will be able to apply for the opportunity to comprehend the Emperor Grade Tao pattern cardinal treasure from Kosi. After deciding on the direction of his cultivation, Jiang Ci once again entered a state of cultivation. It was still the same 3 things: tempering one's will, deducing the Tao art, and assimilating the gold element Tao art in the golden finger. Other than contacting his family, master, and friends once in a while, no one else could contact him. In the blink of an eye, Another 50 years had passed. This was also the longest time Jiang Xi had been in seclusion since he started cultivating. Kanglan Planet, Songyun Sect. On a mountain peak with a beautiful environment, Jiang Xi, Xian Tian, and Li Baibai sat facing each other other than Xian Tian, who was in his real body. Jiang Xi and Li Baibai were both transmission mirages. Of course, on the surface, there was no difference between a transmission mirage and a real one. The three of them had completely different temperaments. Xian Tian was like a saber that was about to split open the sky. He was faintly in harmony with the heavens and earth. Li Baibai was ethereal and calm. It was as if the changes in time had nothing to do with her. On the other hand, Jiang Xi's body was suffused with wisps of murderous red light. It was frightening to look at. Jiang Xi, the murderous aura on your body is getting heavier and heavier. This can't go on. It will affect your state of mind, Li Baibai said with a frown. I've been using the murderous aura to temper my will. I can't stay unaffected, Jiang Xi said. Xian Tian and Li Baibai also knew that he was cultivating in the land of the fallen gods. You haven't stopped cultivating the peacock visualization, have you? Xian Tian asked. Not yet. I'm cultivating it at the same time as my cultivation, Jiang Xi said with a smile. That's good. With the peacock visualization's self-visualization image, it won't be a big problem. Xian Tian nodded. Big brother, is the peacock visualization that powerful? Li Baibai was confused. When they first obtained the peacock visualization on Earth, the three of them had already cultivated it. It's very powerful. I've been studying the history and literature of Buddhism on Earth. Then I collected information about the Tao Alliance. In the end, I came to the conclusion that the peacock visualization is very likely an important inheritance of the Tao Alliance, Xian Tian said mysteriously. Jiang Xi and Li Baibai looked at each other, speechless. Big brother, there's no need to study it. We all know that it's an important inheritance of Buddhism. Xian Tian laughed. I haven't finished yet. Buddhism focuses on cultivating the mind. They often talk about subduing the mind and cultivating the mind. For example, compassion and the Bodhi heart are both manifestations of cultivating the mind. As for the peacock visualization, in my opinion, it's an inheritance of cultivating the mind. Cultivating the mind. Jiang Xi was puzzled. That sounded a bit empty. How could one cultivate the mind? In psychology, one's ID, ego, and superego. The mind is a simple thing to talk about, but it's also complicated. For example, the willpower that you've been training for the past few decades is a type of cultivating the mind, Xian Tian said with a smile. Of course, the mind isn't just about willpower. It contains many things, such as emotions, memories, the subconscious mind, and so on. There are many complicated factors, he said a lot. Jiang Xi vaguely understood something, but it also seemed like he didn't understand anything. You just have to remember what I said. When you reach a certain realm, you'll naturally understand. Xian Tian smiled. Then he said, as for the realm of cultivating the mind, I don't know how Buddhism divides it. After so many years of research, I've concluded that there are 3 realms. Today, I'll tell you about them. 3 realms? Jiang Xi and Li Baibai were both interested. With the division of realms, it was easy to understand. Simply put, false, grand, empty. These 3 words represent the 3 realms of cultivating the mind, Xian Tian said. Jiang Xi and Li Baibai were both speechless. It didn't feel right. Chapter 400. Big brother. Fake void refers to lies, big words, and empty words, right? Jiang Xi asked. Xian Tian smiled and shook his head. You have to understand the charm of our great Xia language. Every word, every phrase, every era, every person's heart may have a different answer. The 3 realms of mental cultivation that I mentioned, fake void refers to fake heart, big heart, and empty heart. The so-called fake heart refers to deceiving oneself and others, making oneself and others believe in the truth. If one can deceive all things in the world, it's the great success realm of fake void. And big heart refers to the word big. Big is infinite and encompasses all things. Many of the saints in the ancient history of our great Xia kingdom were in this realm. As for empty heart, since there's nothing in the heart, then naturally nothing can affect it. Of course, after reaching this realm, perhaps one is no longer human, but a transcendent existence without any emotions. Jiang Xi and Li Baibai became more and more serious. At first, they didn't think it was reliable. After all, Xian Tian gave people the impression that he was sometimes like this. But at the end, both of them fell into deep thought. Fake, big, empty. The three realms of mental cultivation were all reasonable. Big brother, what realm are you in now? Li Baibai asked curiously. Me? Barely the second realm, big heart. Xian Tian smiled faintly. Big brother, you're not deceiving yourself, are you? The fake heart realm means deceiving yourself, Jiang Xi joked. Do I need to? Xian Tian smiled faintly. In the next moment, Jiang Xi and Li Baibai were stunned, because they realized that behind Xian Tian's head, there was a faint golden halo. It was very similar to the Buddhas in the Buddhist legends. Unfathomable. As expected of Big Brother. Amazing. Jiang Xi and Li Baibai praised Xian Tian. What a monster. In the huge valley in the land of the fallen gods. Jiang Xi opened his eyes and ended the transmission. The discussion of heart cultivation with Xian Tian and Li Baibai earlier had allowed him to benefit greatly, and he sighed with emotion as expected of Big Brother. Before his rise, Xian Tian had always been the #1 expert on Earth and had influenced several generations. This was enough to prove Xian Tian's talent. In other words, if he didn't have the experience panel, then Xian Tian would be the real #1 genius on Earth. Now, Jiang Xi had seen Xian Tian's talent. The second stage of heart cultivation was comparable to those saints in the ancient history of the Great Xia Kingdom. Based on the current situation, those saints who left their names in history are definitely not as simple as what is written in the books. Jiang Xi shook his head gently. Speaking of which, I should be at the first level of mental cultivation, false heart. For example, when I train my willpower, I tell myself every time I reach my limit. To be able to continue, to be able to hold on, this is actually an act of lying to oneself. Of course, the deception must be successful to make one's body and willpower believe it. Otherwise, it can't be called false heart. Otherwise, all liars could be said to be at the first level of mental cultivation. Jiang Xi pondered for a moment, and his eyes flashed. Holding the communication bead in his hand, he secretly connected to the Eye of Heaven network. He said in his heart, search keywords, heart cultivation plus Buddhism. Suddenly, a large amount of information appeared. Arhat heart, Bodhisattva heart, Buddha heart. Jiang Xi used his nascent soul spiritual sense to quickly organize the information. In the end, he found that there were only introductions to various states of mind and related theoretical information. There was no specific method of heart cultivation, and there was no mention of the existence of heart cultivation. Riverward could vaguely sense that even in the Tao Alliance, the cultivation of the heart was considered a secret. Then, he entered the Eye of Heaven Purple Heaven sect's internal network and searched for heart cultivation. With the authority of a third heaven disciple, he found a lot of good things, especially an interesting existence. Sky River? No wonder it's called the Sky River painting. It turned out that in the Sky River painting, there was not only the Sky River, but also the Sky River. The Sky River painting tested the cultivation of Tao techniques. The Sky River tested the strength of one's will, consciousness, and spiritual sense. After learning about heart cultivation from Xian Tian, Jiang Xi understood that the Sky River actually tested the cultivation of one's state of mind. It was different from the various checkpoints of the Sky River. The Sky River used 21 islands from the downstream to the upstream to distinguish the level of one's state of mind cultivation. The further upstream one went, the more difficult the illusory realm test on the island was. I didn't expect that the Purple Heaven sect would be the most detailed in the division of heart cultivation. Jiang Xi laughed. Xian concluded that there were only 3 levels of heart cultivation. False great emptiness. The Purple Heaven sect was more detailed. Let's take a look. Then, Jiang Xi held the communication bead in his hand, and with a thought, a wisp of spiritual sense entered the sky river painting. He said in his heart, "Sky River." The next moment, space changed, and he arrived in front of a magnificent sky river. The reason why it was called Sky River was because the river was actually in the starry sky without anything supporting it. The torrential river water seemed to be about to break through the firmament. One could see that there were islands on the river, arranged from the downstream to the upstream. The first island. Jiangxi's figure appeared on the first island. Instantly, a wool pressure descended. At the same time, an illusory realm appeared with a thin veil that bewitched one's heart. Too weak, Jiang Xi shook his head. This will pressure did not even reach 1/10,000th of the valley in the land of the fallen gods. He broke through the illusory realm directly. With a turn, he entered the second island. Too weak, too weak, too weak. Jiang Xi cleared 6 islands in a row with ease. Those illusory realms and will pressure posed no pressure to him at all. On the 21st island in the upper reaches of the Sky River, a green-robed old man suddenly opened his eyes in surprise. A nascent soul lad actually cleared 6 islands in a row. Moreover, even some Tao integration cultivators can't pass the 6th island's illusory realm test. He actually cleared it so easily. At that moment, he saw Jiang Xi enter the 7th island. Most of the Tao integration stage cultivators stop at the 7th island. I wonder if this little guy, before he finished his thought, Jiang Xi broke through the illusory realm in less than 3 seconds. He's still so relaxed. The green-robed old man was even more shocked now. With a thought, he found Jiang Xi's information. Jiang Xi, Purple Firmament Sect's 3rd heaven disciple. His master is the Liquor Sword Immortal. So he's this lad's disciple. Although the Liquor Sword Immortal's sword Tao is strong and surpasses most Tao immortals and perfected lords, the cultivation of one's mental state is the most difficult to teach. Most of the time, it depends on the cultivator. This lad is only at the perfected nascent soul realm, but he already has such a strong mental state cultivation. It's really rare. If he can clear the 9th island, that would be terrifying. Although Tao technique cultivation was difficult, there were traces to be followed. Mental state cultivation was illusory. It was even harder to improve than Tao technique cultivation. Chapter 401. In just a short moment, the green-robed old man was shocked once more when he saw a riverward fly out from the 8th island. He passed the 8th island too. Terrifying, terrifying. Jiang Xi's spiritual sense was only at the perfected nascent soul stage. Compared to those Tao integration cultivators, he was much weaker. He would be at a disadvantage if he tried to pass the 7th island and beyond. However, it was obvious that Jiang Xi's willpower was too strong. He made up for this shortcoming, which was why he could reach this step. The green-robed elder was in charge of guarding the heavenly stream. He was naturally very powerful, but he could not help but feel nervous. The 9th island. This is the limit of a Tao integration cultivator. If he can pass it, the success rate of his immortal ascension tribulation will be almost 100%. He's only at the nascent soul stage. It's impossible. He actually passed. Jiang Xi went upstream and arrived at the 9th island. Boom! A powerful willpower descended instantly. His spiritual sense and consciousness almost collapsed under this kind of pressure. Hang in there, hang in there. He felt a stronger willpower here than in the depths of the valley in the land of the fallen gods. An illusion appeared at the same time. Don't take my steam bun. Get back to me. That for my brother. A cry sounded in his ears. Damn girl, get out of here. Hit her. Hit her. A group of homeless children in ragged clothes snatched half of a cold, hard bun from the hands of a skinny homeless child with punches and kicks. Jiang Xi's emotions did not waver as he watched this scene. The image in his mind was still tenaciously emitting wisps of golden spiritual sense. Is this the extent of the illusion? Go away, Jiang Si shouted coldly. He passed the ninth island. Very few people knew what Jiang Si and Jiang Daodu had experienced when they were young. Wandering, setting up a stall, going to school, cultivating martial arts. He was the one who had truly climbed up from the bottom of society. These experiences had given him a tenacious heart. Jiang Si flew toward the 10th island expressionlessly. The green-robed elder could no longer sit still. His face was full of shock. Frightening willpower, frightening young man. I remember that the young genius of the same batch as him, Ji Wei, who was thought highly of by many Dao immortals and perfected lords, couldn't even pass the 7th island. Mu Ning, who claimed to have a pure and innocent heart, only made it to the 5th tower. With his willpower and mental state, he has a higher chance of becoming an expert of the immortal path than Ji Wei and Mu Ning. Cultivating, comprehending the Tao, fighting, facing a hopeless situation, and so on, if one had an extremely strong will and mental state cultivation, they would have a great advantage. Especially when faced with a hopeless situation, those with a stronger will would find it easier to find a way out of the hopeless situation, and their chances of survival would be higher. We must inform the higher-ups about this. The 3 gates and 6 sects of the Tao Alliance place the greatest emphasis on the cultivation of geniuses. This could be seen from the fact that the 9 regions genius tournament was held at irregular intervals. The 3 gates and 6 sects would select a group of geniuses with the strongest talent for cultivation from the human race in the universe. However, geniuses of the Tao could be selected through such a method. Cultivating the heart was an illusory thing. Such geniuses could only be discovered by chance and were very difficult to find. Geniuses with high mental state talent were equally important. On the 10th island, Jiang Si's feet had just touched the ground. Boom! An aura that far exceeded his limits suddenly came crashing down. It was as if the entire world was about to press down on him. His consciousness directly collapsed. He had failed. This was something that could not be helped. No matter how strong one's willpower was, there was still a limit. Under normal circumstances, the illusory realm trial of the 10th island could only be passed by an expert of the immortal path. When the green-robed elder saw this scene, he actually heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that he would be frightened again. If this little guy doesn't die, his future will be limitless. He sighed, "We have to inform Iliang and the Wine-Sword Immortal of this news." Immortal Iliang was a subordinate of true Lord Iron Mountain. According to the rules, when Jiang Si transcended the tribulation and became an immortal, he would also be a subordinate of true Lord Iron Mountain. The Wine-Sword Immortal was Jiang Si's master, so it was even more necessary to inform him. Jiang Si's shocking actions on the Heavenspan River were only known by a few Immortal Path experts of the Purple Heaven sect. Even so, it still caused a small stir among the Immortal Path experts. However, this did not have much to do with Jiang Si. After he traversed the Heavenspan River, his consciousness left the Heavenspan Mountain River painting in a huge valley at the core of the fallen god's land. In a stone cave 400,000 meters away, Jiang Si slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was resolute, pure, and unshakable. The strength of my consciousness and spiritual sense has weakened. Otherwise, I would have been able to pass the 10th island. He shook his head. His clone was still refining his consciousness. Only by completing this process could he condense a primordial spirit and reach the primordial spirit stage. After becoming a primordial spirit cultivator, his consciousness and spiritual sense would definitely be strengthened. It's been more than 100 years. It should be soon. Jiang Si was very patient. In fact, to him, there was not much difference whether he reached the primordial spirit stage or not. He could easily kill a 3-striped primordial spirit, even if it was a primordial spirit. The only thing he lacked now was longevity and the strength of his consciousness. His Tao, arts, and body realm had long surpassed most primordial spirit cultivators. There's not much Dao arts left in the fifth golden finger. I'll refine them first. Jiang Ci looked at the finger in front of him. It was almost impossible to see the golden color. Only a little golden light flickered. 3 days later, the finger turned black. He checked the changes in his experience points balance. Experience points, 276. 67,251,000,000. Per million, after I absorbed and refined the metal-type Dao arts in the 5 golden fingers, I obtained a total of 500 billion experience points. However, nearly half of them were used to deduce Dao arts. After spending so much experience points, there were naturally gains. First of all, he had deduced the Green Lotus Sword Dao from the 32nd transformation 50 years ago to the 87th transformation. There were 9 transformations of the Green Lotus, and each Green Lotus represented a transformation. The first 3 transformations were 1 lotus for lotuses and 100 lotuses. There were a total of 105 transformations. He had a premonition that if he could deduce the 105th transformation, his Sword Dao would advance to the level of Sword Intent. Sword Intent was equivalent to the level of a special Great Dao. Secondly, the Gale Dao and the Ignis Dao did not fall behind. They were also deduced. These 2 rare Dao arts were very close to the next realm. Finally, the Vajra Dao art. This development made Jiang Ci frown. He did not expect it. He had not broken through yet. Is it really as Master said? The more paths I take at the same time, the greater the mutual influence between the Dao arts, and the more difficult it will be in the future. The Vajra Dao art was also a rare Dao art. However, the difficulty of deduction could not be described as 10 times greater than that of the Gale Dao and the Ignis Dao. It was more than 100 times. I want to learn a 5th Dao art in the future. Jiang Ci felt the pressure. Moreover, he also realized that ever since he comprehended the Vajra Dao art, the difficulty of deduction for the Sword Dao, the Gale Dao, and the Ignis Dao had increased correspondingly. Otherwise, after consuming so much experience points, he would have broken through long ago. Chapter 402. Jiang Ci shook his head. Gains and losses go hand in hand. It was not a big deal to increase the difficulty of deducing Dao techniques. It was as though he was laying a foundation. The stronger the foundation, the higher the house could be built in the future. He looked at the changes in the Dao pattern technique again. Dao pattern technique, 3 patterns too. 1 billion, 3 billion. This is the 8th Dao pattern blood crystal that I refined 10 years ago. I wonder if I can refine the 9th one now. He took out a blood-red crystal the size of a fingernail and refined it. Suddenly, a strong chaotic will appeared in his mind and attacked his consciousness. Kill, 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 roar. A moment later, Riverward panted heavily. The image of viewing self in his mind constantly emitted golden spiritual sense light, calming his chaotic consciousness. Success. I feel like I still have energy left. Let's try the 10th one. He took out another Dao pattern blood crystal and tried to refine it. Unfortunately, he only lasted for 10 seconds before failing. My will is still not enough. Jiang Ci was helpless. In fact, with his current state of mind, which was comparable to a perfected Dao integration realm cultivator, he could have become a 4-striped Do Zone long ago. After all, a 4-striped Do Zone was a Dao integration realm cultivator. He had a detailed understanding. Under normal circumstances, a 3-striped Do Zone would only need to refine 3 Dao pattern blood crystals to break through to the 4-striped Do Zone realm. It's still related to the Dao pattern technique. The Dao pattern technique that I cultivate can refine multiple Dao techniques into Dao patterns at the same time. As for ordinary Dao pattern arts, they can only refine 1 Dao art. This was the reason. Although my body's strength has increased a lot, but Jiang Ci felt the realm of his body again. He was not sure if his body's strength could reach the level of a supreme-grade spirit weapon after reaching the limit of 3-striped. No matter what, I'll raise it to the limit of 3-striped first. The concentration of evil aura here has weakened the effect of tempering my will. I have to go deeper. Jiang Xi frowned slightly and pondered for a moment. He decided to cultivate in the sea of evil aura. From the looks of it, the best place to temper his will in the valley was the sea of evil aura below. After joining the Golden Vein Shrine's Lord Kos, there has been no movement in the past 50 years. Even that Tur has not contacted me. The possibility of danger is very small. After making up his mind, he flew down and re-entered the area 500,000 meters below the valley. This time, the pressure on him was much less. Unlike the last time, when his consciousness was a little blurry. But now, he was able to maintain more clarity of mind. When he arrived at a position 30,000 meters above the Blood Sea, Tur's holy sense voice rang in his ears. Jiang Xi, why did you come down? Are you looking for Circos? Jiang Xi stopped and replied respectfully, Captain, the baleful aura above is no longer of much use to me. I'm going to enter the Blood Sea to cultivate. The baleful aura in that position is not enough? Good, very good. Tur sounded very surprised. He then added, Go and cultivate. Remember, don't go below 50,000 meters into the Blood Sea. The baleful aura there is so dense that even Lord Kos doesn't dare to go too deep. Thank you for your reminder, Captain. Jiang Xi secretly heaved a sigh of relief and continued flying down. 30,000 meters above the Blood Sea, there was still a hint of surprise on Tur's face. His willpower is actually so strong. He's only a 3-striped doling spirit. The baleful aura and chaotic willpower within 400,000 meters of the valley have no effect on him. This situation needs to be reported to Sir. He's worth focusing on nurturing. After 50 years of observation, he realized that Jiang Xi was indeed wholeheartedly cultivating and did not do anything else. He had always been in one place without moving. Gradually, his suspicion of Jiang Xi also decreased by a lot. On the other side, after Jiang Xi saw the Blood Sea, he did not deliberately approach Kos Palace. He randomly found a spot and sank into the Blood Sea. As soon as he came into contact with the surface of the sea, Jiang Xi's expression changed. At this moment, he felt an even more violent, chaotic willpower. His consciousness suffered an unprecedentedly strong impact. The chaotic willpower here is already 10 times that of the stone cave. Fortunately, I've been cultivating above for 60 years, and my willpower has strengthened a lot. If I had entered the Blood Sea from the beginning, with the strength of my consciousness at that time, I'm afraid that I would have collapsed directly. Jiang Xi secretly rejoiced. Then, he turned his gaze to the depths of the Blood Sea. According to the terrain of the valley, this Blood Sea should be 500,000 meters deep. Let's see how deep I can go. He was not worried about exposing his mental state cultivation. This was because after his body completely sank into the Blood Sea, Jiang Xi realized that his spiritual consciousness was almost completely suppressed. He could only spread it out to a range of 10 meters. In this valley, the person with the highest cultivation was a 4-striped doling zone. Even if the range of his spiritual consciousness was 1,000 times larger than his, it would only be 10,000 meters. Moreover, it was impossible for the gap to be so big. Therefore, the deeper he went into the Blood Sea, the lower the possibility of being detected by others. Using the chaotic willpower in the stone cave as a standard. After diving 1,000 meters, the strength of the chaotic willpower doubled again, becoming 11 times. After diving 2,000 meters, the strength of the chaotic willpower was 12 times. After diving 10,000 meters, the strength of the chaotic willpower was 20 times. Here, Jiang Xi finally found the feeling he had when he first came to the valley. I can still continue. 20,000 meters, 30,000 meters. At this point, he finally came to a stop. 30 times the strength of the chaotic willpower. I can't go any deeper. I have to maintain a clear mind. Jiang Xi's eyes pulsed with a baleful aura. After all, he was very close to Kosi's palace. If something unexpected happened, he would be able to react in time. As expected, the baleful aura here is even more effective in tempering my willpower. Next, Jiang Ci entered a state of cultivation again. As the strength of his consciousness continued to increase, so did his willpower. Time flowed by. Another 20 years passed. Ancient Tao Origin Realm, Nine Heavens City, Wine Sword Immortal's Palace. On this day, Immortal Iliang, who was dressed in a green robe and had disheveled hair, arrived at Wine Sword Immortal's place. Iliang, you're such a busy man. It's rare for you to come here twice in 100 years. Wine Sword Immortal joked with a smile. I'm not here for you. True Monarch Iron Mountain sent me to ask about your disciple. Immortal Iliang said solemnly. Jiang Ci? What happened to him? The unrestrained Wine Sword Immortal's expression also became serious. He was very concerned about Jiang Ci. Something that True Monarch Iron Mountain was personally asking about was naturally not simple. As you know, this disciple of yours passed the 6th stage of the sky-piercing mountain 70 years ago and caught up to Ji Wei, the most talented disciple of this generation. He was noticed by many higher-ups of the sect, Immortal Iliang said. Of course I know that. Although Ji Wei is very talented, he chose the wrong path. It's normal for my disciple, Jiang Ci, to catch up to him. Wine Sword Immortal wasn't surprised at all. In the past few years, Jiang Ci had often come to visit him and asked him some questions about cultivation. Therefore, he was very clear about Jiang Ci's rate of improvement. Chapter 403. Immortal Iliang continued. Most importantly, 20 years ago, your disciple did something big again. He actually passed the 9th island of the Heavenspan River. This is something that most peak Tao integration cultivators can't do. After that, many Tao immortals and perfected monarchs in the sect placed bets on him. Wine Sword Immortal nodded. This was how geniuses were. The better they performed, the more people paid attention to them. Wine Sword Immortal frowned and asked, I know all that. What's the situation now? Immortal Iliang sighed. It's about the cultivation missions. True Monarch Iron Mountain is very concerned about this batch of genius disciples, especially Ji Wei, Jiang Ci, and Mu Ning. After leaving the ancient Tao source world, these geniuses focused on cultivation. Even if they took on missions, they wouldn't spend too much time. Jiang Ci only took on a single mission to the Battle Pattern Continent, and he spent more than 80 years there. With his strength, even if it was a dangerous mission, there should have been a result regardless of whether he succeeded or failed. True Monarch Iron Mountain was afraid that he would go astray and become too obsessed with cultivation missions. So he sent me to ask about your disciple's current situation. I also asked the people from the 6th Sage Palace. They said that Jiang Ci has been cultivating in the land of the fallen gods for the past 80 years. You also know that many powerful cultivators of our Purple Heaven sect died there in order to conquer the Battle Pattern Continent. There are many secrets in that place. True Monarch Iron Mountain is worried that he might encounter some danger there. Is he trapped there? Immortal Iliang added. After hearing Immortal Iliang's question, Wine Sword Immortal smiled and slowly took a sip of wine from his gourd. Hurry up and tell me. Immortal Iliang was anxious. Ha! Wine Sword Immortal laughed and said, You should know that Jiang Ci cultivates 3 Daos. I won't say anything else. Let's talk about the Sword Dao. He has already comprehended the first 104 transformations of the Green Lotus Sword Dao. 104 transformations. So fast. Immortal Iliang was shocked. He also knew the 9 transformations of the Green Lotus Sword Dao. The first 3 transformations had a total of 105 transformations. Didn't that mean that Jiang Ci had already comprehended the first 3 transformations? Such a level of attainment in the Tao already surpassed that of many tribulation transcenders. More importantly, it had only been 80 years. In comparison, Jiang Ci's cultivation speed was even faster than when he was in the ancient Tao origin world. Moreover, this did not take into account the interaction between the various Taoist techniques. At the same time, the more paths one took, the harder it would be to continue walking. I remember that he had mastered the first two evolutions of the Green Lotus Sword Tao when he left the ancient Tao origin world. Including the third evolutionary process that I've just comprehended, there are only 20 transformations in total. Now, there are actually 104 transformations. In other words, in the original universe, he comprehended at least one transformation in a year. Immortal Iliang was puzzled. His cultivation speed has increased after he left the ancient Tao origin world, and this was only Jiangxi's sword Tao cultivation. What about the rest? The wine sword immortal's mood had completely relaxed. He was lying on his side on the chair, with his clothes open. His voice sounded leisurely. It's very simple. He usually has my guidance. In addition, I gave him the Lotus Sword Cannon that Lien Rong left behind. He used it to comprehend the sword Tao, so his cultivation speed is naturally not slow. In addition, he refined the Tao pattern blood crystal, so his affinity with the Tao of heaven and earth has increased a lot. It's normal for his cultivation speed to be faster. Of course, most importantly, this disciple of mine is a genius to begin with. The wine sword immortal chuckled proudly as he spoke. Back then, everyone had thought highly of Ji Wei and Mu Ning. Only he thought highly of Jiang Ci. Now, it seemed like his judgment was the best. In the end, immortal Iliang left with a satisfied answer. In the depths of the valley in the core region of the fallen god's land, Jiang Ci had been cultivating in the baleful Blood Sea for 20 years now. There were waves on the surface of the Blood Sea. However, it was abnormally calm 50,000 meters above the Blood Sea. Of course, it was only calm on the surface. The chaotic intent here was 50 times stronger. It gave off the feeling of being on an ancient battlefield of gods and demons. The slightest carelessness would cause one's consciousness to be devoured by the boundless, baleful Blood Sea, and one would become a true madman after all. Even Lord Coast didn't dare to go too deep into the Blood Sea. This was the result of Jiang Ci's 20 years of cultivation in the Blood Sea. The Blood Sea had increased from 30,000 meters to 50,000 meters at the beginning. When Jiang Ci woke up from his cultivation, he felt that the strength of his consciousness and willpower seemed to have reached a limit. Is this a mental bottleneck? Have I reached greater mastery in the first stage of mental cultivation? Such doubts appeared in his mind, because all these years of tempering his willpower, he had basically been lying to his willpower and body. Every time he reached his limit and felt that he couldn't hold on any longer, he would tell himself that he could still hold on a little longer. Just like that, he had persisted until now. Using his spiritual sense, he could see that the image in his mind was emitting golden spiritual sense light all over, not just wisps like before. The three stages of mental cultivation are false, grand, and void. According to Big Brother, after the image is covered with golden spiritual sense light, I'll reach greater mastery of the false stage. Looks like it's true. Then let's stop here. Jiang Ci decided to end his cultivation. The bottleneck from false to grand was no longer something that could be broken through purely by tempering his willpower. He looked at the changes on the experience panel. Tao pattern art, 3 patterns to 7 billion/3 billion. It just so happens that the Tao pattern art is reaching its limit. I only need to refine the 12th Tao pattern blood crystal. Jiang Ci flipped his hand and took out a Tao pattern blood crystal and began to refine it. Soon, a chaotic willpower that was 1,000 times stronger than the first Tao pattern blood crystal appeared. But this time, the image in his mind that was covered in golden light directly suppressed the chaotic willpower. This is the power of the first stage of mental cultivation. Jiang Ci was a little surprised. How powerful would the second stage of Grand Heart be? Jiang Ci looked deeper into the Blood Sea. Perhaps he could directly ignore the chaotic willpower here, because the Grand Heart realm was infinitely big and encompassed all things. It should be easy to encompass the strong chaotic willpower. While my clone is refining the spiritual fruit and improving the Tao pattern art, let's see how deep I can go in the Blood Sea. He began to dive again. 60,000 meters, 70,000 meters as he dived deeper. he felt even stronger chaotic willpower. However, the golden spiritual sense light of the image in his mind did not show any signs of strengthening. Finally, he arrived at 100,000 meters deep in a blood sea. This is the limit. In this place, his consciousness once again began to feel a little fuzzy. I wonder if the experts of the battle pattern continent have gone deep into the blood sea. This thought surfaced in Jiang Xi's mind. No matter what, I have to search around here. What if there's something good? Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. Chapter 404. Jiang Xi believed that very few people could reach 100,000 meters into the sea of blood. Even Kosi, who was comparable to a tribulation transcender, could only reach 50,000 meters. The five-pattern king realm experts of the five temples were equivalent to a tribulation transcender. No matter how powerful they were, it would be difficult for them to reach this area. For Jiang Xi, the chaotic will here put a lot of pressure on his spiritual sense and consciousness. However, by relying on self-observation, he could ensure that his consciousness was clear and that he wouldn't go crazy. After that, Jiang Xi began searching in the area between 50,000 and 100,000 meters deep in the Sea of Blood. Anyway, he had nothing to do. It would take his clone 10 days to half a month to refine the spiritual fruit and improve its Tao pattern technique. However, after searching in this area for 7 days, Jiang Xi was speechless. He didn't find anything, not even a strand of hair. Moreover, in this area, the range of his spiritual sense was only a few meters. He was basically searching with his eyes. Let's search along the mountain wall at the bottom of the valley. Jiang Xi treated this as a tourist adventure. The valley was surrounded by mountains over 1,000,000 meters tall. After another 5 days, he swam to a mountain wall at the bottom of the Sea of Blood. In the distance, Jiang Xi actually saw a wisp of flickering light. In the depths of the Sea of Blood, there was no light, only endless darkness. Therefore, that wisp of light was particularly eye-catching. Is there a treasure? Jiang Xi immediately became spirited and swam over. As he got closer, the wisp of light became brighter. After getting closer, Jiang Xi vaguely discovered that it was actually a cave. The light came from the cave. Let's go and take a look. Riverward was puzzled. Soon, he arrived in front of the cave. After seeing the situation in front of him clearly, he was stunned. This is... Inside the cave, there was only a fog-like, blood-red, killing intent rolling violently. This was a common scene in the land of the fallen gods. At the entrance of the cave on the mountain wall at the bottom of the Sea of Blood, there seemed to be a layer of invisible barrier that blocked the liquid killing intent outside the cave. The gaseous and liquid state were clearly separated. Occasionally, the invisible barrier would flicker with rays of light. Only then did Jiang Xi realize that the source of the light was this invisible barrier. Strange. According to the reminder, when I accepted the mission, no formations are allowed on the Do Tattoo continent. This move should be to guard against the cultivators of the Do Tattoo continent and prevent experts of the Tao of formations from appearing. Then who set up the spirit formation here? Or was it formed naturally? Jiang Xi was puzzled. A long time ago, he had seen a similar array formation at the entrance of the first and second abodes in the Jade Lake's secret realm on Earth. After pondering for a moment, he still couldn't come up with an answer. Jiang Xi shook his head and made a mental note of this matter. When a mission was over, he would remind the people in the sect. Then, he passed through the invisible barrier and entered the cave. In an instant, the chaotic will that filled his mind disappeared without a trace. It was as if a thick layer of shackles had been removed from his body. It was very easy. The mist-like, baleful chi in the cave contained chaotic wills. At this moment, the sounds of killing and roaring sounded like a pleasant song to his ears. My spiritual sense is also no longer suppressed by the Sea of Blood. It has returned to normal. Jiang Xi was overjoyed. He spread out his spiritual consciousness and quickly explored the entire cave. So it's just a cave tunnel that runs through this 1,000,000-meter tall mountain. Jiang Xi was a little disappointed. Judging from the shape of the cave, it seemed to have been blasted out by an extremely condensed attack. There was nothing inside the cave. One end was the edge of the sea of blood, and the other end was the outer wall of the mountain. If he went out from the other end, he would be outside the valley. The key was that he could go out from the top of the valley, so the use of this cave was very small. Jiang Xi was not worried about leaving. Although Terrace said that he could not leave the valley without Lord Kasa's orders, he was not sincere. However, he wasn't sincere in joining them, nor was he a native cultivator of the Do Tattoo continent. If he wanted to leave, he just needed to find an opportunity to fly out of the valley and escape with a flying boat. With the speed of a top-quality flying boat, even if Kas was comparable to a tribulation transcender, he would not be able to catch up with him. A failed treasure hunting expedition. Jiang Xi shook his head and lost interest in continuing to explore. He passed through the invisible barrier and re-entered the sea of blood. Then, he returned to the position 50,000 meters above the sea of blood. He was waiting for his clone to complete the upgrade to the third pattern of the Tao pattern technique. Since he had a clone, regardless of whether his main body had the time or not, he would leave the process of refining spiritual fruits to his clone. This was the most prudent move. His clone was on the first moon of Earth, and basically no one could find it. In this way, no one would find out that he often refined a large number of spiritual fruits. In this way, he waited quietly for 2 more days. Jiang Xi's eyes suddenly focused, and his expression became solemn. The limit of 3 patterns. At this moment, although the 4th pattern did not appear on his body, it began to change from a deep level. His body, which was already far stronger than a high-grade spirit artifact, increased in strength once again. Then, as if he had touched a limit, the limit was quickly broken. The strength of his body also jumped to a new level. A top-quality spirit artifact, Tao pattern technique, 3 billion/3 billion/3 billion. Because he had refined 3 Tao patterns at the same time, his body realm had reached the level of a top-quality spirit artifact in advance when he was at the limit of a 3-pattern doling spirit. With such strength, if I don't face an immortal powerhouse, even if I stand there and let the opponent cut me, it will probably take a long time for them to really hurt me, right? Jiang Xi smiled confidently. A top-quality spirit artifact represented the highest level of spirit artifacts. Now, only an immortal artifact could pose a threat to his body. When the golden pattern Dohuang died, he left behind 2 palms, one of which is kept in the golden pattern temple. Ter said that after becoming a 4-pattern doling spirit master, I can apply to Kas for the opportunity to comprehend this emperor-level Tao pattern secret treasure. Jiang Xi's heart was full of expectations. This was one of the reasons why he had stayed in the battle pattern continent for so long. Afterward, he directly left the Sea of Blood and flew toward the Black Palace. 30,000 meters above the Sea of Blood, Ter saw this scene and his eyes moved. This Jiang Xi was able to cultivate in the Sea of Blood for 20 years. It seems that he is really focused on cultivation. I must have wronged him before. But what is he going to do now? Is he going to meet Lord Kas? After the last message to Lord thinks highly of him. He should be nurturing him vigorously in the future. But Lord has been cultivating in seclusion. If he has nothing important to do, I'm afraid he will be scolded. It's good to let him suffer a little this time. To was not the only one. Some other black-robed priests saw Jiang Xi's figure and gently shook their heads. Chapter 405. Kosi had been cultivating in seclusion on the 2nd floor of the palace. If there wasn't anything important, the black-robed priests wouldn't dare to disturb him. Jiang Xi naturally had nothing to fear. He stood at the entrance of the 2nd floor and said respectfully, "Jiang Xi greets Lord Kosi." "Come in." Kosi's voice sounded. Kosi came to the 2nd floor of the main hall and sat on the throne above the hall. "Greetings, Lord." Jiang Xi still bowed respectfully. "What's the matter?" Kosi's deep voice sounded. Obviously, he was a little displeased with Jiang Xi's sudden greeting. It was as if he was sleeping soundly and was suddenly woken up by someone. "Lord, I heard from Captain Terrace that the Emperor-level Tao pattern secret treasure left behind by the Golden Pattern Do Emperor is kept in the Golden Pattern Temple. After we become four-striped Do Zongs, we can apply to Lord for the opportunity to study this Emperor-level Tao pattern secret treasure. Yes, there is such a thing. You can study it for 100 years. I have already become a four-striped Do Zong, so I specially came to apply," Jiang Ci said, and at the same time, he spread out his aura. "Four-striped Do Zong." Kosi was very surprised, and his voice rose a little. He scanned Jiang Ci with his spiritual sense and confirmed this fact. It was indeed the aura of a top-grade spirit weapon. "Haha, Jiang Ci, you did well. I'm very satisfied." Kosi laughed. There was no lack of struggle in any era, and the Do Pattern continent was no exception. Although Kosi's position in the Golden Pattern Temple was comparable to a five-striped Do King, his foundation was not as deep as those true five-striped Do Kings. That was why he recruited so many subordinates and nurtured them. However, geniuses were hard to find. After so many years, he had only nurtured 3 four-striped Do Zongs. In Kosi's eyes, Jiang Ci was able to easily kill his top blood slave at the 3-striped Do spirit stage. This was already proof of his superb fighting talent. 20 years ago, Te reported to him about Jiang Ci's talent and willpower. And now, Jiang Ci had proven his cultivation talent again. "Your talent is the best among all the geniuses in the 5 temples. Don't worry, I will ask the Golden Pattern Divine Palace for that monarch grade Tao pattern secret treasure. I'll give you 100 years. No, 200 years. Kos waved his hand. He felt that he had picked up a treasure. "Thank you, sir." Jiang Ci hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "It will take about 2 months to get here from the Golden Pattern Temple. You can leave first. When the temple sends someone to deliver the Tao pattern cardinal treasure, I will inform you." Kosi laughed. The scene of Jiang Ci leaving the palace was captured by Ter and some other black-robed priests. They were puzzled when they saw the smile on Jiang Ci's face. From the looks of it, Jiang Ci wasn't scolded by Sir Kos, but was praised instead. Jiang Ci did not care about everyone's gazes, nor did he show off the improvement of his body's realm. He returned to the Blood Sea to cultivate. 2 months. Meanwhile, in the northern part of the Do Tattoo continent, there was a vast mountain range that stretched for millions of kilometers. There were many majestic and enormous temples. This was the headquarters of the Golden Pattern Temple. Among the 5 great temples, only the Golden Pattern Temple was the closest to the fallen godland. It was about 1 trillion kilometers away. The palace in the deepest part of the vast mountain range was also the most heavily guarded place. A black-robed priest who looked like a young man quickly arrived at the palace. "Dole greets His Majesty Lu Wang." Although the young man's aura was that of a powerful 4-striped Do Zong, he still knelt on the ground respectfully. "Give the Emperor-level Tao pattern cardinal treasure left behind by the Golden Pattern Do Huang to Kosi of the fallen godland." A loud voice echoed throughout the hall. "Yes, sir." Dolk hurriedly stretched out his hands with a devout expression. In the next moment, a golden palm appeared in his hands. He was not surprised by such a mission because Kosi's position in the Golden Pattern Temple was not inferior to the Do Wang's. Dolk quickly left the palace and shouted to the black-armored guards beside him, "7th Divine Guard, quickly assemble and follow me to the fallen godland." Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A team of black-armored divine guards made up of 3-striped Do spirits arrived in front of Dolk. Dolk took out a flying spiritual tool with golden patterns. It was shaped like a flying boat. The golden flying boat quickly enlarged. Everyone boarded the boat, and it turned into a ray of light that flew toward the fallen godland. As they could not enter the starry sky, his flying boat could only fly at sublight speed. The Golden Pattern Temple was 1 trillion kilometers away from the fallen godland. With the speed of a golden flying boat, it would take 2 months. Soon, after flying for 50 days, the golden flying boat was very close to the fallen godland. Half of the fallen godland was at the northern edge of the dough pattern continent. The other half was made up of many fragments in the void. The valley in the core area was not the only place with a high concentration of evil aura. There were also lakes formed by various kinds of evil aura in other places. On a fragment near the northern edge of the dough pattern continent, there was such an evil aura lake. If Jiang Ci was here, he would know that he had thought of cultivating in this lake. However, this place was already occupied by someone who was very strong. In the end, he gave up on this place. In the blood-colored evil aura lake, there was also a palace. On this day, a white-robed priest rushed out of the lake and flew toward the palace. "My lord, Lord Bai Cheng." Whoosh! Suddenly, a huge palm slapped him to the ground. "What are you shouting for?" A light snort sounded, full of displeasure. The white-robed priest did not care if he had offended the powerful Lord Bai Cheng. He quickly said with an excited expression, "My lord, I saw a 5-colored light at the bottom of the lake just now. It seems to be an emperor-grade, Tao pattern cardinal treasure. However, I'm not strong enough to go deep into the lake, so I came to report." "What?" A handsome youth appeared with a shocked expression. This was because he had already searched the lake many times, and there was nothing valuable in it. But now, the white-robed priest under him saw the 5-colored light? Could it really be an emperor-grade, Tao pattern cardinal treasure? "Quick, bring me there." He was also excited. An emperor-grade, Tao pattern cardinal treasure could only be found by chance. If one was not fated, even if it was placed in front of one would not be able to see it. One could only see it if they were in physical contact. Soon, Bai Cheng followed the white-robed priest into the evil aura lake. This evil aura lake was only 10,000 meters deep. With the white-robed priest's strength as a 3-striped doling, he was indeed unable to reach the deepest part. "My lord, it is over there. The 5-colored light is still flashing." Bai Cheng relied on his strength as a 4-striped do zone and quickly dived to the bottom of the lake according to the white-robed priest's direction. Nothing. Bai Cheng frowned. In his vision, there was only liquid evil aura. There was nothing else. Chapter 406. Am I not fated? Bai Cheng's face turned ugly. Then, he returned to the side of the white-robed priest who looked excited. "I will bring you down now," Bai Cheng said to the white-robed priest. "Sir, you can't see it?" The white-robed priest was stunned. "Humph!" The white-robed priest kept quiet out of fear. Then, Bai Cheng used his powerful strength to temporarily push away the surrounding liquid evil aura and brought the white-robed priest to the bottom of the lake 10,000 meters below. "It's here!" The white-robed priest reached out and grabbed. However, Bai Cheng still couldn't see anything. From his point of view, he felt that the white-robed priest was holding something empty. "Give it to me." Bai Cheng was very unhappy. He knew that the white-robed priest didn't dare to tease him. Therefore, the white-robed priest must have something in his hand. When the white-robed priest put the empty thing in Bai Cheng's hand, suddenly, an object with 5 colors of light appeared in front of Bai Cheng. It was also a palm, but each finger of the palm was suffused with a different kind of light. There was a total of 5 different colors. "Really?" Bai Cheng's eyes narrowed. "No, this seems to be different from the Emperor-level Tao pattern secret treasure." Bai Cheng was a little surprised. He had also comprehended the Emperor-level Tao pattern secret treasure left behind by the golden pattern Do Huang. He knew some of the characteristics of the Emperor-level Tao pattern secret treasure. Could it be the legendary Emperor-level Tao pattern secret treasure? Bai Cheng suddenly thought of something, and his face was full of shock. The legend of the 7 pattern Do Emperor had always been circulating in the Do pattern continent. But it was only a legend. Even the 5 great temples didn't recognize the existence of the 7 pattern Do Emperor. The publicly acknowledged strongest were the 5-6 pattern Do Huangs back then. After a while, Bai Cheng returned to the palace. He kept holding the 5-colored palm and didn't let go. He was worried that once he let go, he wouldn't be able to see it. Most Tao pattern secret treasures are the palm, because the body part that is used the most in battle is the hands. This palm is different from the golden pattern Do Huang's palm. The 5 colors mean that there are 5 Tao techniques. Bai Cheng carefully observed the 5-colored palm and felt the intoxicating Tao technique. After a long time, he sighed softly. Unfortunately, the 5 great temples have issued a ban. No one is allowed to hide emperor-level Tao pattern secret treasures. Those who violate the ban will die. It didn't matter if this 5-colored palm was an emperor level or an unconfirmed emperor level. Even Bai Cheng didn't dare to ignore this prohibition. As a 4-striped Do Zong of the Golden Vein Shrine, he didn't dare to ignore it. He was more familiar with the methods of the 5 sacred halls than the rogue cultivators. Over the countless years, it was not that no one had ever tried to hide it, but it was almost always discovered by the 5 great temples. After that, Bai Cheng took the initiative to inform the Golden Vein Temple of this matter through the communication bead. If we hand it over to the Golden Vein Divine Palace, we can obtain many benefits. From the Golden Vein Temple to here, it will take about 2 months. I can take advantage of this time to comprehend. Bai Cheng thought. It also contained the metal elemental Taoist technique that he cultivated. As for the other 4 Tao arts, they were completely useless to him. This was because his Tao pattern mystic technique could only refine one type of Tao art. Dolk led the 7th God's Guard and flew quickly on the flying ship. They were very close to the land of the fallen gods. He immediately received a message from a 5-pattern Do King from the Golden Vein Shrine. After reading the contents of the message, he was also surprised for a long time. 5-colored palm, suspected to be the legendary emperor-level Tao pattern secret treasure. Bai Cheng's luck is actually so good. He has only been in the land of the fallen gods for 1,000 years, and he already has such a harvest. Dolk smiled. The land of the fallen gods was a magical place. Back then, many powerful existences had died in the war. Over the countless years, things like discovering Tao pattern secret treasures or other strange treasures occasionally happened. Therefore, Dolk didn't find this strange. This time, he just happened to lead a team to the land of the fallen gods. So the Golden Vein Shrine handed the task of bringing back the 5-colored palm to him. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Dolk drove the flying ship and arrived at the fiendish Aura Lake where Bai Cheng was. Not only were they both 4-pattern Do Zongs of the Golden Vein Shrine, but they had also roamed the Do pattern continent together many years ago. They were also friends who had gone through life and death together. Therefore, after meeting, they didn't exchange too many pleasantries. Dolk was surprised because he could only see that Bai Cheng was holding something in his hand, but there was nothing. Obviously, he was also a person who didn't have fate. When Bai Cheng placed the 5-colored palm in Dolk's hand, Dolk finally saw it. It's a real divine item. Dolk exclaimed. Unfortunately, the Tao technique contained in this item is too profound. I have been comprehending it for half a month, but I didn't gain anything. Bai Cheng shook his head and smiled. If this is really a legendary emperor-level Tao pattern secret treasure left behind by 7-pattern Do Emperor after his death, then this expert must be very powerful. The Tao technique of such an expert must be very profound. It's not something that people at our level can comprehend, Dolk said with a smile. At the same time, he carefully put away the 5-colored palm. By the way, why did the shrine send you to retrieve this secret treasure? And you came so quickly. I thought I would have to wait for another 2 months. Bai Cheng was puzzled. He didn't miss this item. After half a month of comprehension, he understood that this item was indeed not something that he could possess. I just came here on the way. My real mission is to deliver something to Lord Kosi. Dolk didn't hide it. This wasn't a secret. The Lord Kosi who killed 3 5-pattern Do kings? Bai Cheng was surprised. Basically, the experts of the Golden Vein Shrine had heard of this person. After all, he was the strongest genius in the Do pattern continent for thousands of years. That's right. Some time ago, a black-robed priest under him broke through to the 4-pattern Do Zone realm. He wanted to comprehend the emperor-level Tao pattern secret treasure left behind by the Golden Vein Do Emperor, so His Majesty Wang asked me to deliver it quickly. Dolk nodded. As expected of Lord Kosi. Only he can casually give the opportunity to comprehend the emperor-level Tao pattern secret treasure to his subordinates like those Do Wongs. Bai Chung was envious. Then he smiled and said, "This time, I will go with you to meet Lord Kosi. I don't usually have the chance to meet such a legendary person." Although they were both four-pattern Do Zong, Kosi was already on another level. He wasn't someone that could be met whenever he wanted. Dolk didn't refuse. With their relationship, he could still do such a small thing. Baleful aura sea of blood, 10,000 meters under the sea. Jiang Xi waited here quietly for more than 2 months. Suddenly, he received a message from Kosi on his communication bead. Arrived. It's finally here. Jiang Xi opened his eyes and looked forward to it. If he had the opportunity to absorb and refine the remaining Emperor-level Tao pattern secret treasure, then the harvest of this Do pattern continent cultivation mission would far exceed his expectations. Of course, all of this depended on whether Kosi would give him the opportunity. There were still many unknowns. Then, Jiang Xi left the Blood Sea again and went straight to the Black Palace. Chapter 407. After arriving at the second floor of the palace, Jiang Xi respectfully greeted Kas. "Wait a moment. The emissary sent by the Golden Pattern Temple has already sent a message to me. They are about to arrive here." Kas, who had always been dignified, spoke in a very kind tone. It was obvious that he really valued Jiang Xi. "Thank you, sir." Jiang Xi pretended to be very surprised. After a while, Tur came to the second floor of the palace with 2 young 4-striped dozongs. Dolk and Bai Chung greet Sir Kas. After seeing Kas, the 2 of them also respectfully saluted. Of course, they were really respectful. Jiang Xi was fake. "Where is the thing?" Kas asked straightforwardly. Dolk did not dare to neglect. He quickly took out a special brocade box and handed it to Kas. Inside was the Emperor-level Tao pattern treasure left behind by the Golden Pattern Do Huang. Kas opened the box and took a look. From his point of view, there was nothing inside. However, when he grabbed the box with his hand, he saw a palm with golden light. Jiang Xi, who was standing below the main hall, although he did not touch the golden palm, he could see it clearly. It should be said that from the moment Kas opened the box, he saw the cold golden light emitted from it. It was exactly the same as the 5 fingers he had obtained before. It was indeed a relic left behind by the Golden Pattern Do Huang. At this time, Kas turned his gaze to Jiang Xi and said with a smile, "Jiang Xi, this is the Emperor-level Tao pattern treasure that you have been thinking about. Here you are." After speaking, he casually handed the brocade box to Jiang Xi. Before Jiang Xi could thank him, Kas said seriously, "There are 2 points that need to be mentioned. The time to comprehend is 200 years. You already know this. In addition, you can only comprehend and cultivate in this palace." These words made Dolk and Bai Chung envious. Back then, when they became 4-striped dozongs, they only got a chance to comprehend for 10 years. Such a gap also showed that it was better to enjoy the shade under a big tree. For them, Kas was a big tree that was growing rapidly. However, the 2 of them didn't know. Kozi's words made Jiang Xi worried. He was afraid of this because in this way, he would have no chance at all. After all, he couldn't absorb and refine the Tao art of this emperor-grade, Tao pattern cardinal treasure right under Kozi's nose. Otherwise, he would really be tired of living. Jiang Xi's mind raced. In the end, he decided to fight for it. "My lord, I feel that the dense, fiendish energy in the blood sea below will be of great help to my comprehension." Jiang Xi's tone was tactful. "Haha, it's fine. I'll allow you to comprehend in the blood sea. The faster your cultivation speed, the better. Of course, it's fine as long as you don't become a 5-pattern Do king before me." Kas laughed. "Thank you, sir." Jiang Xi hurriedly expressed his gratitude. He was pleasantly surprised. Kosi smiled. He had asked Jiang Xi to cultivate in the palace to prevent Jiang Xi from leaving the valley and taking away this monarch-grade Tao pattern cardinal treasure. Even if Jiang Xi took it away, the Golden Vein Temple would have a way to get it back. However, it would take a lot of effort. Moreover, if such a thing really happened, Kas wouldn't look good. Jiang Xi took the initiative to ask to cultivate in the Blood Sea. In Kas's opinion, it was no different from cultivating in the palace, because there was only one exit in the valley above. On the other side, Dolk and Bai Cheng were even more envious. To be able to be valued so highly by Kosi, it meant that this person called Riverward definitely had astonishing talent. Lu Wang sent a message saying that the temple only sent a 4-pattern do zone. Why are there 2? At this moment, Kas's tone suddenly became low. He looked at Dolk and Bai Cheng with a breathtaking gaze. He was a very strict person. An astonishing aura directly enveloped them. It made the 2 of them feel shocked. Kas gave him the same feeling as the Do Wang of the temple. My lord, please spare my life. Bai Cheng is my good friend. He has admired your name for a long time. He has never had the chance to visit you before. This time, he came with me to visit you. Please forgive me for not informing you in advance. Dolk quickly explained. Kas nodded slightly and didn't continue to ask. He looked at Bai Cheng. I have heard of your name. Your talent is not bad. These simple words made Bai Cheng, who had originally been nervous, very excited. Thank you for the compliment, sir, he said excitedly. My lord, in fact, Bai Cheng's luck is also very good. Some time ago, he obtained a mysterious Tao pattern cardinal treasure. Even the 2 of us can't identify the level of this Tao pattern cardinal treasure. I'm going to take it back to the temple to identify it. Dolk said with a smile. He wanted to give his old friend more opportunities to perform in front of Kas. Everyone knew that once Kas became a 5-pattern Do Wang, he could become one of the strongest Do Wang of the Golden Vein Temple. Oh, let me see. Kas was really interested. Dolk and Bai Cheng looked at each other, then took out a brocade box and handed it to Kas. On the side, Jiang Xi didn't leave immediately. He was also very curious about the Tao pattern cardinal treasure. Even a 4-pattern Do zone couldn't identify its level. Soon, Kas opened the brocade box, but it was still empty. Obviously, he also didn't find the 5-colored palm. However, with his strength, he was still able to detect a trace of difference. He reached into the box and grabbed it. Suddenly, a colorful palm appeared in his hand. This is... Kas's face changed immediately. Jiang Xi was very calm on the surface, but he was surprised in his heart, because this time he actually saw a 5-colored palm again. Could it be that this thing was also fated with him? Moreover, he vaguely felt that this 5-colored palm gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. But for a moment, he couldn't remember where the sense of familiarity came from. Could it be because he had refined those golden fingers before? While Jiang Xi was lost in thought, Bai Cheng said respectfully, My lord, Dolk and I both think that this is a legendary emperor-level Tao pattern cardinal treasure. But the legend of a 7-pattern Do emperor has never been confirmed. What level does my lord think this 5-colored palm is? Kas grabbed the 5-colored palm and looked at it for a while, then slowly said, According to the rules of the 5 great sacred halls, the secrets of 7-pattern Do emperors are only known as 5-pattern Do emperors. Originally, only 5-pattern Do Wang experts are qualified to know, but since you've already seen this thing, there's no harm in telling you a little bit. The 3 of them were now focused on the 7-pattern Do emperor. Thus, no one noticed the shock and horror that had flashed across Riverward's face. He finally remembered why the 5-colored palm gave him a sense of familiarity. The inheritance altar, the strange aura emitted by the 5-colored palm, was very similar to the 44 inheritance altars in the ancient Tao source world. Could it be left behind by a Tao monarch? Jiang Xi suppressed his shock and maintained his calm. Chapter 408. Jiang Xi remained calm and did not let anyone see the abnormality in his heart. Combining the words of Kosi, Dolk, and Bai Cheng, he instantly thought of many things. 5-colored palm. Inheritance Altar, Tao Lord. Only Tao Lord level experts had the strength to leave behind an inheritance altar. Perhaps there really was a 7-pattern battle emperor in the Do Tattoo continent. A 6-pattern battle emperor was a Tao immortal. Based on this, a 7-pattern battle emperor was a Tao Lord. A Tao Lord was an existence that stood at the top of the universe. There was such an expert in the Do Tattoo continent. At this moment, Kosi continued. In the Great War, countless years ago, in order to resist the invasion of the extraterritorial demon race, we lost 5 6-pattern battle emperors. Our Do Tattoo continent didn't just sacrifice 5 6-pattern Do Huangs. There is also a 7-pattern Do emperor, known as the 5 Elements Do emperor. He was also the only 7-pattern battle emperor in the Do Tattoo continent. 5 Elements Battle Emperor. Dolk and Bai Chung exclaimed. Jiang Xi also quickly put on a shocked expression. Shocking. That's right. The 5 Elements Battle Emperor was the only one who could cultivate the 5 Elements Tao arts into Tao patterns at the same time. Kosi's face was filled with fascination. The Tao pattern secret arts that were circulating in the Do Tattoo continent could only cultivate one Tao art. Even if there were special ones that could cultivate one more Tao art, the difficulty of cultivation would be extremely high. Jiang Xi stared at the 5-colored palm in Kosi's hand. He was very tempted, because this Emperor-level Tao pattern secret treasure happened to contain the 5 elements Tao arts: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. He had already cultivated both the metal and the fire elements. If he could obtain this item, the deduction speed of these 2 Tao arts would increase by 100 times. Moreover, he would also have the opportunity to comprehend the other 3 Tao arts. By then, he would be able to walk 3 more paths. Tempted. I must get it. Kosi held the 5-colored palm and carefully observed it for a while before shaking his head. Only a 5-pattern battle emperor is qualified to comprehend the Tao art contained in the Emperor-level Tao pattern secret treasure. Hearing this, Dolk and Bai Chung suddenly understood. No wonder they did not gain anything when they tried to comprehend it. Jiang Xi's heart moved. Could it be that this 5-colored palm was different from the inheritance altar? The 44 inheritance altars did not have such a restriction. Even nascent soul cultivators could comprehend the Tao arts within. After a while, Dolk and Bai Chung left with a 5-colored palm. Of course, Kosi didn't dare to hide anything. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't be stronger than the 5 great temples. Moreover, with his strength, it did not matter whether he hid it or not. In the future, when he became a 5-pattern Do Wang, he could use it to study at any time. Jiang Xi also took his leave. Before he left, Kos gave him a few words of encouragement, telling him to comprehend and cultivate well. However, Jiang Xi could feel that the feeling of being watched did not disappear until he dived to a depth of 4,000 meters after returning to the bloody sea of killing intent. Cass thought that Jiang Xi wouldn't discover his probing spiritual awareness, but little did he know that Jiang Xi could sense it with his keen spiritual awareness. It seems that this is the limit of Cass's psychic senses. 10,000 meters is indeed powerful. Jiang Xi's eyes moved slightly. The limit of his psychic senses in the bloody sea was only 10 meters. The difference was 1,000 times. If I was a native of the Do Tattoo continent, I would definitely hold on to this thigh tightly. Unfortunately, I am not a native of this place. My world is bigger and wider. Jiang Xi sighed in his heart. Then, he continued to dive until he reached the cave tunnel that was close to the bottom of the sea. I didn't expect that this unexpected discovery would actually come in handy. Jiang Xi chuckled again. From Cass's requirements for him to comprehend, if he had the golden pattern Do Huang Tao pattern secret treasure on him, he would definitely not be able to leave through the exit above the valley. Now this was the only way left. I must get that 5-colored palm. Jiang Xi's eyes were burning. His heart was filled with longing. It could be expected that this was the propellant for his rapid rise in the universe. The distance between the fallen god land and the golden pattern temple is more than 1 trillion kilometers. As long as I catch up with them on this road and kill them, the 5-colored palm will be mine. As for the pursuit of the 5 great temples, he would wait until they could break through the barrier of the Do Tattoo continent first. Kas and Tur have been using the spiritual imprint on this communication bead to monitor my movements. I definitely can't take this away. Jiang Xi left the communication bead that Tur had given him in the Blood Sea. Then he passed through the cave tunnel, crossed the barrier of a 1,000,000 meters tall mountain, and left the valley where he had been cultivating in seclusion for 80 years. Surrounded by the surrounding mist-like, blood-colored, baleful aura, Jiang Xi actually felt relaxed and happy. It was as if he had taken off layers of restraints. The Golden Pattern Temple is in that direction. Jiang Xi's eyes focused. Then, he drove the flying boat and chased after it. He wasn't worried that this move would be discovered by Kas in the valley. With the suppression of the sea of baleful aura, Kas couldn't detect the situation here. Soul Annihilation Post. I hope you can bring me good luck. Jiang Xi flipped his hand and took out a purple talisman. It was covered with shocking runes. Supreme Grade Spiritual Weapon Soul Annihilation Post. One-time use. 10,000 points. If caught off guard, it can kill a cultivator at the advanced stage of the Tao integration stage. This was the brief introduction of the Soul Annihilation Post from the Purple Heaven Sect Treasure Pavilion. 10,000 points were equivalent to 1,000,000 top-grade spirit crystals. This was the sky-high life-saving equipment that he had purchased in advance after accepting the Do Tattoo continent cultivation mission. Now, he didn't need it to save his life. It was just right to kill people. Jiang Xi didn't even think about fighting with Dolk and Bai Cheng. Even if he now had the strength of a 4-striped Dozong, he didn't have full confidence that he could defeat 2 4-striped Dozongs. The Supreme Grade Spiritual Weapon Soul Annihilation Post can kill a cultivator at the advanced stage of the Tao integration stage. The casting distance is determined by the caster's spiritual sense. My spiritual sense's detection limit is 1,000 kilometers. As long as I can catch up with them, I can use this post. 3 minutes later, the flying boat that was flying at sublight speed had crossed nearly 40 million kilometers. Dolk and Bai Cheng, who had already left, weren't as fast as Jiang Xi because they weren't in a hurry in the blood-red fog 1,000 kilometers above the land of the fallen gods. The flying boat with golden patterns on its surface was flying leisurely. Dolk and Bai Cheng sat opposite each other. Both of them were sighing, emotional and envious. What they had seen and heard at Kas's place had given them a great feeling. They envied the 4-striped Dozong named Jiang Xi. With Kas's help, Jiang Xi's future was limitless. He might even have a chance to become a 5-striped Dozong, although the chance was very small. Speaking of which, you will definitely get a lot of benefits if you take the initiative to hand over this Emperor-level Tao pattern secret treasure to the temple, Dolk said with a smile. This means that my luck is better than yours, Bai Cheng joked. Then I'll take advantage of your luck. Dolk laughed out loud. Suddenly, the laughter stopped abruptly. Both of them frowned at the same time. Chapter 409. Both Dolk and Bai Cheng were 4-marked Dozong, which was the Tao unification stage. Their spiritual senses could easily explore tens of thousands of kilometers. Their spiritual senses discovered that a flying boat was approaching them at a high speed, and they knew the person on the flying boat. They had just seen him 5 minutes ago. Is it that Jiang Xi? Bai Cheng was very surprised. No, be careful. He is comprehending the Emperor-level Tao pattern secret treasure of the Golden Pattern Dohuan. According to Kosi's request, he can't leave the valley. Dolk looked serious. Seeing that the flying boat was getting closer and closer, he quickly sent a message with his spiritual sense. Jiang Xi, what's the matter? There was no response. 40,000 kilometers away, Jiang Xi was somewhat helpless. His spiritual sense was still at the late nascent soul stage, so he couldn't reply. Stop! Another soft shout came. The distance between the 2 flying boats was getting closer and closer. 30,000 kilometers, 20,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers. Dolk and Bai Chung had long realized that something was wrong, but their spiritual senses didn't find anything unusual about Jiang Ci. They could confirm that Jiang Ci was not a fake. Speed up. Their flying boat suddenly reached sublight speed. Behind them, Jiang Ci was very confident. So what if he accelerated? The refining level of the Doe pattern continent was low. With the quality of the flying boat in front, even if it accelerated, it couldn't get rid of his top-grade flying boat. There are differences in sublight speed. My flying boat can infinitely approach the speed of light. The one in front is at most 200,000 kilometers per second. So almost instantly, the distance between the two flying boats was shortened to less than 1,000 kilometers. Finally, Jiang Ci's spiritual sense could send a message to them. Two friends, my Lord Kosi asked me to greet you on his behalf. Jiang Ci's laughing voice was transmitted. At the same time, he took out a one-time used top-grade spirit weapon, Soul Destruction Post. A purplish-black light flashed like a bolt of lightning. In front, Dolk and Bai Chung were still in shock because they didn't understand why Jiang Ci's flying boat was so fast when they heard Jiang Ci's laughter. Lord Kos is greeting us. The two of them were a little confused. Before they could react, the purplish-black light silently appeared on the flying boat and directly penetrated their primordial spirits. Soul imprint. When the two of them died, their faces were still filled with bewilderment. The seventh divine guard of the Golden Vein Shrine was also penetrated by the purplish-black light. 2 4-striped Doe zones and 10 3-striped primordial spirit Doe spirits had all died. The power of the Soul Destruction Scroll was terrifying. After losing control of the flying boat with golden patterns, it flew for another 100,000 kilometers before coming to a complete stop. Although Jiang Ci was equally shocked, he didn't hesitate for a moment and waved his hand to put the entire flying boat into a storage ring. Go! He drove his flying boat straight into the clouds. They passed through the blood-red, fiendish aura above the land of the fallen gods and the heaven and earth barrier that covered the battle pattern continent. From the moment he made his move to the moment he left, the entire process took less than 10 seconds. For the sake of caution, even if he left the Doe Tattoo continent and came to the universe's starry skies, he would not be able to do anything. Jiang Ci didn't stop either. He continued to fly away at sublight speed. After an unknown period of time, at the place where Dolk and Bai Chung had died, whoosh, another flying boat arrived quickly. 2 figures appeared out of thin air. One of them was wearing black armor and exuding a terrifying aura. It was Kos. The other was a burly man. Of course, it was Tur, who was also a 4-striped Doe zone. At an altitude of 1,000 kilometers, the two of them could only see the blood-red, fiendish aura flowing like a thick fog. There was nothing else. This is the location where the two of them sent me a message. The Golden Vein Shrine has just confirmed that the two of them and the 7th Divine Guard are dead. Kos frowned. His expression was not good. Sir, can you detect anything? Tur asked. Killing people silently. There is still a trace of Dao aura here. It's definitely not from the battle pattern continent. Kos' expression was solemn. Is it the extraterritorial demon clan? Tur was shocked. That's right. I remember that more than 80 years ago, the Fire Pattern Shrine's territory had news of the extraterritorial demon clan's arrival. Perhaps it's him. Kos nodded. The cultivators of the battle pattern continent relied on their physical strength to fight. Only the extraterritorial demon clan would use various Dao attacks. Kos was in a bad mood. The shrine had sent the messenger to deliver the Emperor-grade Dao pattern secret treasure dam. Now, the messenger was dead. More importantly, the Divine Palace emissary had an Emperor-grade Dao pattern artifact on him. Kos' eyes flashed fiercely. Only 4 people knew about the existence of the 5-colored palm. He, Jiang Ci, Duo Air, and Bai Chung. However, he was sure that Jiang Ci had not left the valley. Send a message to Jiang Ci. Kos suddenly said. Jiang Ci? Tur was stunned. Could it be that Jiang Ci had done this? Impossible. He did not see Jiang Ci leave. Besides, Jiangxi's strength was not a match for the two four-striped dozongs. Moreover, there was also the seventh divine guard. However, this was Ka's order. While he was puzzled, he quickly sent a message to Jiangxi. No response. Ter shook his head. Send it again. After a while, Ter had sent it 1,800 times, but there was still no response. Let's go back. Ka's face was gloomy. Soon, in just 5 minutes, the two of them returned to the valley on the flying boat. Kas, Ter, and the other two four-striped dozongs began to search the sea of blood. Due to the suppression of the sea of blood, even a stronger Kas would need a few days to complete this process. 5 days later, Kas saw the black priest robe and the communication bead 30,000 meters under the sea. It was obvious that Jiangxi had disappeared. However, no one knew how Jiangxi had left the valley. Even Kas could only dive 50,000 meters under the sea of blood. Therefore, he could not find the cave tunnel 100,000 meters under the sea of blood. Jiangxi. On this day, Kas was furious. His powerful aura spread throughout the valley. As the strongest genius in the Dou pattern continent for thousands of years, he had been fooled. If he had only lost the Emperor-level Dao pattern cardinal treasure, he could still deal with the Golden Pattern Shrine's investigation. However, now that he had lost an Emperor-level Dao pattern cardinal treasure, he would have to face the joint investigation of the 5 shrines. This time, he was afraid that he would have to pay a huge price. Now, he could only place his hopes on Jiangxi's true identity. He hoped that Jiangxi wasn't an extraterritorial devil. As long as Jiangxi was still in the Dou pattern continent, the 5 shrines could use special methods to find the 2 lost Dao pattern cardinal treasures. Kas understood that such hope was too small. Only the extraterritorial demons had that kind of Dao attack. Once Jiangxi left the Dou pattern continent, they would not be able to find him. Chapter 410. Outside the boundary of the Dou pattern continent, in the endless starry sky, Jiangxi used a wisp of his spirit sense to control the flying boat and quickly traverse through the starry sky. Most of his attention was on the 5-colored palm in his hand. The multicolored brilliance made Riverward intoxicated. After some comprehension, he already knew the difference between the 5-colored palm and the inheritance altar. The inheritance altar was left behind by the peak powerhouses of the Dao Alliance for the younger generations of the human race. Therefore, the Dao inheritance left behind is extremely detailed. As for the 5-colored palm left behind by the 5 Elements Combat Emperor, it was formed after his death. It wasn't left behind on his own initiative. Therefore, the Dao inheritance contained within is like a whole that hasn't been disassembled. It's very profound. There isn't a detailed analysis of the process and steps. Just like the Sword Dao inheritance on the Green Lotus altar, there were a total of 9 evolution processes. Each process was divided into different Lotus transformations. This greatly reduced the difficulty and requirements for the later generations. Thinking of this, Jiangxi lightly shook his head. No wonder Kosi said that one must become a 5-pattern combat monarch to be qualified to comprehend an emperor-level Dao pattern secret treasure. A 5-pattern combat monarch was a tribulation transcender cultivator. Tribulation transcenders had already transcended the heavenly tribulation, and their primordial spirit and body had undergone a transformation. It was naturally easier for them to comprehend the Dao of heaven and earth. For me, whether or not these Dao inheritances have a step-by-step analysis process, they can all be used as a reference for deductions on the experience panel. Jiangxi's eyes shone with a divine light. He had already tried many times. With the 5-colored palm as a reference, he could deduce metal-type and fire-type Dao techniques. The deduction speed had greatly increased, 100 times the deduction speed, exchanging a supreme-grade spirit artifact for an inheritance altar. It's really worth it. The one-time soul destruction scroll was only worth 1 million supreme-grade spirit crystals. How much was an inheritance altar worth? Priceless. Immeasurable. The entire Tao alliance had only accumulated 44 inheritance altars after countless epochs. Now, he had one all to himself. This is my greatest gain from the Dao pattern continent cultivation mission. Jiang Ci carefully observed the 5-colored palm. Even the 10,000 or so Tao pattern blood crystals were not as valuable as this. It's time to end this. Before leaving, I'll go take a look at Shaolin. The distance from here to Blue Smoke City's Feng River territory is more than 2 trillion kilometers. It will take about 5 months. During this period of time, he would try his best to deduce the Vajra Tao art. If this is a success as well, then I'll earn even more this time. Of course, it was just a thought. Jiang Ci did not expect to succeed. He had tried to deduce the way of Vajra for 80 years, but to no avail. Thus, it was highly unlikely that he would be able to deduce it within 5 months. It was worth mentioning that he had refined a total of 12 Tao pattern blood crystals. His affinity with heaven and earth Tao was now 12 times higher than before. In addition to the 5-colored palm's 100-fold increase in the deduction of metal elemental Taoist arts, in total, it was 1,200 times. So it's not impossible. Jiang Ci smiled. Then, he began to deduce seriously. After only 1 day, the experience panel notification sounded. You have comprehended the path of Vajra. Experience points plus 10 million. Jiang Ci was stunned. Did he have to be so fast? He was not prepared at all. What followed was a pleasant surprise. It was too unexpected. He opened the experience panel to check the changes. Path of Vajra, no 15 million. Although the deduction difficulty had increased greatly, the upgrade difficulty had not changed. It was still a normal rare Taoist art. 50 million upgrade experience points. Let's upgrade it to perfection first. Because the path of Vajra was not yet perfected, there were no changes to the 2 secret techniques, Tao fusion technique and Tao pattern technique. This was something that Jiang Ci had been looking forward to for a long time. Half a month later, his clone had refined enough spiritual fruits to upgrade the path of Vajra to perfection. At this moment, Jiang Ci's expression suddenly changed. Be it his original body or his avatar, 3 layers of 3-colored Tao pattern halos appeared on his body then. A 4th color appeared on the 3 Tao pattern halos, golden light. The reason why Jiang Ci's expression changed was that this change was rapidly absorbing the spiritual power in his body. Immediately after, his body's strength also increased. It was slowly upgrading from supreme-grade spiritual artifact, surpassing supreme-grade spiritual artifact. However, this change soon stopped. It had not reached the limit. I don't have enough spiritual power. Jiang Ci understood the reason. Although he had been using his clone to refine spiritual fruits, the speed of energy replenishment still could not keep up with the transformation speed of the Tao pattern technique. He opened the experience points panel again. Path of Vajra, 10 levels 50, 000, 000, 000/50, 000, 000. Tao fusion technique, 4 pads 30, 000, 000/400, 000, 000. Tao pattern technique, 3 pads 30, 000, 000/400, 000, 000. This time, the Tao fusion technique and Tao pattern technique finally changed. The Tao pattern technique directly affects the body, so the change just now was the most obvious. I haven't reached the limit yet. Continue to upgrade. Jiang Ci was full of expectations. The Tao fusion technique of the 4 paths of heaven and earth brought about the effect of spiritual power amplitude x4. His current basic spiritual power amplitude was 2,000 times. Under this effect, it could directly become 8,000 times. The Tao pattern technique that refined the 4 paths of heaven and earth into Tao patterns allowed his body's strength to surpass that of a supreme-grade spiritual artifact at the 3-mark battle spirit stage. His strength had increased exponentially. I wonder if I'm more powerful now compared to Kas. Jiang Ci was a little arrogant, but after a moment, he shook his head. Far from it. Kas could kill a 5-mark battle king. He was not confident that he could kill an immortal Dao expert now. Then, Jiangxi's original body continued to deduce Dao techniques. His clone was refining the spiritual fruit to upgrade the two secret techniques that had just changed. At the same time, the flying ship was still shuttling toward its destination. 5 months later, they arrived at Blue Smoke City's Feng River territory. Jiangxi put away the flying ship and stood in the starry sky. His body faintly emitted a powerful aura that shook the starry sky. Very powerful. He was praising himself. After the Dao pattern technique was upgraded to the 3-mark limit, his body's strength had increased again. To be exact, it was 10 times stronger than a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. Moreover, the Dao of Vajra is a metal-type Dao technique and is good at defense. With my current body strength, even a supreme-grade spiritual artifact would not be able to break through my skin's defense. He might not be able to wield a supreme-grade spiritual artifact, but even a perfected Dao integration cultivator could use a supreme-grade spiritual artifact to cut him. He would not even blink. As for a low-grade immortal artifact, Jiangxi had never seen one before and did not know if he could defend against it. Blue Smoke City's Feng River territory. Jiangxi looked around the huge city. The joy brought by the increase in strength had dissipated. The True Wood sect was destroyed. His face was gloomy. The True Wood sect's sect master was a 2-mark battle master and a top expert in the Feng River territory. How could it be destroyed? After some investigation, Jiangxi understood the reason behind it. It turned out that the True Wood sect's sect master had somehow offended the brother-in-law of the Feng River territory's lord. Then, under the Feng River territory's lord's attack, the True Wood sect was destroyed. The battle pattern continent also has such a melodramatic plot. A cold light appeared in Jiangxi's eyes. Chapter 411. Jiangxi went straight to the lord of the Fenghe territory. This 3-striped fighting spirit was equivalent to a cultivator at the peak of the primordial soul stage. However, he had no power to resist Jiangxi. Soul search. Soon, Jiangxi obtained key information from the Lord's memory. The True Wood sect had indeed been destroyed. However, 10 years ago, an unknown 2-striped fighting master avenged the True Wood sect by killing the brother-in-law of the Fenghe territory's lord. Then, because he could not defeat the 3-striped fighting spirit, he fled the Fenghe territory. The lord of the Fenghe territory naturally remembered the appearance of this 2-striped fighting master. It was Shaolin. Shaolin has already become a 2-striped fighting master. Jiangxi laughed again. When he first met Shaolin, he felt that this little guy was quite talented. He had a pure and kind heart and hid great courage. That was how the two of them met. Moreover, ever since Jiangxi knew about the existence of the way of karma divination, he began to pay attention to things like karma and fate. Later, because of the assassination of the Black Cloud Territory's lord and general, he was worried that it would implicate Shaolin and Shaoyan. When he left the Black Cloud Territory, he wanted to take them away. However, Shaoyan decided to stay, and Shaolin left with him. In the end, Shaolin was arranged to stay at the True Wood sect in the Fenghe territory. Moreover, he also left a large amount of cultivation resources for Shaolin. Since he has become a 2-striped fighting master, this little guy has most likely returned to the Black Cloud Territory. The Black Cloud Territory was 10 billion kilometers away. With the strength of a 2-striped fighting master, it was enough to cross such a long distance. Jiangxi did not continue to investigate and return to the starry sky. He drove the flying boat toward the Black Cloud Territory. At the same time, in the Black Cloud Territory's lord's residence, the new lord, Yuan Ming, was also a 2-striped fighting master. He was elected by the various families and forces of the Black Cloud Territory after the death of the Chung brothers. Intua City did not interfere in this matter. However, the power of the Black Cloud Territory was still in the hands of the lord of Intua City. Almost every once in a while, Yuan Ming would visit Intua, regardless of whether the 4-striped fighting master wanted to see him or not. On this day, Yuan Ming came to the depths of the Lord's residence with a serious expression. "Greetings, Lord Yin Ta." He bowed respectfully. Yin Ta, who had the appearance of a young man, wore silver armor. He only glanced at him indifferently and didn't say anything. Beside him, his disciple, that three-striped Doling, white-haired young man, opened his mouth and asked, "What is it?" "My lord, a spy from the dark department found someone who looks like Shaolin. However, the other party is also a two-line dosher. This subordinate does not dare to act arbitrarily." Yuan Ming respectfully replied, "Two lines dosher?" This time, Yin Tua took the initiative to speak. His spiritual sense moved and covered the entire city. The entire Black Cloud territory did not have many two-striped dome masters, so he quickly locked onto his target. Without a doubt, it was Shaolin. "Master, do you want me to capture him?" asked the white-haired youth. "No need. That person called Jiang Ci is the main target." Yin Tua shook his head. "Master suspects that Jiang Ci is also hiding in the dark? The last time Jiang Ci left, he didn't forget to take Shaolin with him. That means the two of them have a very close relationship. Shaolin is the best bait." Master's words are very true. Yin Ta pondered for a moment and said to Yuan Ming, "Announce to the public that the Lord's residence will publicly execute the head of the Shao family, Shao Yin, tomorrow." "Yes, my lord." Yuan Ming hurriedly took his leave. Yin Tuo's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at the night sky. He had placed too much hope in his disciple, Cheng Kai. However, this disciple was killed on the eve of his rise. And because of this, he became a laughingstock in the Fire Pattern Temple. If he did not take revenge, he would not be able to resolve the hatred in his heart. The next day, at the execution ground of the Black Cloud territory, the Shao family was considered a mid-tier family in the Black Cloud territory and had always been in control of the Fire Sparrow tribe. The news of the public execution of the head of the Shao family, Shao Yin, caused a commotion. Many people still remembered what happened back then. They did not expect that, after 80 years, Shao Yin still could not escape death. Grandfather, Shaolin, who had already turned into a young man, hid in the crowd and looked at Shao Yin, who was in ragged clothes and had a withered face. He looked calm, but there was a ball of anger in his heart. Executing grandfather at this time, they must have discovered me. Are they trying to lure Brother Jiang out? Shaolin sneered in his heart. Dream on. Even he did not know where Brother Jiang was. How could these people find him? It was already noon. The Dao pattern cultivators of the Lord's mansion were ready to carry out the execution. Shaolin was also ready to take action. He did not know how many masters the Lord's mansion had hidden in the execution ground. However, the person on the execution ground was his grandfather. He could not just watch his grandfather die in front of him. Boom! However, at that moment, someone made a move before him. Among the group of cultivators from the Lord's mansion, a slightly skinny young man suddenly exploded and killed the two people who were holding Shao Yin. Then, the skinny young man took Shao Yin and left. This sudden scene stunned Shaolin. Two pattern do, sure? Who was that? He did not know this person. The Shao family did not have such a powerful master. However, Shaolin reacted quickly and took a step forward with the strength of a two-line fighting master. As a two-pattern do, sure, he directly cut down the cultivators and warriors from the Lord's mansion who were chasing after the skinny young man. He and the skinny young man took Shao Yin, who was in a daze, and left quickly. In the Lord's mansion of the Black Cloud territory, even the Lord was only a two-pattern do sure. It was even more impossible for the others to stop two-pattern do masters from robbing the execution ground. As a result, the entire Black Cloud territory was in chaos. At that moment, in the depths of the Lord's mansion, Intua only watched quietly. The white-haired young man was a little anxious. "Master, let me do it." "Don't worry. Jiang Ci is not here yet. What if he is only waiting outside the city?" "Don't worry. Everything within a 50,000-kilometer radius is within the range of my spiritual senses." Yin Tuo's indifferent attitude also made the white-haired young man relax. Both of their spiritual senses were locked onto Shaolin, who was running away. "Are you waiting for me?" Suddenly, a light voice sounded in their ears. Whoosh! A figure appeared out of thin air. It was a black-haired young man in black armor. Jiang Xi, In Tuo, and the white-haired young man were furious. No, a four-pattern do zone. You're a four-pattern do zone. In Tuo was in disbelief. More than 80 years ago, the information he gathered from various sources showed that Jiang Xi was only a three-pattern do spirit. The white-haired young man's expression changed drastically. Without needing his master's reminder, he quickly retreated. A four-pattern do zone battle was no longer something he could participate in. You want to leave in front of me? Jiang Xi laughed softly. Whoosh! His figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of the white-haired young man. Stop! In Tuo shouted angrily. He clenched his fist and wanted to stop Jiang Xi. The white-haired young man looked terrified. Jiang Xi came to kill. How could he stop? Boom! As he threw out a punch, cracks appeared in the surrounding space. The body was 10 times stronger than a supreme-grade spirit weapon. Its power was even stronger than the killer shadow sword. Even if the body of the three-pattern do spirit was comparable to a superior-grade spirit weapon, the white-haired young man could not block this punch. He was smashed into pieces by Jiang Xi's punch. He could not be more dead. Chapter 412. Damn it, Jiang Xi, you deserve to die. In Tuo's anger soared to the sky. His eldest disciple had also been killed by Jiang Xi. Right in front of him. It's your turn. Jiang Xi's expression was indifferent. In Tuo suddenly calmed down, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Even he wasn't confident that he could kill a top 3-striped doling with one punch. But Jiang Xi had done it. This meant that Jiang Xi's body was stronger than his. Are you a genius of the Golden Vein Temple? Or a genius of the Earth Vein Temple? In Tuo asked in a low voice. Only those who cultivated Gold Dao arts and Earth Dao arts would have a body stronger than those of the same level. Me? A genius of the 5 great temples. Jiang Xi smiled. Oomph. In Tuo snorted and then said coldly, You are qualified for me to show my full strength. He flipped his hand and took out half a battle saber, emitting a terrifying aura. This is a treasure I found in a ruin when I was cultivating in the land of the fallen gods. It should have been left behind by the extraterritorial demon. Although it is broken, it is still a king-level treasure. I once used it to kill a 4-striped doling grandmaster. A broken low-grade immortal artifact? Jiang Xi was surprised. It seemed that he really couldn't underestimate any 4-striped doling grandmaster. After all, this was a Dao integration stage cultivator. Die! In Tuo shouted angrily. Holding half of the battle saber, he slashed at Jiang Xi. His body that was comparable to a top-grade spirit artifact gave him great strength and speed. Just nice to test my limits. Jiang Xi was also full of fighting spirit. A broken immortal artifact was definitely not as powerful as a complete one. Otherwise, he would have turned and left. Body like a sword. Jiang Xi's entire body was like a sharp sword, turning into a sword light and directly went to meet the attack. In an instant, he collided with In Tuo's half of the battle saber. Clang! A huge explosion like thunder resounded through the sky. At the same time, a destructive impact spread out the Lord's mansion, which covered an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers, was instantly turned into ruins, leaving behind a huge pit that was thousands of feet deep. Jiang Xi and In Tuo once again stood in the air above the liege's manor. What? Impossible! In Tuo's face was filled with disbelief. Jiang Xi was completely unscathed despite his all-out attack. No, Jiang Xi was still injured, but it was only an inch deep wound. This was a broken king-grade artifact. He had once relied on this blade to kill a 4-line do zone with strength similar to his own. Congratulations, you finally made me feel a trace of pain. Now it's my turn. Jiang Xi laughed. After this exchange, he clearly understood the limits of his body. A low-grade immortal artifact could injure him, but it definitely couldn't kill him, unless the one who attacked was an immortal Dao expert. Moreover, There was also a difference between the strength of a four-line do zone. The exchange just now had allowed Jiang Xiai to confirm that this four-line do zone in Tuo was only equivalent to the initial stage of the Dao unification stage. Jiang Xi's body pierced through the air, heading straight for in Tuo. He didn't use any Dao techniques, only his body. He attacked with both fists, the most violent way of fighting. Impossible. Impossible. In Tuo still couldn't believe it. The broken blade danced in the air, causing the air to tremble. However, Jiang Xiai wasn't afraid at all. His fists were like dragons, smashing out punch after punch. Clang, clang, clang. His fists smashed onto the broken blade, and a vast momentum spread throughout the entire black cloud domain. Under the suppression of absolute strength, all Dao arts and moves became mere decorations. In Tuo retreated step by step, and panic grew in his heart. He originally thought that with the Broken King Great artifact, he could easily kill Jiang Xiai. However, he didn't expect that Jiang Xiai was even more ruthless than him. His body could actually withstand his attacks. Is it a five-line do zone? In Tuo couldn't help but have this thought. Impossible. If a five-line do zone wanted to kill him, he wouldn't need to spend so much effort. Run. In Tuo didn't dare to continue fighting. Nothing was more important than his own life. Trying to escape, Jiang Xiai laughed loudly. He hadn't had enough yet. It was the first time he had crushed a four-line do zone who was equivalent to an early-stage Dao integration cultivator. Thus, the following scene appeared in the sky above the black cloud domain. A bare-handed black-haired youth chased after a silver-armored youth who was holding a broken blade, attacking wildly. It was obvious that the black-haired youth had the upper hand. That's Big Brother Jiang. Shaolin, who had already escaped outside the city, stared at the battle above the black cloud domain with his mouth agape. Big Brother Jiang is very strong. That silver-armored youth looks like a four-line do zone, but in Big Brother Jiang's hands, he has no room to fight back. The thin youth also said, but it was a woman's voice. A woman? You know Big Brother Jiang too? Shaolin was even more stunned. The thin youth chuckled and reached out to wipe his face. Instantly, his appearance changed. Yin Xiang, Shaolin's eyes immediately turned red. The red-armored girl back then, Yin Xiang, had also grown up. Looking at Shaolin, she smiled sweetly. Beside her, Xiao Yin, who had already regained some consciousness, also smiled. Look, Big Brother Jiang is going to win. Yin Xiang suddenly said. Shaolin hurriedly swallowed back the words he wanted to say and turned his gaze to the sky above the black cloud domain. The Dao patterns that Jiang Xiai had cultivated included the Dao of sword, gale, parting fire, and vajra. There was attack, speed, explosiveness, strength, and defense. Such comprehensive attributes were not something that In Tuo could compare to at all. In Tuo only had fire-type Dao techniques, and it was very difficult for him to shake off Jiang Xi's pursuit. Crack, 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 the broken blade in his hand was already broken. After withstanding countless punches from Jiang Xiai, cracks began to appear, and it finally shattered into pieces. Fellow cultivator, please spare my life. We have no grudge. In Tuo was anxious. He was a four-line do zone and had a lifespan of 10,000 years. Now he had only lived half of it and still had 5,000 years to live. Jiang Xiai did not listen to this. He was not a 3-year-old child. Relying on his body, which was 10 times a supreme-grade spirit weapon, he was like a phantom, smashing punch after punch on In Tuo's body. Under the powerful speed and strength, In Tuo could not withstand it. Even though his body was comparable to a supreme-grade spirit weapon, it gradually collapsed. I will not accept this. In Tuo let out a furious roar before his death. In the next moment, Jiang Xiai smashed him into pieces with one punch. In close combat, a four-line do zone is harder to kill than a Dao integration cultivator of the same level. This was what Jiang Xiai was thinking. If it was an early-stage Dao integration cultivator, they would have been long dead after being smashed by so many punches. Of course, Dao integration cultivators in the original universe would have more attack methods and would not allow him to get close so easily. After this battle, Jiang Xi had a clearer understanding of his own strength. If it was just close combat, his actual combat strength surpassed early-stage Dao integration cultivators and was almost mid-stage Dao integration cultivators. In terms of Dao technique attacks, he should be at the perfected primordial soul stage or barely at the early-stage Dao integration level. If his cultivation could reach the primordial soul stage, his Dao technique attacks would definitely reach the early-stage Dao integration level. Dao integration level. Jiang Xi was full of pride. Back then, on Earth's first moon, he met his master, Daoist Gu, who was only a Dao integration remnant spirit. That was the first time he came into contact with a powerful Dao integration cultivator. Now, he had killed an early-stage Dao integration cultivator with his own hands. The one he killed with the Soul Destruction Scroll did not count. That was not difficult at all. Chapter 413. Outside Black Cloud City, in the forest of the 100,000 mountains, Jiang Xi calmly accepted Shaolin and Yun Xiang's kowtows. If there was anything he owed Yun Xiang, it was naturally because he helped her take revenge for her family. Back then, the Yun family was destroyed by the previous ruler of Black Cloud City, the Chung brothers, because of a mysterious Dao pattern secret technique. 80 years ago, he was the one who destroyed the Chung brothers. However, in Jiang Xi's opinion, he still owed Yun Xiang a favor. This was because the Dao pattern secret technique he was currently cultivating was obtained from Yun Xiang when he first came to the Dao pattern continent. The power of this secret technique was already evident. After cultivating this technique, one could refine multiple Dao patterns into Dao patterns. Under the circumstances of cultivating 4 Dao patterns, he could easily kill an early-stage unification Dao Grandmaster, even though he was only a peak 3-striped Doling spirit. It could be said that if he did not cultivate this Dao pattern technique, it would be very difficult for him to cross a large realm, even with the experience points panel. In fact, his current cultivation level was still at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Jiang Xi guessed that this technique was very likely left behind by a Dao Lord level 5 elements fighting emperor. This was because the 5 elements fighting emperor had refined all 5 elements Dao patterns into Dao patterns at the same time, hence the name. There was no doubt about the preciousness of a Dao Lord level technique. With that thought, Jiang Xi flipped his hand and took out 2 new storage rings, handing them to Shaolin and Yun Xiang. This is a small gift before we part. Both of you cultivate well, and we'll meet again if fate wills it. Jiang Xi left very decisively. After handing the items to the 2, he nodded at Xiao Yin and disappeared. Shaolin and Yun Xiang once again bowed respectfully to where Jiang Xi was standing. Then they checked the items in the storage rings. This as both of them were shocked at the same time, followed by excitement and surprise. There was nothing else in the 2 storage rings, only 10 Dao pattern blood crystals. Both of them were 2-striped Dao masters and naturally knew the value of Dao pattern blood crystals. 10 Dao pattern blood crystals each was enough for them to cultivate to 4-striped Doling zone. Shaolin, where have you been all these years? Also, what happened? Xiaoyan was still a little confused. Shaolin and Yun Xiang looked at each other and laughed. After that, Shaolin told Xiao Yin everything that had happened in the past 80 years, including the night they parted. After Xiao Yin heard this, he sighed. Jiang Xi directly passed through the heaven and earth enchantment of the battle pattern continent and arrived in the starry sky. In front of them, they could see a huge palace the size of a planet. It was the 6 Worthies Palace, which was in charge of monitoring the Dao Tattoo continent. Back then, he had entered the Battle Tattoo continent from this position. Now that he was leaving this place, it could be considered a perfect ending to this cultivation mission. After that, Jiang Xi directly crossed the void and arrived at the interstellar teleportation platform not far from the Palace of 6 Worthies. Before he could check the teleportation coordinates, he saw a figure flying in front of him from the Hall of 6 Worthies. Junior brother Jiang Xi, Congratulations on completing the mission. The newcomer was a young Tao integration cultivator. He wore a purple robe and bowed to Jiang Ci with a smile on his face. Thank you, senior brother. Jiang Ci hurriedly returned the greeting. Since he called him junior brother, he was at least a third heaven disciple. He was also in the Tao integration stage, so he must be very powerful. Although his current close combat strength was comparable to mid-stage Tao integration cultivators, that was only compared to ordinary Tao integration cultivators. Third and fourth heaven Tao integration disciples of the Purple Heaven sect were definitely freakishly powerful. None of them were weaker than Kas of the Blood Sea. Lord Perfected Lord wants to see you. Please follow me. The purple-robed youth smiled. Perfected Lord? Jiang Ci was very surprised. He followed behind the purple-robed youth and flew toward the Hall of Six Worthies. At the same time, he used his communication bead to connect to the Heavenly Eye network and search for keywords. Hall of Six Worthies plus Perfected Lord. Soon, he found a lot of information. Perfected Lord Six Worthies, an ancient Tao immortal who had existed since the Tao Alliance's heavenly court was established. He had lived for countless eras, and his strength was unfathomable. That was the evaluation given by the Tao Alliance's heavenly court. It was simple, but it shocked Jiang Ci. How powerful was he to be regarded as unfathomable by the Tao Alliance's heavenly court? Why did such an expert want to see him? Could it be that everything he did in the Battle Pattern Continent had been noticed by Perfected Lord Six Worthies? Jiang Ci felt very uneasy as he stepped into the Hall of Six Worthies. This enormous palace, which was comparable to the size of a planet, gave off a solemn and dignified feeling, as if it was a living body. The purple-robed youth led the way without saying a word. He brought Jiang Ci to the 9th floor of the Hall of Six Worthies. Although it was called the 9th floor, it was actually more than 100 million square kilometers in area. Roar! At the entrance, there were two winged black dragons bound by chains. They were roaring angrily. Each of the winged black dragons was over 1 million feet long, and their bodies were emitting dark blue flames. The terrifying aura and pressure they exuded were very frightening. This is a great demon of the demon race. Jiang Ci was shocked. It's a sixth tribulation great demon. It's said that the Perfected Lord captured it from the extraterritorial battlefield and left it here to guard the door. The purple-robed youth's voice was filled with pride. A sixth tribulation great demon guarding the door? Jiang Ci was envious. Why didn't he think of that? There were so many demon race bloodlines on Earth. He had to raise a few more to guard the door. All right, I can only send you here. Go directly to the 99th floor. The Perfected Lord is waiting for you there. The purple-robed youth was very envious. He had cultivated in the Hall of Six Worthies for so many years, but he had only met Perfected Lord Six Worthies once. Moreover, it was a group meeting. Meeting the Perfected Lord alone? He didn't have that right. Jiang Ci reached the 99th floor of the Hall of Six Worthies alone. It was also the highest floor of the Hall of Six Worthies. At this height, it was as if he was in the endless starry sky. The view was very good. In front of him, a white-haired, black-faced youth sat cross-legged in the starry sky. His eyes seemed to be filled with stars as he stared at Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci greets the Perfected Lord. Jiang Ci bowed respectfully. Perfected Lord Six Worthies looked at him expressionlessly for a while before he said leisurely, "Many of the sect's higher-ups are either optimistic about Jiwei or Muning. As for me, I've been optimistic about you since the beginning, so I've also placed a bet on you. Thank you for your kindness, Perfected Lord." Jiang Ci thanked him. "I remember that you mainly cultivate the Green Lotus Sword Tao. Which transformation are you at now?" "The 104th transformation." Perfected Lord Six Worthies finally smiled. Obviously, Jiang Ci's cultivation speed of the Sword Tao had also exceeded his expectations. He continued, "It's fate that we met today. I'll demonstrate it for you. Whether or not you can break through will depend on your luck." Jiang Ci didn't know what was going on. Perfected Lord Six Worthies waved his hand, and a green lotus that emitted a sharp sword intent appeared out of thin air. The starry sky trembled with it. This is... Jiangxi's gaze was instantly attracted. Whoosh! The green lotus merged into his body. Boom! It was as if there was a big explosion in his mind. His mind was completely immersed in the green lotus. The 105th transformation of the green lotus, Sword Dao. No, it's not just this one. There's a fourth transformation. And this green lotus can analyze these transformations again. Deduction. Under the detailed analysis, his deduction speed increased by 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. Jiangxi would not let go of such a good opportunity. He closed his eyes tightly and was completely immersed in the deduction of the Sword Dao. He was cultivating at a deeper level. Perfected Lord 6 worthies nodded in satisfaction. With another wave of his sleeve, Jiangxi's figure disappeared from the 99th floor. Chapter 414. Purple Heaven Sect, Third Heavenly Layer, Doubted Continent. Jiangxi had already sent a message in advance, saying that he would be back today. Therefore, Jing Dudu had specially made preparations. In addition, Jiangxi's two friends, Mu Ning and Yin Jiufeng, had also appeared here in the form of phantoms. Soon, the teleportation formation lit up. The three were about to go forward, but they discovered that Jiangxi wasn't the only one who had teleported here. There was also a tall youth. The invisible pressure emitted by the youth made Jing Dudu and the others apprehensive. Clearly, he was a tribulation transcender. Greetings, Supreme Immortal. The three hurriedly bowed. The youth said indifferently, I was ordered by True Monarch 6 Virtuous to escort Jiangxi back. Wait a moment. The three looked at each other and didn't dare to say anything. They just waited there. Jing Dudu was very anxious. She didn't know what was going on with Jiangxi and thought that he was in danger. As for Mu Ning and Yin Jiufeng, they were shocked. True Monarch 6 Virtuous? He was a real high-level member of the Purple Heaven Sect. They waited for 7 days, but Jiangxi still hadn't woken up. With the help of the Green Lotus, Jiangxi discovered that the efficiency of his deduction had increased by 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. In just half a day, he had comprehended the 105th transformation of the Green Lotus or Dao and completely grasped the first 3 transformations of the Green Lotus. However, it wasn't over yet. The 4th transformation of the Green Lotus, the 1,000 Green Lotuses, meant that there were 1,000 transformations. In the next 6.5 days, he comprehended another 13 transformations. These 7 days of deduction and cultivation were almost equivalent to the previous 10 years of deduction and cultivation. It's about time. Jiangxi ended the deduction. The green lotus that True Monarch 6 Virtuous had shown him had completely disappeared from his mind. There was no point in continuing the deduction. From 104 transformations to 118 transformations, True Monarch 6 Virtuous had given him a big gift. Most importantly, he had crossed the bottleneck of the 105th transformation. Under normal circumstances, it might take him 8 to 10 years to break through. This breakthrough in the Green Lotus Sword Dao has given me the confidence to deduce sword intent in 50 years. No, 30 years. Jiangxi was very happy his breakthrough was different from others. Once he comprehended it, he could directly use the experience panel to upgrade his sword intent to the 10th level perfection. Sword intent was a special path. In terms of spiritual energy amplitude alone, it was twice that of ordinary paths. His base spiritual energy amplitude could reach 20,000 times. Together with the Dao fusion technique, it would be 80,000 times. When the time came, his strength would be greatly enhanced. Although Jiangxi was looking, it wasn't the time to continue thinking about it. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw Jiang Daodu. Only then did she see the tall youth in front of her. Thank you, exalted immortal. Riverward hurriedly thanked him. He could also sense the other party's immortal pressure. There's no need to thank me. This is an order from the Lord True Lord. The young man shook his head slightly before teleporting away. Jiang Ci heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at the familiar figure in front of him, his face was full of smiles. After that, he spent a day with Mu Ning and Yin Jiufeng. After that, he accompanied Jiangdu to look at the stars for 3 days before he started cultivating again. Beside the spirit spring of Daodu Palace, Jiang Ci sat cross-legged while Jiangdu cultivated in Daodu Palace. Both of them understood one thing. They wanted to be together forever. He had to work hard to become an immortal, to attain the Tao, to become an immortal of the great Tao, and only then would he have endless years. Before cultivating, Riverward sorted out the main gains he had gained this time. 5 colored palm. Emperor tier, Tao pattern, cardinal treasure. It was formed after the 5 elements battle emperor, Tao monarch, of the battle pattern continent perished. It was equivalent to an inheritance altar. 2. Tao pattern technique, a secret technique used to refine the body. It is also suspected to have been left behind by the 5 elements battle emperor. Metal elemental Taoist art. The Tao of Vajra has already reached the 10th level of perfection. 4. Tao pattern blood crystal, 14,568 pieces. It is a key item for cultivating Tao pattern techniques. After refining and fusing with it, it can increase the affinity of heaven and earth Tao techniques. Its other values are unknown. 5. Golden light palm. Emperor tier, Tao pattern cardinal treasure. It was formed after the death of a gold battle emperor, Tao monarch. It is equivalent to 500 billion experience points. 6. Experience points, 2,741 million, 11,826 million. Not only these gains, but my strength has also undergone a tremendous change in this trip to the battle pattern continent. Before he went to the battle pattern continent, his actual combat strength was only at the late stage essence soul realm. Now, with the help of Tao pattern techniques, his close combat strength had reached the mid-stage Tao integration realm. Because he had comprehended the 4th Tao of heaven and earth after using the Tao fusion technique, his Tao technique attacks could barely reach the early stage Tao integration realm. The only thing I lack now should be weapons and treasures. Jiang Ci pondered for a moment. Before he left the battle pattern continent, the battle with the 4-striped battle emperor Yin Ta made him realize his shortcomings. At that time, he only had the supreme grade spiritual weapon, the killer shadow sword, and his physical strength was equivalent to 10 times that of a supreme grade spiritual weapon. Obviously, he could not fight with supreme grade spiritual weapons. If I had a low-grade immortal weapon, I could easily kill Yin Ta with my close combat strength. After all, Yin Ta was only at the early stage Tao integration realm. Jiang Ci did not waste any time and directly entered the purple heaven sex treasure vault through the communication bead. Search for low-grade immortal weapon longsword. Suddenly, the information of low-grade immortal weapon longswords appeared in the 3-dimensional phantom in front of him. Red heaven sword, low-grade immortal weapon. 100,000 points. Colored rainbow sword, low-grade immortal weapon. 90,000 points. Jiang Ci silently glanced at his remaining points in the purple heaven sect. 17912. It seems that I have to submit the mission to have the money to buy it. The battle pattern continent cultivation mission consisted of 2 mission objectives. If both were completed, he would receive 110,000 points. 1. Obtain a Tao pattern blood crystal. Completion would receive 10,000 points. 2. Become a 2-stripe battle master. Completion would receive 100,000 points. Afterward, he submitted the completion of the mission through the cultivation section of the Purple Heavens Sex intranet. Not long after, a middle-aged Taoist emitting the pressure of an immortal Tao powerhouse arrived at the Daoda continent through the teleportation array. Greetings, immortal. Jiang Ci respectfully bowed. The tribulation transcender middle-aged Taoist asked, "Have you completed both mission objectives?" "Yes." The middle-aged Taoist nodded slightly. "Not bad. Take out a Tao pattern blood crystal and display your Tao pattern at the same time." Jiang Ci did as he was told. The first mission objective was equivalent to using a Tao pattern blood crystal to exchange for 10,000 points. Well, it was not a loss. 1,000,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. Then, with a thought, 3 layers of 4-colored Tao patterns appeared on his body. What? The expression on the middle-aged Taoist's face changed from indifference to shock. He was shocked not because Jiang Xi had cultivated a 3-striped battle spirit, but because Jiang Xi had cultivated 4 Taoist techniques at the same time, and all 4 Taoist techniques had been refined into Tao patterns. Since the Purple Heaven sect had already conquered the battle pattern continent, the middle-aged Taoist, as an immortal Tao powerhouse, was naturally aware of the existence of Tao pattern secret techniques. Under normal circumstances, the Tao pattern secret techniques of the battle pattern continent could only be used to refine one's body with Tao patterns. Only the legendary 5 Elements Battle Emperor's Tao pattern secret technique could allow one to use multiple Taoist techniques to refine one's body with Tao patterns. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.